Chapter 545. Sagely, hurry up and release Shui Sha. Sagely, are you trying to start a war? Sagely, you've gone too far. The three terrifying existences that had surpassed that emperor realm immediately shouted at Saintly, who was sitting cross-legged on the divine golden mountain, the moment they arrived. Moreover, they pressed towards Saintly from three different directions, forming an encirclement. The gigantic skeletal body of the three-headed demon dragon swam in the black gas like a winding pitch-black mountain range, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. This was a terrifying demon dragon. Although it only had a skeletal body, it was still as powerful as a real demon dragon. The three soul fires in its skull were like black suns, emitting endless demonic light. In another direction, a terrifying figure was faintly discernible amidst the endless death chi. An eerie and terrifying aura filled the air. Two beams of blood-red evil light continuously shot out from the death chi, sweeping towards Li Sheng. The third terrifying expert had been hiding in the gloomy fog all along. He did not reveal his true body. However, from the powerful aura that spread out from the gloomy fog, one could tell that this person's strength was definitely not below that of the three-headed demonic dragon and the terrifying figure in the gloomy fog. Three experts comparable to Almighties appeared at the same time. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise immediately became nervous. The three fellows surrounded Sagely, Gu Fei and the others were also in the encirclement. If these fellows were to fight, they would definitely be affected. Old Tortoise was fine. His strength was comparable to that of these fellows who had appeared out of nowhere. He also had the stone turtle shell, so he could protect himself. However, Gu Fei and He Tian were in danger. Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to break through the shackles of the demigod realm, while He Tian was merely an insignificant beginning emperor. If these big shots wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Go back to where you came from, Sagely said in a deep voice as he glanced at the demon dragon and the other two super experts. Even in the face of three super experts, he was still domineering. Rumble, the golden divine mountain was shaking. Endless metal elemental power was constantly being drawn over. It was as if there was a vast golden ocean around the divine mountain. Saintly continued to refine the blood fiend patriarch, who was suppressed by the god mountain, as if there was no one else around. He did not care about the three terrifying existences. Humph. Sagely, this world of death no longer belongs to the god race. You'd better put away your arrogance. The skull of the mystic dragon transmitted a chilling soul fluctuation. There's absolutely no benefit in becoming enemies with us, the terrifying figure within the deathly aura said in a deep voice. Let go of Shui Sha, and everything can be discussed. A gloomy and hoarse voice came from the Yin Chi fog. Humph. Li Sheng sneered, it seems like the undead spirit clan, the demonic dragon clan, and the nether ghost clan have joined forces with the blood fiend Azura clan. But, so what? After saying that, Saintly stood up from the divine gold mountain. Golden light swirled around him and a shocking will to fight erupted from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind and his eyes shone like the stars, making it hard for others to look at him directly. It can't be. The four strongest clans in the depths of the world of death, second only to the god race, have joined forces? He Tian exclaimed. What's going on? Gu Fei asked He Tian through telepathy. Old Tortoise also looked at He Tian. At that time, he had sent his doppelganger to guard him with the black stick. The depths of the Naraka realm seemed to be more complicated and chaotic than he had imagined. He Tian then briefly explained the situation in the depths of the world of death to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. It turned out that the depths of the world of death were the same as the outer regions of the world of death. Both were divided by warlords. Unlike the outer regions of the world of death, the situation in the depths of the world of death was more complicated and cruel because it was very close to the origin of this world. Moreover, the depths of the world of death never lacked experts, even super experts. The undead spirit clan, the demonic dragon clan, the nether ghost clan, and the blood fiend Azura clan were the strongest clans among the countless clans in the depths of the world of death, second only to the god race. Due to some unknown reason, He Tian's cultivation had plummeted. He was forced to leave the cruelest, most dangerous, and most chaotic region in the depths of the world of death. Although it had been thousands of years since He Tian left, the power structure in the depths of the world of death did not seem to have been broken. The god race was still the strongest clan. Although they were few in number and rarely seen, every member of the god race was an expert. It was rumored that the god race still had a distant ancestor who was in a deep sleep. After thousands of years of development, the four major clans gradually eliminated the other weaker clans and became even more powerful. Therefore, these clans were unwilling to be suppressed by the god race and wanted to resist. The arrival of the super experts of the demonic dragon clan, the undead spirit clan, and the nether ghost clan was not a coincidence. Sagely, what do you mean by this? The extremely powerful soul fluctuations of the three-headed demonic dragon emitted a murderous aura. This demonic dragon had endured for so long and was on the verge of exploding. Sagely smiled and then stomped his foot. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavens and earth shook. Endless metal elemental power gathered at the foot of the golden sacred mountain. A gust of wind and thunder came from the foot of the golden sacred mountain. The last trace of soul fluctuations of the blood fiend ancestor was completely extinguished. The blood fiend ancestor's soul was instantly dispersed and completely disappeared from the world. You, Sagely, roar. The three-headed demonic dragon and the others were enraged. Their murderous aura soared. Sagely had actually killed the blood fiend ancestor in front of them. This was simply not putting them in his eyes. You actually. The three-headed demonic dragon was the most agitated. It had a deep friendship with the blood fiend ancestor. Now that the blood fiend ancestor had died at the hands of Sagely, it was infuriated. I just wanted to buy time so that I could refine the blood demon. That's why I said so much to you. You are just a bunch of trash that was born from the death chi, Sagely said arrogantly. Sagely, I'm going to tear you apart. The three-headed demonic dragon roared and charged at Sagely. A pair of dragon claws reached out from the demonic clouds and grabbed at Sagely, who was standing on the golden sacred mountain. It was a pair of pitch-black bone claws that were the size of a small mountain. They emitted rays of dark light and tore through the void. Endless demonic power surged from the bone claws and enveloped the surroundings. You're courting death. Sagely leaped up and a ray of golden divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. It pierced through the bone claws of the demonic dragon. Boom! The golden divine light was indestructible. In an instant, it collided with the bone claws of the demonic dragon. There was a loud explosion and a painful soul fluctuation came from the skull of the three-headed demonic dragon. Then, the pair of bone claws that were the size of a small mountain were crushed by the golden divine light. The golden divine light contained an unparalleled sword chi. It tore through the heavens and the earth and lit up the entire dark world. Like a golden dragon, it charged towards the head of the three-headed demonic dragon. Sagely was unstoppable. With a wave of his hand, the golden sacred mountain below rapidly shrank and flew into his hand. At this time, the super expert from the undead spirit clan also made his move. Endless death aura covered the sky and shrouded Sagely. The aura of death filled the space between heaven and earth, corroding all life. Although the death aura did not touch Gu Fei, he still felt that his life was being sucked out by an unfathomable force. Let's go. The old tortoise directly took Gu Fei and He Tian into his inner world. He then rushed out of the encirclement of the three super experts. The corpse general avatar held the black staff and brought up the rear. The terrifying force field formed by the three super experts had sealed the void. Even if the old tortoise could teleport, he could not do so under such circumstances. He could only break through the force field and rush out. Teleportation techniques were useless in a battle between super experts of this level. Experts of this level could seal a part of the void with just a thought. Fortunately, the three-headed demonic dragon and the other super experts did not attack the old tortoise. They could sense that the old tortoise and the others were not people of this world. They were outsiders. Experts of this level could already distinguish the unique aura of this world of death. It could also be said that this was a brand that only the creatures living in this world had. Neither the old tortoise nor Gu Fei had a brand of this world. The three-headed demonic dragon was also impressive. It was worthy of being a super expert of the demonic dragon clan. When the golden divine light arrived, a black light rushed out from each of its 3 skulls. Each of the black light was wrapped in a weapon. Among the 3 demonic weapons, one was a demonic blade that emitted a heavy demonic aura, another was a pitch-black demonic stone, and the last was a withered bone. It was a demonic bone that had been eroded by the wind and had holes in its surface. Clang! The golden divine light directly shattered the demonic blade, which turned into specks of black light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Then, the golden divine light flashed and split the demonic stone that was emitting endless demonic aura in half. The golden divine light emitted a shocking golden sword aura. Within the golden light was a golden divine sword. This golden divine sword was indestructible, and it broke through the 2 demonic weapons like a hot knife through butter. However, to everyone's disbelief, the seemingly ordinary withered bone that could be seen everywhere in this world of death had blocked the divine light formed by the golden divine sword. It was unbelievable that a withered bone that had almost been eroded by the wind was able to block Saint Li's divine sword. However, this unbelievable scene had happened. The 3-headed demonic dragon retreated in a panic when the demonic bone blocked the golden divine sword. At that moment, the other 2 super experts also attacked Saint Li. However, they were no match for Saint Li. The super expert from the undead spirit clan was sent flying thousands of meters away by Saint Li's golden divine mountain. As for the super expert from the nether spirit clan, his ghostly body was destroyed by Saint Li's 9th heaven divine thunder. His ghostly body reformed in the distant sky in a sorry state. Even though it was 1 against 3, Saint Li still had the upper hand. The aura of an expert who looked down on the world was clearly displayed. Chapter 546. Sage Li, you'll regret what you've done today. The super expert from the undead spirit clan said and retreated into the distant sky on his grey death chi. The 3 super experts could not do anything to Sage Li even when they joined forces. They knew that they were no match for Sage Li and no one wanted to be the second blood fiend ancestor, so they retreated decisively. The super expert from the Nether clan did not say a word. He rode the dark clouds and retreated into the depths of the world of death. You 2 bastards! The 3-headed demon dragon was furious when it saw that its 2 allies had left without it. It tried its best to activate the demon bone to block Sage Li's golden divine sword as it retreated into the distant sky. Although the 4 major clans had formed an alliance, the relationship between the clans did not seem to be that strong. At this time, Old Tortoise had already opened his inner world and released Gu Fei and He Tian. They watched the battle from afar. They were very surprised by this unexpected situation. They thought that an earth-shattering battle would break out, but now, only the 3-headed demon dragon was fighting Sage Li alone. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were very surprised. Not only was Sage Li's Tao profound, but he had also cultivated a golden divine sword. This was the sword Immortal Tao. However, what puzzled everyone the most was that the 3-headed demon dragon had blocked Sage Li's golden divine sword with a piece of almost weathered pitch-black bone. It was too shocking and unexpected. The piece of bone did not emit any energy fluctuations and was almost rotten. It was full of holes, as if it would turn into bone powder and scatter into the air with a gentle touch. However, the 3-headed demon dragon's 2 powerful devil chi were easily destroyed by the golden divine sword, and the golden divine sword was blocked by a piece of demon bone. What bone is that? Old Tortoise murmured. The more ordinary something was, the more extraordinary its power was. Old Tortoise could not help but frown. Where did you get the true demon bone? Sage Li's face was as calm as still water. A golden sword radiance swept across the sky and the earth, dispersing the endless devil chi and forcing the 3-headed demon dragon to retreat. Sage Li seemed to know the origin of the small piece of bone. True demon bone? Old Tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this, and his face changed. How is it possible? How can there be a true demon's bone here? What is a true demon bone? Gu Fei asked quickly when he saw Old Tortoise's incredulous expression. Your demon dragon clan actually dares to have designs on the land of sealed demons. You truly deserve death. Saintly seemed to be enraged. With a wave of his hand, a golden divine mountain flew up from his hand, growing to the size of a mountain. Boundless metal elemental power descended from the sky, suppressing the three-headed demonic dragon. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from beneath the golden divine mountain. Destructive divine light flickered, and the void shattered. Wherever the divine mountain passed, everything was destroyed. It was unstoppable. I don't know what you are talking about. The three-headed demonic dragon roared again and again. He wanted to escape, but Saintly had long since prevented him from escaping. He used his supreme power to form a domain that was similar to that of a domain, sealing off a part of the world. Humph. You don't need to admit it. Since the true demon bone has appeared in your body, the demon dragon clan should no longer exist. Saintly said coldly. He seemed to have sentenced the demon dragon clan to death. Bang! The golden divine mountain descended from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. It broke through the layers of demon chi and directly smashed the huge dragon body of the three-headed demonic dragon from the sky. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose from the ground, and the body of the bone dragon, which was like a winding mountain ridge, smashed out a deep valley that was thousands of feet long on the ground. Clang! At the same time, the golden divine sword fiercely slashed the pitch-black bone, and there was a sound of metal colliding. The bone was slashed away, but it was still not damaged in the slightest. True demon bone, demon sealing land. Old Tortoise muttered to himself. The expression on his face was like a horse lantern, constantly changing. No one knew what he was thinking about, but his entire person became somewhat dazed. Old Tortoise. When Gu Fei saw Old Tortoise in this state, he hurriedly shouted in his ear. This shout was infused with primordial chi from Gu Fei, and it was shouted with a mysterious technique. It had the effect of a severe warning. Old Tortoise's body trembled slightly, and he immediately regained his senses. Unexpected. I really didn't expect the 1,000-year-old Buddha to be so monstrous. If I'm not mistaken, the 1,000-year-old Buddha killed a true demon and sealed its body in this world of death. The old tortoise sighed with emotion. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. There was actually a true demon's body sealed in this world? As for what a true demon was, Gu Fei still knew. He had read the most ancient books collected by his lineage. According to the ancient records, the so-called true demon was a connate demon that was born from the filthy chi between heaven and earth at the beginning of the world. Gu Fei thought that it was an ancient legend, but now it seemed that it was not a legend. In ancient times, there really were true demons running amok between heaven and earth. The connate demons born from heaven and earth were the most powerful existences in the world. However, the Millennium Buddha was actually able to seal the body of a true demon in the Hell Tao. How could Old Tortoise and Gu Fei not be shocked? Even though the true demon's bone had been sealed for countless years, it was still difficult for it to decay. A small piece of the true demon's bone could withstand the slash of a divine sword that was comparable to a supreme almighty. It was really hard to imagine how powerful the legendary ancient true demon was. He Tian, who was standing behind Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, did not seem to feel the slightest bit shocked. From then on, he did not say a word and calmly watched the battle in front of him. Within He Tian's skull, the soul fire was also very calm. It did not flicker violently, nor did it emit any strong soul fluctuations. There was no suspense in the battle in the distant sky. Saintly was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. He had already completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. The three-headed demon dragon was no match for Saintly at all. At this moment, Saintly had already gained an overwhelming advantage. The golden sacred mountain descended from the sky and emitted a dazzling golden light that pressed down on the three-headed demon dragon on the ground. Above the golden sacred mountain, the mighty and terrifying metal elemental power was like a golden heavenly blade. It cut through the void and shattered the heaven and earth as it slashed towards the three-headed demon dragon. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The three-headed demon dragon's bone dragon body, which was like a winding mountain ridge, was slashed and sparks flew everywhere. The demon dragon's bones were extremely hard. Roar! The three-headed demon dragon roared. Its three skulls, which were as big as small mountains, emitted a dazzling black light as it struggled violently. However, although the golden sacred mountain had not yet pressed down on its body, the mighty pressure that descended from the sacred mountain was as heavy as 100,000 mountains. The three-headed demon dragon was suppressed to the point that it could not move its body. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were both shocked. Saint Li's cultivation had already reached a terrifying level where he could kill super experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Saint Li withdrew his golden divine sword and flew up to the golden sacred mountain. He stepped on the sacred mountain and descended from the sky like an otherworldly immortal. The three-headed demon dragon was unwilling to be destroyed by Saint Li, just like the blood fiend patriarch. Just as the golden sacred mountain was about to press down on its body, the three-headed demon dragon's three mountain-sized dragon heads exploded with a loud bang. Three balls of black light, which were like three black suns, rushed out and fled in three different directions. The three balls of black light emitted a terrifying soul power that shook the void and even caused the golden sacred mountain, which was descending from the sky, to tremble. The extremely powerful soul power broke through the domain that Saint Li controlled. The three balls of black light tried to escape. The three balls of black light were the three-headed demon dragon's divine soul. As long as one of the balls of black light escaped, the three-headed demon dragon would not be considered dead. Of course, if two of the three-headed demon dragon's soul fires were destroyed, its strength would be greatly reduced. It would definitely be difficult for it to recover without a few thousand years. This demon dragon was also a ruthless character. It had actually used the brave soldier's broken arm technique to escape. In order to escape, it had given up its incomparably powerful dragon bones. Humph. You should just obediently accept your death. Saint Li sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of large flags flew out from his hand. In an instant, they rushed in front of the three-headed demon dragon's soul fires and froze in the void. They emitted endless Tao power and sealed the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. Every single large flag rapidly grew in size. In an instant, they had become thousands of feet tall. Mysterious runes rushed out from the surface of the flags. They emitted endless Tao power and formed a large formation. Bam! 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 The three balls of soul fires, which were as resplendent as three black suns, collided with the large flags and were repelled. They were unable to break through the seal of the large flags. I've already said that you should obediently accept your death. Don't struggle pointlessly. Saint Li sat down on the golden sacred mountain. The golden sacred mountain descended from the sky. With a boom, it suppressed the demon dragon's skeleton on the ground. Then, he activated the formation. The dozens of large flags immediately shrank in from all directions. The three balls of soul fires were forced to struggle left and right, but they were unable to break out. Saint Li, I am willing to serve you as my master. Please show mercy. At this time, the three-headed demon dragon had no choice but to admit defeat. It said in a panic. I've already said that anyone who dares to have designs on the land of sealed demons, no matter who it is, must die. Their race must also be erased. Saint Li said coldly. You are so ruthless. The three-headed demon dragon knew that it would be difficult for it to escape. Moreover, it would bring disaster to its entire race. It despaired. What alliance of the four races? At this moment of life and death, those fellows ran faster than anything else. It was impossible to count on the four races to join forces to resist the Shen race. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The three-headed demon dragon roared crazily. Then, the three balls of soul fires trapped in the formation suddenly emitted endless black light. Then, they exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 547. The three-headed demonic dragon exploded its fire of the soul, not hesitating to self-destruct and scatter into ashes. The terrifying power of the soul erupted like a volcano, shattering the entire void. The formation formed by dozens of flags shook violently. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao rushed out from the flags, trying to imprison the mighty and terrifying power of the soul. Rumble, like a sudden clap of thunder, heaven and earth collapsed. The formation set up by Saintly expanded rapidly due to the explosion of the destructive power of the soul. Dozens of flags shook violently, and the entire formation was expanded to cover the entire world. The destructive divine light formed by the power of the soul danced wildly in the formation. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others immediately retreated into the distance. The flag formation was expanded like a balloon by the power of the soul, and they were almost affected. The terrifying power of destruction was vast and mighty in the formation. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the chaotic energy destroyed everything. It was as if a hole had been poked in the sky. So what if it's self-destruction? Saintly stood up from the golden divine mountain and performed a series of hand seals with both hands, shooting beams of divine light at the formation in the sky. Dozens of flags emitted even more terrifying waves of Tao power. Endless power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, and the entire world suddenly changed color. The dozens of flags seemed to communicate with the entire world, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to seal the terrifying energy released by the detonation of the three-headed demonic dragon's fire of the soul. So powerful. The old tortoise witnessed this scene from afar and was shocked. Saint Li's cultivation was almost on par with the old tortoise when he was at his peak. The Naraka realm is just one of the 6 realms refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. How can there be such a powerful existence here? Old Tortoise was shocked and could not help but feel a little uneasy. It seemed that wanting to seize the source of this world and refine it was just his wishful thinking. Since there was an existence like Saintly in this world, if he could refine this world, these guys would have controlled this world long ago. Old Tortoise was shocked and could not help but feel a little uneasy. The god race, what kind of existence is it? Are they really gods? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Saint Li's strength was shocking and frightening. The god race is said to be the first living beings to appear in this world. He Tian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sent out such soul vibrations. He Tian was an undead creature with a yin-yang bone body. His words could only be replaced by soul fluctuations. These fellows, don't tell me they're related to the Millennium Buddha Lord. Old Tortoise looked at Saint Li, who was standing on the golden divine mountain in the distance, and his eyes sparkled. Since the 1,000-year Buddhist Lord had refined the 6 Taos, he must have sent some people to manage the 6 Taos. Could it be that the deity race in the Hell Path was left behind by the 1,000-year Buddhist Lord to manage the Hell Path? Old Tortoise, I think it's impossible to refine this world with the deity race here. Should we find a way to get out of this damned place? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. The Hell Path was filled with the aura of death and there was no vitality. For cultivators, it was definitely not a good place. If they stayed for a long time, their physique would be changed by the death world and they would become a member of this world. Of course, Gu Fei controlled an inner world and had also collected a divine spring, so he didn't have to worry about the power of the death world changing his physique. Boss, you actually have a way to get out of this world? He Tian was extremely excited when he heard this. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. What does it have to do with you whether we can get out or not? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said expressionlessly. Hearing that Gu Fei wasn't willing to take him out of this world, He Tian couldn't help but cry, Boss, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Don't leave me behind. You're not from the outside world. Gu Fei said. Boss, I'm originally from the outside world. Maybe because of some reason, I ended up in this death world. Boss, please have pity on me. He Tian begged. Part of his past life memories had been awakened. He subconsciously knew that he didn't belong to the native creatures of this world. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Gu Fei was getting impatient. Boss, you have to take me out. You have to. I don't want to stay in this damned place. He Tian seemed to be very disgusted with this world that was filled with the aura of death. He Tian was just short of crying and begging Gu Fei. All right. When we leave, just follow us. At this moment, Old Tortoise spoke. Thank you, Senior. Hei Tian quickly bowed to Old Tortoise. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. Hei Tian suddenly shivered and quickly thanked Gu Fei with tears of gratitude. Thank you, boss. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. As long as he could get out of this world, he was willing to do anything. There was a reason why Hei Tian was so eager to leave this world. He had painstakingly washed away the endless aura of death in his body and made his yin-yang bone body flawless. However, he found that in this world filled with the aura of death, the aura of death was constantly attacking his bone body. This caused Hei Tian's bone body and even his soul fire to be in danger of being assimilated by this death world. Hei Tian didn't want to become like those undead creatures that were surrounded by the aura of death. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard in the distance. The entire world shook violently. Then, a boundless golden light illuminated the world and a terrifying metal elemental power surged. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and Hei Tian quickly looked forward. In the distant land, Saintly was standing on a golden mountain. He was going against the sky and his entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Gu Fei and the others could hardly keep their eyes open. Saintly displayed a supreme immortal path divine technique. It was as if he had turned into a golden sun. He stepped on the golden mountain and rushed into the formation in the sky. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from within the formation. Immortal path divine inscriptions rushed out from dozens of large flags and interweaved into an inescapable net. They emitted endless Tao power and gradually compressed the extremely chaotic soul power that was sealed within the formation. Then, the golden mountain under Saint Li's feet emitted a mysterious suction force and continuously swallowed the surrounding soul power into the divine mountain. Soul power was also a type of power. Saint Li actually wanted to use the divine mountain to refine the soul power of the three-headed demon dragon. It had to be said that Saint Li was really too powerful. He was comparable to a true almighty. Soon, the extremely huge soul power was completely devoured by the divine mountain. Then, Saint Li directly absorbed the divine mountain into his body. The golden mountain was a magic treasure that Saint Li had refined. This magic treasure was refined from metal elemental divine iron and contained endless metal elemental power. It could kill the blood fiend ancestor and crush the three-headed demon dragon's powerful bone body that was comparable to a divine weapon. Although it was not a rare treasure, it was definitely an impressive divine weapon. After Saint Li used the divine mountain to devour the terrifying soul power released by the detonation of the three-headed demon dragon's fire of the soul, the immortal path divine inscriptions that rushed out from the dozens of large flags immediately flew back to the dozens of large flags and disappeared into the flags. The dozens of divine flags that were thousands of feet tall quickly shrank and flew back to Saint Li from all directions. They all disappeared into Saint Li's body. Powerful martial cultivators could open up a void within their bodies to store magic treasures and other things. Experts like Saint Li had probably already opened up an inner world. With Saint Li's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to develop chaos and open up a world. After putting away the formation flags, Saint Li disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. The next moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed an extremely faint fluctuation in the void in front of him. Then, a figure appeared in the void. I wonder if you think I've shown enough sincerity. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Saint Li stood in front of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise with a smile and said indifferently. What's the harm in cooperating with you? However, we want to know why you want to cooperate with us and what benefits you will get from working with us. At this moment, Old Tortoise's playful and frivolous expression changed to one of extreme seriousness. Saint Li's gaze swept across Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and Hei Tian's faces one by one before saying, straightforward enough. I only have one goal, and that is to leave this damned world. You also want to leave this world? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. He was very surprised. Why did Saint Li also want to leave the world of death? According to Old Tortoise's guess, the Protoss in the world of death might be the controllers of the world of death left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord to manage the Naraka realm. Could he have guessed wrong? My race has been trapped in this world for too long. It's time to leave. Saintly sighed and his expression was somewhat gloomy. As far as I know, as long as you refine the source of this world, you will be able to control this world. Isn't it a piece of cake to want to leave? Old Tortoise said. The source of the world? Hee hee. Li Xing laughed bitterly, then said with some sadness, the experts of my clan have been thinking about refining that thing all the time. However, my clan's experts have fallen one by one. This world is not something that just anyone can control. What? Old Tortoise and Gu Fei could not help but look at each other. It seemed that this trip was really in vain. Even the experts of the Protoss had no way to refine the source of the world of death, let alone them. Moreover, from Saint Li's words, it seemed that refining the source of the world of death was extremely dangerous. Even the experts of the Protoss would fall. I'll tell you the details when I return to my place of seclusion. I still have to invite a few experts of my race to solve the problem of the demonic dragon clan. They actually dared to have designs on the land of sealing the demons. They really deserve to die. Saintly said and waved his hand. A small piece of dried-up bone flew out of nowhere. Saintly took out a jade box and put the flying piece of true demon's bone into the jade box. Then, he operated his Taoist power and placed dozens of intertwined runes on the jade box, sealing it. 78546523456412357. Chapter 548. Saintly solemnly sealed the almost decayed true demon bone with runes interwoven with divine markings of the immortal path. Then, he teleported Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others to a fairyland-like place. It was a vast oasis with a radius of 10 miles. An oasis had appeared in the world of death, which shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The world of death was filled with death chi. It was difficult for ordinary creatures to survive, let alone normal life forms such as flowers, plants, and trees. The oasis was lush and full of vitality. Although it was only 10 miles wide, streams and towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. There were also small lakes that were as calm as mirrors dotted the mountains and among the green trees and flowers. A few spiritual peaks were shrouded in a faint mist. Pavilions could be vaguely seen on the spiritual peaks. It was as if one had entered a fairyland with dense spirit chi. The oasis was not dim. On the contrary, it was as bright as the outside world. This was because there was a ball of light above the oasis that emitted a bright brilliance like the sun. The ball of light was only about 10 feet in diameter, but the light it emitted illuminated the entire oasis. Saintly brought Gu Fei and the others to the tallest spiritual peak in the oasis and walked into a pavilion. The pavilion was not decorated with dazzling decorations. Although the layout of the pavilion was simple, it did not lose its grandeur. When everyone entered the pavilion, the green-clothed servant beside Saintly came out to greet them. "Young master, you're back." The servant glanced at Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. He did not seem to care about them and only bowed to Saintly. "Li Feng, these are my guests. You have to treat them well." Saintly could not help but feel displeased when he saw that the servant seemed to look down on Gu Fei and the others. "Yes." The green-clothed servant named Li Feng glanced at Gu Fei and the others. "All right, stay here for now. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you," Saintly said to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Li Xing didn't put He Tian in his eyes, so he directly ignored him. He Tian was an undead from the world of death. With Li Xing's status, he didn't care about He Tian. "Light," Old Tortoise said. Ever since he agreed to cooperate with Saintly, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer showed any trace of a ruffian's aura. Li Xing nodded at Gu Fei and walked out. "Follow me." After Saintly left, the green-robed manservant, Li Feng, led Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others to the guest room of the pavilion. He then ignored Gu Fei and the others and left. F***ck. What the hell is this? How dare he be so arrogant? Erebus said in a very displeased manner. Is this how the Protoss treat their guests? Gu Fei was also a little displeased. Not to mention a sumptuous banquet, they didn't even give him a cup of tea. This was too much. The guest follows the host's wishes. Old Tortoise sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room and only uttered those 4 words. No one knew when he had become a man of few words. The spiritual energy in the oasis was very thick. Gu Fei sensed that the place with the thickest spiritual energy was the center of the oasis. There was a small lake about a few hundred feet in diameter. After Gu Fei opened the window of the guest room, he could see the whole lake. The lake was very calm, and the surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of spiritual mist. The spiritual energy in the entire oasis was emitted from the lake. The source of the spiritual energy in the oasis. I didn't expect there to be a heavenly spring of life here, Gu Fei said. It was obvious that the heavenly spring of life in the center of the oasis was able to form this oasis with a radius of 10 miles. The spring water converged into a lake to nourish the entire oasis. Coupled with the sun-like ball of light that was fixed above the oasis by force, Saintly had made this place into a spiritual land. A spiritual land with exuberant life appeared in the world of death. Although it could not be said to be unique, it could be regarded as shocking. St. Lee's place of seclusion was really good. Although it was not comparable to the grotto heavens in the outside world, it was not much worse. If a cultivator cultivated in such a place for a long time, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's boring here with nothing to do. Why don't we go to the lair of the demonic dragon clan and watch a good show? Hei Tian suddenly suggested. In less than 2 hours, this guy could not sit still anymore. What kind of show? Gu Fei looked at Hei Tian with some surprise. Being able to breathe spiritual energy here made Gu Fei feel as if he had returned to the Pill Cauldron Grotto heavens. It made him feel very comfortable. Boss, have you forgotten so quickly? Isn't Saintly going to destroy the demonic dragon clan? Hei Tian said. At this time, Old Tortoise also opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. Saintly said that he had something to deal with, so it should be about this matter. Let's go and take a look. Before Gu Fei could say anything, Old Tortoise had already made a decision. Then why aren't you leading the way? Gu Fei glared at Hei Tian, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. This Hei Tian and Old Tortoise were both unable to sit still. Since Old Tortoise said that he wanted to go, Gu Fei could not refuse. Moreover, he was also a little curious. He wanted to see the other experts in the Protoss besides Saintly. The 3 of them immediately left the guest room, soared into the sky, and left the pavilion. Under Hei Tian's lead, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise rushed out of the oasis. Where are those guys going? On the peak of the spiritual peak where the pavilion was located, a cyan figure sat cross-legged. The departure of Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others was watched by this person. Humph. It's good that they left. Li Feng, the cyan manservant, thought to himself. He did not want to deal with these outsiders, so he ignored the departure of Gu Fei and the others. After leaving the oasis, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise once again felt the endless aura of death emanating from this world. Hei Tian led Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, who had no idea where to go, and walked in the dark world of death. After flying in the air for about an hour and nearly 10,000 miles away from the oasis, a towering black mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. The huge mountain was very tall. From a distance, the summit could not be seen at a glance. It was like an ancient divine mountain standing between heaven and earth, giving people a strong sense of oppression. At this time, there was a constant flash of divine light on the huge mountain, and there was a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the huge mountain ahead. It seemed that Saintly and the others had already made their move. The lair of the demonic dragon clan is in front, said Hei Tian. In fact, there was no need for Hei Tian to say it. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had already vaguely guessed it because they had already sensed Saintly's aura. Saintly had really brought people to destroy the demonic dragon clan. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. As Old Tortoise spoke, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Gu Fei and Hei Tian hurriedly chased after him. Roar! 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 Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded from the huge mountain. One by one, pitch-black bone dragons with endless demonic aura rushed out of the huge mountain and pounced on the figures above the huge mountain. The whole world was shaken by the mighty and terrifying power. 78546523456412357. Chapter 549. The Black Dragon Mountain was the old lair of the demon dragon tribe. It was a towering mountain that reached into the dusky sky. It was so huge that one could not see it with a single glance. The entire mountain was like an incomparably huge black dragon that had descended from the sky. The dragon's head had sunk into the ground, while its tail was high up in the sky. The entire Black Dragon Mountain was surrounded by demonic energy, giving people a strong sense of oppression, as if there was a terrifying prehistoric demonic beast sleeping there. Gu Fei, Old Ghost, and Hei Tian stopped near the Black Dragon Mountain. They stood high up in the sky and looked in the direction of the Black Dragon Mountain. With their eyesight, they could see the situation in front of them even if they were hundreds of miles high up in the sky. It was not that they did not want to get closer, but there was a great force in front of them, blocking them and making it difficult for them to get closer. It had to be said that in order to destroy the demonic dragon clan, Saintly had really put in a lot of effort. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were immortal Tao divine runes that emitted vast Tao power looming, the god race. Don't tell me they're that person's descendants? Old Tortoise seemed to have thought of something and murmured with a puzzled expression. No way, this world of death is the hell Tao refined by that ancient Buddhist master. Why would his descendants appear here? What are you talking about? Gu Fei asked. He really wanted to know the origin of the God clan. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Moreover, it was not a bad thing to be a little more careful. You didn't notice? What Saintly and the others displayed were all immortal Tao divine techniques. How could they be Buddhist divine techniques? Old Turtle analyzed. This. Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization. The Hell Tao was the Hell Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the Buddha, but Saintly was not a Buddhist monk. All their previous guesses about the origin of the God clan seemed to have been overturned. Just as Old Turtle and Gu Fei were deep in thought, Saintly and the others above Yuan Kong were already fighting with the experts of the demonic dragon clan. Terrifying soul divine light pierced through the void and shot out from the Black Dragon Mountain. However, the soul divine light was blocked by the divine runes that sealed the area after it shot out for a few hundred miles. Obviously, in order to exterminate the demon dragon clan, Li Sheng had laid out an inescapable net to prevent the demon dragon clan from escaping. Boom! A white jade rui rushed out from an old man who was wearing a white robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He had white hair, white beard, white eyebrows, and an immortal-like demeanor. He became as huge as a mountain and directly smashed the bone body of a flying demonic dragon into pieces. These demonic dragons were all undead creatures. Although they only had their skeletal bodies left, they were still incomparably powerful. The soul flames in their skulls were as bright as black suns. However, the expert invited by Saintly was truly too powerful. He directly smashed the bones of a terrifying demonic dragon of the Emperor realm into smithereens with his magic treasure. The flames of his soul dispersed, and his soul dispersed. The exploding soul force was directly devoured by the white jade rui. Using soul force to refine magic treasures was much more effective than using one's own pure Tao energy. For cultivators, soul power was an extremely pure energy that could be directly refined and absorbed. This kind of energy was of great benefit to Gu Fei. Gu Fei discovered that Li Sheng had invited a total of 3 celestial race powerhouses. Of the other 2, one was a middle-aged Taoist wearing a very ancient Taoist robe and a Taoist crown, while the other was a white-clothed youth who looked somewhat similar to Li Sheng. The 3 divine race experts were surrounded by divine light. Their auras weren't any weaker than Li Sheng's at all. They were like god kings or immortals. Every movement they made was filled with power. Countless demonic dragons died under their hands, and endless soul force was endlessly collected by them. The middle-aged Taoist held a horsetail whisk in his hand. As he casually waved it, the strands of white silk seemed to transform into divine dragons that were thousands of feet long. They surged towards the incoming demonic dragons and tore them apart. The young man, who looked somewhat similar to Saintly, held a scarlet divine cauldron in his hand. Endless divine fire gushed out from the cauldron, forming a monstrous fire that burned the surrounding demonic dragons. The divine fire in the cauldron was extremely terrifying. It seemed to have the supreme power to burn everything. All the demonic dragons that were enveloped by the divine fire were instantly burned to ashes. Their soul flames were sucked into the cauldron. Using the divine runes of the immortal Tao to set up a large formation and seal off an area, it was difficult for the demonic dragons to escape. They were like wild beasts that had fallen into a hunter's trap. They were at the mercy of others. On top of Black Dragon Mountain, Saintly and the others were constantly harvesting the spiritual energy of the demonic dragons. More and more demonic dragons rushed out of Black Dragon Mountain, gathering into extremely powerful soul fluctuations that shook heaven and earth. In the sky, in the void, and on the ground, countless divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared. These divine runes connected with heaven and earth, condensing the power of heaven and earth to completely seal off the area around Black Dragon Mountain. Endless soul fluctuations constantly battered the formation that enveloped the area, causing the divine runes to shine with dazzling light. Tao energy flowed through each rune. These fellows, can they be the descendants of that ruthless person from the primordial desolation? What the hell? The more the old tortoise watched, the more shocked he became. Saintly and the others were all divine runes of the immortal Tao. Moreover, they were the most authentic divine runes. These people had obviously obtained the teachings of that ruthless person from the primordial desolation. Ruthless person from the primordial desolation? Who is that person? Is he more powerful than the eternal Buddha? Gu Fei asked as he watched the battle in front of him. He Tian had been standing behind the old tortoise and Gu Fei, not saying a word. The fire of the soul in his skull was constantly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even the eternal Buddha could not defeat that person. That ruthless person was a supreme figure from the same era as the eternal Buddha, the old tortoise said calmly. The era of the eternal Buddha was even older than the ancient era that the old tortoise lived in. Even in ancient times, the eternal Buddha was a legendary existence. There were not many supreme figures who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the eternal Buddha. However, after the baptism of countless years, the blue sea could also become mulberry fields. The names and deeds of many great figures had also disappeared in the long river of history. When Gu Fei was in the Taishan sect, there was a period of time when he received the chores of cleaning the sutra depository. In his spare time, he had read many ancient books collected by the sect. However, he did not know how many supreme figures had appeared in ancient times, let alone who they were. However, the old tortoise definitely knew who those invincible supreme figures were, but the old tortoise was unwilling to say more. The old tortoise did not tell Gu Fei what he wanted to know the most. He continued to watch the battle. Gu Fei had no choice but to once again focus his attention on the battle in front of him. At this time, countless demonic dragons were killed. The pitch-black bones of the demonic dragons continued to fall from the sky, as if it was raining dragon bones. Saintly displayed the supreme way of the immortal sword. A golden divine sword turned into a divine rainbow thousands of feet long. The sword chi soared into the sky, sweeping across the sky and the earth. Wherever it went, the void was split. One by one, the demonic dragons were directly killed by the divine rainbow formed by the golden divine sword. It was unstoppable. Saint Li's golden divine sword was also devouring the power of the soul. At the same time, the sword light formed by the golden divine sword became even more dazzling. The golden sword light that it emitted seemed to illuminate the dark world. Using soul power to refine magic weapons seemed to have become a habit of the Shin clan. If this was in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent, it would be the behavior of an evil demon that angered both humans and gods. It would cause public indignation. However, in this world of death, using soul power as a sacrifice to refine magic weapons was the most common thing. If this goes on, I'm afraid the demonic dragon clan will really be exterminated. He Tian, who had been silent all this time, finally sent out such a soul fluctuation. The battle on the Black Dragon Mountain could be said to be one-sided. Those demonic dragons that were surrounded by demonic aura were not a match for Saintly and the other experts of the Shin clan. The demonic dragons that rushed out from the Black Dragon Mountain were just sending themselves to death. However, the Black Dragon Mountain was densely packed with dragon caves. No one knew how many demonic dragons were hiding in the Black Dragon Mountain. The foot of the Black Dragon Mountain was already covered with a thick layer of demonic dragon bones. However, there were still demonic dragons rushing out from the dragon caves on the Black Dragon Mountain. Moreover, the strength of those demonic dragons that rushed out had also become stronger. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly, a loud sound came from the Black Dragon Mountain. Then, somewhere in the Black Dragon Mountain, a large part of the mountain collapsed. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the collapsed mountain and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Asterisk roar. Asterisk an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly sounded. The rolling sound waves shook the heaven and earth. The demonic clouds surged and swept toward Saintly and the others. Even the great formation laid down by Saintly and the others was greatly affected. In an area of a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings, countless immortal Tao divine markings appeared, and then they emitted dazzling divine radiance and an extremely profound aura of the Tao. The energy of the heavens and the earth converged from all directions, and it sealed up an area of a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings to the point it seemed like an iron wall. The truly powerful guy has finally appeared. The old turtle and Gu Fei were excited to see this scene. The previous battle was just an appetizer. The real battle had just begun. A terrifying demonic aura spread between the heaven and earth. Even with a divine formation between them, Gu Fei still felt his heart palpitate. The demonic dragon that came out from the Black Dragon Mountain was extremely powerful. Saintly and the others rode on their divine swords and artifacts to break through the layers of demonic aura and rushed out. At this time, they couldn't help but be moved. They seemed to have underestimated the strength of the demonic dragon clan. Since the demonic dragon clan could become one of the 4 most powerful undead races apart from the divine race, they must have an incomparably deep foundation. The truly invincible expert had appeared, and the real battle was about to begin. The winner and loser was still unknown. Chapter 550. The birth of a peerless demonic dragon was earth-shattering. Demonic aura shrouded the entire area, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. The terrifying dragon's roar could be heard clearly within a radius of 10,000 miles. The old tortoise decisively brought Gu Fei and He Tian away. The energy ripples from the Black Dragon Mountain were too powerful. The brutal and ruthless demonic aura caused the entire divine formation to tremble. Countless immortal Tao divine inscriptions flickered. Every divine inscription had Taoist rhymes circulating, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth and condensing the power of heaven and earth, blocking the surging energy ripples. On the Black Dragon Mountain, demonic aura surged, and a putrid stench permeated the air. A meandering figure that resembled a mountain ridge emerged from the demonic aura. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the figure. Demonic bones giving birth to flesh. Could it be? Saintly stood high up in the sky. The golden divine sword danced around him, emitting an unparalleled sword chi that pushed away the demonic aura that surged towards him. His eyes pierced through the air and swept over the figure in the demonic clouds. His expression was extremely solemn. Mere demonic aura could not obstruct his gaze. This old dragon. The white-haired, white-bearded old man in a long robe held a white jade scepter in his hand. His face revealed a trace of shock, and his eyes flickered. The middle-aged Taoist held a horsetail whisk in his hand and did not speak. The young man with the crimson divine cauldron did not speak either. They both stared solemnly at the faintly discernible dragon figure in the demonic aura. Roar. My clan has never had any conflict with the Celestial clan. Why do you want to exterminate my clan? A chilling voice came from the surging demonic aura. This was not a soul ripple, but a real voice. Saintly and the others gasped. Could it be that the old dragon had already been reborn and cultivated the body of the demonic dragon? They felt that something was amiss. In this world of death, only the celestial clan was a normal life form with flesh and blood, not the undead creatures. They were well aware of the horror of the undead creatures' rebirth. This was because in the history of the world of death, such a situation had happened before. It was an absolutely terrifying existence, and it was the most powerful form of the undead creatures. Humph. You actually have designs on the land of sealed demons. You should be exterminated, Li Sheng said coldly. Although the other party was strong, there were 4 great experts on their side. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. My race has absolutely no ambition to spy on the land of sealed demons. These words came out from the demonic clouds. You still want to quibble at a time like this? The white-haired old man waved the white jade scepter in his hand and shouted loudly. Surging sound waves shook the devilish clouds in front of him to the point they roiled violently. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. The young man with the crimson cauldron suddenly said. Then, he tossed the cauldron in his hand into the air. The cauldron quickly grew larger. By the time the divine cauldron flew into the sky, it had already become as big as a small mountain. The vast divine flame above the divine cauldron illuminated the world. Boom! The divine furnace trembled, and 9 firebirds rushed out of the furnace. Monstrous flames erupted, engulfing the world and burning the demonic energy. The terrifying power of fire shook the world, and even the void distorted and collapsed from the heat. The flames of the divine cauldron seemed to have the terrifying power to incinerate all tangible and intangible things. At this time, Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and Hei Tian had already retreated thousands of miles away. They stood high in the sky, closely watching the situation in front of them. They saw that in the middle of the divine formation, a ball of flames suddenly erupted. The flames rapidly expanded, and the surging demonic energy that shrouded the world showed signs of dispersing. Within the monstrous divine flame, the 9 firebirds danced in the air, emitting endless divine flame. The pitch-black demonic energy was burned by the divine flame and dissipated in the void. Even though they were thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Gu Fei could still feel the monstrous divine flame emitting from the 9 firebirds. Waves of heat surged from the front. It seems that you are determined to exterminate my race. A shocking murderous intent spread out from the demonic clouds. Then, a dragon claw the size of a mountain reached out from the surging demonic energy and directly grabbed at the divine cauldron in the sky that was emitting monstrous flames. It was a dragon claw covered in rotting flesh, and pitch-black dragon bones could be seen in many parts of the dragon claw. The nauseating rancid smell became even stronger. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from the dragon claw, and the void was directly torn apart wherever it passed. The monstrous divine flame emitted from the divine cauldron dissipated under the dragon claw. Before the dragon claw could actually grab the divine cauldron, the terrifying power from the dragon claw had already impacted the divine cauldron in the sky, causing it to shake continuously. The 9 firebirds screeched and soared into the sky, rushing toward the dragon claw that was emitting surging demonic energy. The power of fire surged between heaven and earth. I didn't expect them to be primordial fire crows. Old Turtle could not help but be moved when he saw the 9 firebirds. Primordial fire crows were fire-type demonic beasts of the 5 elements. Although they were not as powerful as the vermilion bird and the fire phoenix, they were still extremely ferocious beasts of the fire element in the world. In ancient times, wherever fire crows appeared, there would be thousands of miles of red land and all signs of life would be cut off. They were regarded as ominous birds. Who would have thought that the vermilion divine cauldron would actually be refined with the souls of 9 ancient fire crows? The old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked and aghast. This was a great deal. Even in the ancient times, the souls of 9 fire crows were difficult to find. Primordial fire crows? Gu Fei could not help but be surprised when he saw Old Turtle's extremely serious expression. After all, there were not many things that could move this guy. Although Gu Fei did not know the origin of the primordial fire crows, he could not help but pay attention at that moment. At that moment, the 9 fire crows were like 9 scorching suns. They emitted thousands of divine flames and displayed a ferocious power that could burn the heavens. They collided with the terrifying dragon claw that was coming straight down. Boom! As if two primordial divine mountains had suddenly collided, endless divine flames and monstrous demonic energy swept out. Even the black dragon mountain that towered into the sky began to shake as countless boulders tumbled down from the mountain. Rumble! Two extremely terrifying energies collided and cancelled each other out. Thunderous rumbles from the 9 heavens lingered on endlessly. The void, like exquisite porcelain, was shattered by the vast and mighty forces. Cracks in space extended for thousands of miles. Even the divine formation that Saintly and the others laid down together was shaken. Wherever the cracks in the void passed, countless divine runes of the immortal Tao crumbled. The first collision between the two great experts seemed to have pierced a hole in the world. The center of the collision between the two forces turned into nothingness. It was complete annihilation. The mountain-like dragon claw that exuded terrifying demonic energy retracted and froze high in the sky. The divine cauldron that emitted monstrous flames rapidly shrunk and flew back to the white-robed young man. On the body of the vermilion divine cauldron, the images of 9 fire ravens gradually appeared. The souls of the primordial fire ravens were melted into the divine cauldron and became one with it. Unless the divine cauldron was completely destroyed, the 9 fire ravens' souls would be difficult to destroy. This old dragon doesn't seem to have completely reassembled the demonic dragon true form. Let's kill him together. Saintly shouted. He stepped on the golden divine sword and held the golden divine mountain in his hand. He shot into the sky and charged at the terrifying demonic dragon. Kill! 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 The white-haired old man, the middle-aged Taoist, and the white-robed young man acted almost at the same time. The white jade rui in the white-haired old man's hand grew to thousands of feet and directly smashed down on the dragon in the demonic clouds. The white jade rui exploded with divine light. Endless power of the great path surged out and dispersed the heavy demonic aura. A giant dragon surrounded by demonic aura appeared before everyone's eyes. When everyone saw the true appearance of the giant dragon, they were extremely shocked. The giant dragon's body was thousands of feet long and its head was like a mountain. It spewed demonic aura from its mouth and a pair of blood-red eyes emitted a frightening evil bloody light. It looked extremely ferocious. The most frightening thing was that the dragon's body was covered in rotten flesh. The rotten flesh was still oozing a dark yellow stinky liquid, and the rotten smell was nauseating. This was simply a dragon corpse whose flesh had not completely decayed. It was even more terrifying than the evil corpses. Although its flesh was regenerating, it was not normal flesh. It was obvious that this demon dragon was undergoing the most crucial transformation. However, the sudden arrival of Saintly and the others caused him to temporarily stop this transformation. Even so, the undead creatures that could regenerate flesh and blood and regenerate flesh from demonic bones had terrifying cultivation and strength. It had reached an unimaginable level. Boom! The golden divine mountain emitted endless golden light and flew out of Saintly's hand. It quickly expanded and emitted a terrifying energy wave that pressed down on the demonic dragon. At the same time, whoosh! With a sword's cry, the divine sword under Saintly's feet also turned into a golden sword aura. It shot up thousands of feet and emitted an unparalleled sword aura that slashed towards the demonic dragon. The middle-aged Taoist was also attacking with all his might. The horsetail whisk in his hand was filled with supreme power. Every strand of the horsetail whisk turned into dragon shadows that wrapped around the demonic dragon. The divine cauldron in the white-robed young man's hand spewed out monstrous divine flames, burning the demonic dragon fiercely. The 9 primordial fire crows appeared on the body of the cauldron once again, and then they transformed and flew around the young man. Roar! Under the attacks of the 4 god clans, the terrifying demonic dragon madly activated its demonic energy. It spat out demonic sky-burning fire, blocking the monstrous divine fire that swept towards it. Its eyes shot out destructive demonic light as it fought against the countless dragon shadows formed by the Taoist's horsetail whisk. A pair of dragon claws slapped repeatedly, shaking off Saintly's golden divine sword. The dragon's tail even whipped the golden divine mountain that came crashing down from the sky, causing it to shake continuously. Golden light shot out in all directions. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and Hei Tian, who saw this scene from afar, were extremely shocked. This demonic dragon was too powerful. It was much more powerful than the three-headed demonic dragon that Saintly had killed. It was actually able to fight against the 4 god clans by itself. Even though it was 1 against 4, the terrifying demonic dragon that had embarked on the path of regenerating flesh from demonic bones was not at a disadvantage. Chapter 551. The disgusting old demon dragon that had only grown a body of rotten flesh had yet to truly transform. It was still a bit of a stretch for him to fight against the 4 Protoss powerhouses alone. In the beginning, he could still fight against Saintly and the others with ferocity. However, as time passed, the old demon dragon was gradually unable to hold on. Roar! The old demon dragon roared again and again. Destructive demonic light constantly shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards Li Sheng and the others. The terrifying blood-colored demonic light pierced through the void, creating holes in the void between heaven and earth. Saintly and the others moved quickly in the void. Their bodies bloomed with divine light like lightning. They dodged the destructive demonic light and attacked the old demon dragon with techniques and spells. Hum! The golden sword vibrated repeatedly, emitting a crisp sword hum that resounded through the 9 heavens. The unparalleled sword light was like a 1,000-foot divine rainbow, constantly slashing at the old demon dragon. The brilliance of the divine sword lit up the heavens and the earth. The 1,000-foot sword light tore through the void and collided with the dragon claw that was emitting terrifying demonic energy. Every time they collided, a lot of rotten flesh would be cut off. Stinky dark yellow liquid splattered everywhere. The dark yellow liquid dripped on the ground, making sizzling sounds and emitting black smoke. It was obvious that this dark yellow liquid was very corrosive. Bang! The demonic dragon was unable to attend to one thing and lost sight of the other. Finally, the golden divine mountain smashed onto its ferocious dragon head, making it dizzy and disoriented. The white-haired old man, the middle-aged Taoist, and the white-robed young man immediately controlled their magic treasures and attacked the old demon dragon with all their might. The white jade scepter in the white-haired old man's hand became extremely huge. Its entire body emitted endless divine light, and there was a Taoist rhyme circulating on it. It ruthlessly swept towards the demon dragon's waist. Boom! With a loud bang, the white jade scepter heavily smashed onto the demon dragon's body. Crack! Crack! The demon dragon's mountain-like body suddenly cracked. With a roar, it directly smashed down from the sky. Bang! The entire earth shook violently. Dust flew everywhere as a deep pit was formed on the ground. Then, the white-robed young man held the divine cauldron in his hand. He pointed the mouth of the cauldron downwards and slapped the bottom. Bang! With a bang, the mouth of the cauldron suddenly spewed out a monstrous amount of divine fire, enveloping heaven and earth as it burned toward the demonic dragon below. As the divine fire came into contact with the ground, a sizzling sound could be heard. The soil on the ground sank and was burnt into nothingness by the divine fire. Roar! The demonic dragon roared. Endless demonic aura soared into the sky and actually blocked the divine fire that was descending from the sky. The endless demonic aura and the divine fire were extinguished. Terrifying energy waves spread out, shaking the entire divine formation in the periphery and shaking the heaven and earth. That demonic dragon is finished. High up in the sky, thousands of miles away, Old Tortoise, who had been paying attention to the intense battle ahead, spoke. Gu Fei, who was standing next to Old Tortoise, could not help but nod in agreement. The disgusting, rotting mystic dragon was already at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Tens of thousands of silk threads extended infinitely. Each silk thread transformed into a water-blue dragon's shadow. Like countless water dragons, they coiled around the demonic dragon's head. This middle-aged Taoist seemed to have cultivated an immortal art that belonged to the water element of the 5 elements. He seemed to have attracted a large amount of water to ripple around him. It was as though he was standing in a vast ocean, and the power of the water element was boundless between heaven and earth. As the middle-aged Taoist made his move, Sagely had already flown up to the golden divine mountain. He stepped on it like a primordial deity descending. He drew the power of the metal element between heaven and earth to suppress the demonic dragon below. The white-haired old man's white jade rui also emitted endless divine power as it smashed down again. The demonic dragon could not care less about its tail. It had just spat out the burning sky demonic fire to disperse the countless water dragon shadows formed by the middle-aged Taoist's horsetail whisk. The gigantic demonic dragon's body was immediately suppressed by the golden divine mountain that was shining like a primordial divine mountain. Bam! The white-haired old man's white jade rui smashed heavily onto the demonic dragon's head. Rotten flesh flew everywhere, and the skull cracked. Rumble, the earth shook. Sagely stood on the golden divine mountain and used all his power of the way. The entire divine mountain shook repeatedly, emitting a terrifying energy wave that wanted to completely suppress the demonic dragon. Kacha! 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 The gigantic demonic dragon's bones began to make bone-cracking sounds. Rotten flesh was constantly being sliced off. There was no blood, only dark yellow stinky water. The demonic dragon roared and struggled madly beneath the divine mountain. The entire land undulated violently like waves. It was actually showing signs of struggling out of the divine mountain. A deathbed struggle. The white-haired old man said coldly. The white jade rui in his hand kept smashing the demonic dragon's head. With every smash, more cracks appeared on the demonic dragon's skull. It had to be said that the old demonic dragon's dragon bones were very hard. They were much harder than divine metal. Even when the white-haired old man used all his strength to activate the white jade rui, he could not smash the dragon's head. Whoosh! 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 The middle-aged Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand repeatedly. The whisk threads turned into rays of divine light that shot towards the dragon's head. They entered the dragon's 7 orifices. Endless power of the way flowed along the whisk threads into the demonic dragon's skull, trying to disperse the demonic dragon's soul within the dragon's head. The white-robed young man did not stay idle either. He descended from the sky with the divine cauldron in his hand. Endless divine fire surged out of the divine cauldron and burned the dragon's body that was suppressed beneath the divine mountain. Under the combined efforts of the 4 god clans' cultivators, the old demonic dragon finally became obedient. However, the demonic dragon did not stop struggling. A large amount of rotten flesh grew on the dragon's head. Under the white-haired old man's white jade rui attack, it had completely fallen off, revealing the skull. Within the skull, a soul fire was burning like a black sun. It emitted a terrifying soul power that resisted the middle-aged Taoist's attack. Although the whisk threads in the middle-aged Taoist's hand attacked the dragon's 7 orifices, they could not disperse the soul fire within the demonic dragon's skull. However, it was only a matter of time before the old demonic dragon's soul was destroyed. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the distant sky. A frightening dragon shadow appeared on the horizon, and a powerful aura swept over. That is, everyone was shocked. However, they soon felt relieved. The dragon's shadow was not very powerful. However, what was surprising was that it was not a demonic dragon in the form of an undead creature. Instead, it was a faint and illusory dragon soul that emitted powerful soul waves. If there were any undead creatures that had experienced the explosion of the Een veins of the Een mountain in the outer regions of the world of death, they would definitely be able to recognize that this dragon's soul that had suddenly appeared was the dragon soul essence that had rushed out from the Een veins of the earth. On that day, the dragon soul essence had escaped into the depths of the world of death under the pursuit of a group of powerful undead creatures. However, no one had expected that the dragon soul essence had also crossed the underworld river and entered the depths of the world of death. What a powerful soul power! Old Tortoise and Gu Fei both felt the vast soul power emanating from the dragon's soul essence. In particular, Old Tortoise's eyes lit up. Although the dragon's soul essence was the soul of a demonic dragon that had been nurtured from the yin veins of the earth for countless years and was full of violent demonic nature, it was still an extremely powerful soul power. In particular, a dragon's soul that was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth was many times purer than the soul power of those undead creatures. If one could refine it, one would obtain great benefits. Rumble, the dragon's soul essence set off a monstrous demonic aura as it quickly flew toward the Black Dragon Mountain. The surging demonic aura covered the entire sky, and the powerful soul power caused the void to vibrate. Swoosh! Old Tortoise immediately disappeared on the spot. He used the teleportation technique to directly meet the dragon's soul essence that was rushing toward him from afar. He wanted to collect the dragon's soul essence. He directly opened his inner world and blocked in front of the dragon's soul essence. He wanted the dragon's soul essence to walk right into the trap and be collected into his inner world. However, at this moment, a few exclamations suddenly came from the direction of the Black Dragon Mountain. Then, Old Tortoise heard a loud boom from behind him. A majestic energy surged from behind Old Tortoise in an earth-shattering manner and directly sent him flying. Gu Fei and He Tian witnessed a terrifying scene. The old demonic dragon actually self-destructed. Saint Li and the others immediately tore the void and used the greater teleportation technique to escape. Even they would be shocked if the old demonic dragon self-destructed. The terrifying energy directly collapsed the divine formation that Saint Li and the others had jointly laid out in this area. The void directly collapsed, and the Black Dragon Mountain shook violently as countless boulders rolled down from the mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. The monstrous energy produced by the old demonic dragon self-destructed. Even if the void collapsed, the earth shattered, and everything was destroyed, it still could not destroy this Black Mountain. Seeing that the situation was not right, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Although they were watching the battle from 1,000 miles away, the destructive power produced by the old demonic dragon's self-destruction definitely affected the area within 1,000 miles. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still feel the fluctuations of this terrifying power. Even though Gu Fei and He Tian saw that the situation was not good and turned into divine light to flee with all their might, they were still swept away by the energy storm that swept out. However, the dragon's soul essence still rushed toward the Black Dragon Mountain. At the moment when the old demonic dragon self-destructed, it actually opened up a spatial passage, allowing the dragon's soul essence to enter the Black Dragon Mountain without being affected. Then, it disappeared into the mountain. When the dragon's soul essence entered the Black Dragon Mountain, the entire Black Dragon Mountain trembled. Countless rocks and soil were constantly shaved off the mountain, as if the Black Mountain was coming to life. Powerful life fluctuations emitted from the Black Dragon Mountain, as if a terrifying demon had awakened from a deep slumber, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying aura surged out from the mountain. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Fei, who was involuntarily swept away by the mighty energy storm, to almost collapse. What's going on? Gu Fei was panic-stricken. He simply did not know what had happened. No one knew what had happened. Chapter 552. After the dragon's soul essence entered the Black Dragon Mountain, the entire Black Dragon Mountain shook violently. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountain. Large amounts of soil peeled off from the mountain. In the sky above the Black Dragon Mountain, demonic aura surged. Demonic clouds rolled and the weather changed. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The earth undulated like waves. With the Black Dragon Mountain as the center, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. A huge mountain gradually rose from the ground. Endless demonic aura gathered from all directions. Very quickly, the terrifying demonic aura drowned the entire mountain. An extremely powerful, terrifying, evil and tragic aura emitted from the surging demonic aura. The terrifying pressure almost caused Gu Fei, who was blown away by the storm, to have a mental breakdown. Gu Fei and He Tian tumbled in the void. Their bodies involuntarily flew hundreds of miles away. Then, they stabilized their bodies and landed on the ground. Gu Fei looked in the direction of Black Dragon Mountain in horror. He saw that the weather had changed. An endless demonic aura surged forward from all directions. In the sky in front of him, a huge pitch-black vortex was gradually forming. Rumble, there were blood-colored lightning flashing in the pitch-black vortex formed by demonic aura. The terrifying demonic energy formed the terrifying blood fiend demonic thunder. The sound of thunder kept coming. When He Tian saw this scene, he was shocked to the extreme. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. How is this possible? Could it be, the legend is actually true? He Tian said in disbelief. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was originally a guy who walked out from the depths of the Death Continent. He seemed to know many secrets about the demonic dragon clan. What legend? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be shocked. The Black Dragon Mountain was not ordinary. The mountain seemed to be nurturing a terrifying life. The arrival of the dragon's soul essence awakened the life that was sleeping in the Black Dragon Mountain. Perhaps, someone had set up a shocking trap. The appearance of the dragon's soul essence did not seem to be a coincidence. This is an ancient legend. The Black Dragon Mountain is actually the body of a fallen primordial devil dragon. He Tian's voice trembled. What? An ancient-level demon dragon? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief as he looked at He Tian. What kind of existence was the primordial demonic dragon? Could it be that the primordial demonic dragon that had been dead for countless years was about to be resurrected? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Fei mumbled. How could the primordial demonic dragon, who had been dead for countless years, be resurrected? What's impossible? Let's run. At that moment, Old Tortoise rushed over from afar. He opened up his inner world and stored Gu Fei and He Tian inside. Then, he teleported across the void and escaped into the distance. Swoosh. 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 4 figures walked out from the void. These 4 people were Saint Li and the other experts of the 4 celestial clans who were forced to retreat by the terrifying energy fluctuation of the Black Dragon Mountain. Preposterous. How could something like this happen? Saint Li exclaimed in shock as he stared at the demonic clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth. The Black Dragon Mountain had long been submerged by the demonic qi. Endless demonic qi gathered and formed a vortex in the sky that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Countless blood-colored lightning flashed in the vortex. The demonic qi was earth-shattering. It was as if a peerless demon was about to be born. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Isn't that a legend? The white-haired, white-browed, white-bearded old man said solemnly. That bastard Buddhist lord. He actually left behind such a powerful hidden danger. I'm afraid our clan will also be affected. The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that the dragon's soul essence was left behind by the primordial demonic dragon. I didn't expect that the guy who died for countless years would also have a day where his soul would return. The young man who was holding a vermilion divine cauldron with traces of divine flame said coldly. It seems that we have to use that thing. Saint Li said. That's the only way. If even that thing can't suppress the demonic creature in the Black Dragon Mountain, we can only run for our lives. The white-haired old man said. As he spoke, the white-haired old man waved his sleeve. An ancient seal immediately rushed into the sky. Saint Li and the others quickly put away their magic treasures. They formed a seal with their hands and shot rays of divine light at the ancient seal. They were rousing the divine power in their bodies and continuously pouring it into the ancient seal. They wanted to forcefully activate the ancient seal. It was a simple ancient seal the size of a fist. The ancient seal was covered with cracks. It was the primordial demon seal that fought endlessly with the mountain and river cauldron and the golden sword and rushed into the depths of the world of death. The primordial demon seal had fallen into the hands of Saint Li and the others. Saint Li and the others laid down layers of restrictions on the ancient seal. They constantly isolated the ancient seal's aura and also sealed it. Even the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's body could not sense the existence of the ancient seal. Endless divine light hit the ancient seal. Mysterious runes that were formed from divine markings of the immortal path immediately rushed out of the ancient seal. The runes were all flowing with Taoist rhymes. They were completely condensed from Taoist force. They continuously flew out of the ancient seal and then dissipated into the void. As the power of the seal disappeared, a towering wave of demonic energy began to surge out from the ancient seal, dispersing the surrounding demonic energy. Saintly and the others looked extremely serious. They did not dare to be careless. They exerted their full strength. Terrifying divine force rippled from each of their bodies. Rays of divine light circled around their bodies. Boom! The entire world suddenly shook violently. The ancient seal in the sky instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It emitted extremely terrifying demonic force ripples. Endless demonic force was emitted from the ancient seal, dispersing the rolling demonic chi that shrouded the entire world. At that moment, Saintly and the others not only unlocked the layers of seals on the primordial demon seal, they also joined forces and used their supreme divine force to activate part of the ancient seal's power. As if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly descended, the heavens and the earth shook. The power emitted from the ancient seal did not seem to be inferior to the demonic chi emitted from the demonic mountain in the sky. Saintly and the others were having a hard time. Beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the white-robed young man. Divine power surged from his body and formed a raging divine flame outside his body. He was like a flaming deity standing in the void. Go! The four of them shouted in unison. They used their supreme divine force to drive the mountain-sized giant seal in the sky towards the terrifying vortex formed by the demonic chi. Rumble. Chapter 553. Li Sheng and the experts of the three god clans worked together to drive the mountain-sized seal towards the black dragon demon mountain. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Endless demonic power surged out from the giant seal. Countless demon clan Dao patterns circled around the seal. The giant seal displayed a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. At this time, the old tortoise had already crossed the void and escaped thousands of miles away. He entered the inner world and returned to the divine palace that was suspended above the inner world. Then, he used the flickering light and shadow dazzling technique to display the scene of the Black Dragon Mountain thousands of miles away. He had already set up dazzling stones in the void near the Black Dragon Mountain. Through the dazzling stones, the old tortoise could display the scene thousands of miles away in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian were both above the divine palace, nervously watching the constantly changing scene in the void. When the old tortoise saw the giant seal with towering demonic aura, he almost fell off his throne. He looked extremely shocked. How is this possible? The old tortoise could not believe that the thing would appear in the 6 paths of reincarnation that the Buddha Lord had refined. What's wrong? Gu Fei was shocked. It was not an ordinary thing for the old tortoise to be so shocked. Could it be that the old tortoise recognized the origin of the demon seal? Gu Fei was very clear that the demon seal was definitely a supreme treasure. It was comparable to the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Although it was covered in cracks, it still had a great power that could shake the heavens and earth. How is this possible? The Tai Huang seal. It's the Tai Huang seal. How could the Tai Huang seal appear in the hell realm? The old tortoise murmured to himself, his voice trembling. He did not answer Gu Fei's question. The Tai Huang seal? Gu Fei was dumbfounded when he heard this. That demonic seal was actually the Tai sovereign seal. This was too unexpected, causing Gu Fei's train of thought to come to a halt. Inside He Tian's skull, the soul fire pulsed fiercely. The Grand Sovereign Seal. Could it be the saint weapon refined by the ancient Grand Sovereign? My Tian seemed to know the origins of the Grand Sovereign Seal. A soul ripple came from the skull. Supreme demonic ancestor. The old tortoise was extremely excited. That giant seal was most likely a sacred weapon refined by the ancient supreme demonic ancestor. It was a sacred object of the demonic clan. No wonder the demonic aura soared into the sky. The supreme demon ancestor was revered as the ancestor by all the demons in the world. He was regarded as the first demon in the world and was one of the most powerful beings in the world. The Grand Emperor of the demon race was just like the ancient Buddhist Lord. Their names had been passed down through the ages. Even though countless years had passed, the world had changed, and the seas had turned into mulberry fields, people still remembered their names. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could be remembered for thousands of years. Why did the Thai sovereign seal appear in the Hell Dao? The old tortoise was puzzled. Could it be that the ancient Grand Emperor had fallen in this world of death? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the Millennium Buddhist Lord wouldn't be able to kill the demonic forefather Grand Emperor, because the demonic forefather Grand Emperor was a supreme expert on the same level as the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Furthermore, he possessed the sacred artifact Grand Emperor Seal. However, the Grand Sovereign Seal had appeared in the Hell Dao. This was an undeniable fact. The old tortoise used the flickering light and shadow dazzle technique to display the scene thousands of miles away in the void above the main hall. The huge seal, which was emitting endless demonic light and surrounded by demonic Dao patterns, smashed towards the Black Dragon Mountain, which was suspended in the air and exuding a vast amount of demonic chi, like an ancient divine mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain shook violently. Countless stones and sand peeled off from the top of the mountain. The entire mountain gradually turned into the shape of a black demon dragon. It was a stone dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The dragon's body emitted an endless fiendish aura. The powerful fluctuation of life caused the world to tremble. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire world. All the creatures of death within a radius of thousands of miles were turned into ferocious and terrifying monsters by this demonic aura. Roar! The stone dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, the stone dragon exuded an endless amount of demonic aura as it charged towards the giant seal. Boom! As if it had been struck by the stone dragon's monstrous killing intent, the Thai sovereign seal shook violently. The stone seal, which was as large as a mountain, emitted a dazzling demonic light. Countless mysterious Taoist patterns of the demon race appeared on the surface of the stone seal, and the energy ripples it emitted were at least several times stronger than when Saintly and the others forcibly activated it. The Grand Sovereign Seal was the sacred weapon of the Supreme Grand Emperor in ancient times. It was a supreme treasure that had derived a weapon soul. When it was threatened, it could automatically activate its supreme power. The void of the world was too fragile in front of the Grand Sovereign Seal. The barrier of the world was shattering. Wherever the Grand Sovereign Seal passed, the void turned into nothingness. All tangible and intangible things were completely destroyed. Boom! It was as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. The towering demonic stone dragon collided violently with the Grand Sovereign Seal. In that instant, the heavens and the earth lost all sound and became silent. This period of complete silence was very short. It only lasted for a split second. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread in all directions. Under the violent waves of energy, the earth and the sky crumbled and turned into nothingness. Saintly and the others vomited blood and were sent flying. The dazzling stones that the old tortoise had set up were also destroyed. In the great hall of the Divine Palace, the scene that was projected by the flickering light and shadow dazzling technique also disappeared. The old tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others were extremely shocked. They were speechless for a long time. They could no longer see the earth-shattering scene that was thousands of miles away. It was as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing and the world was sinking. The Grand Sovereign Seal collided head-on with the demonic stone dragon. What would the result be? Would the Grand Sovereign Seal suppress the demonic stone dragon, or would the demonic stone dragon suppress the Grand Sovereign Seal? Everyone in the Great Hall wanted to know the answer. When the old tortoise saw the Grand Sovereign Seal appear in the Naraka realm, he could no longer sit still. He wanted to walk out of his inner world to see the outcome of the battle, but in the end, he resisted the urge. No matter how much he wanted to retrieve the demon clan's holy weapon, he did not want to take the risk at this time. The demonic stone dragon was as powerful as a mighty being. Even Saint Lee and the others were no match for it. If the Grand Sovereign Seal failed to suppress the demonic stone dragon, it would be difficult for the old tortoise to escape if the demonic stone dragon targeted him. An existence of this level could break the barrier of the world with a raise of its hand. Even if the demonic stone dragon hid in the inner world, it could still find the location of the inner world based on the fluctuations of the inner world, shatter the void, and directly enter the inner world. Gu Fei and He Tian returned to their guest room and cultivated. 10 days later, the old tortoise finally could not stand it anymore. He looked for Gu Fei and He Tian, then opened up his inner world and brought Gu Fei and He Tian out of his inner world. The three-clawed green dragon Shao Qing and the Qilin demon king were both in seclusion. From the old tortoise, Gu Fei learned that Shao Qing and the Qilin demon king seemed to be at a critical juncture of breaking through the shackles of their cultivation. Gu Fei did not see them in the old tortoise's inner world. When they walked out of the inner world, Gu Fei and the others were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. The ground was covered with huge cracks that were so deep that they could not see the bottom. It was like a bottomless abyss, and there were traces of demonic qi leaking out of it. Some places with a radius of dozens of miles had sunk into bottomless pits, like sinkholes. There was still demonic qi lingering in them and had not dissipated. The ground was sinking and cracking, the mountains were collapsing, and the earth was shattered. Above the sky and in the void, there were still black holes that emitted extremely chaotic auras. Those were the shattered spaces that had yet to be repaired. After the void was shattered, it would repair itself under the effect of the power of heaven and earth. The holes and cracks formed by the shattered void would not exist forever. Of course, unless someone fixed the shattered void with supreme divine power, then the cracks and holes in the void would not disappear. What on earth happened? Gu Fei was shocked. What he saw was simply a broken world. He could not see the end of it at a glance, and it was a terrifying scene after the great destruction. The residual demonic qi between heaven and earth were still difficult to dissipate, and the shattered void had not been completely repaired. One could imagine how terrifying this battle was. "We have to find Saint Lee to know what happened," the old tortoise said in a low voice. There was no doubt that everything in front of them was the result of the battle between the Tai Sovereign Seal and the demonic stone dragon. "Yes, find Saint Lee." Gu Fei nodded. Then, the old tortoise brought Gu Fei and He Tian across the void and headed toward the place where Saint Lee was cultivating. Every time the old tortoise crossed the void, he could travel hundreds of miles in an instant. He had not recovered to his peak state, and he was not even a mighty being. He was only stronger than the emperor, realm cultivators in this world. If a mighty being were to use the void traversal technique, he could appear thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. This was the true supreme power of void traversal. The area where the Black Dragon Mountain was located was thousands of miles away from the spiritual land where Saint Lee was cultivating. The old tortoise crossed the void dozens of times before he arrived near the spiritual land. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were very careful. They did not rush toward the place directly, but instead hid and watched from afar. However, they were once again stunned by the scene before their eyes. The spiritual land had been completely destroyed, and it had turned into a demonic land that was enshrouded in demonic aura. There wasn't a shred of spiritual aura, and there wasn't the slightest sign of life. The ball of light that was like a small sun in the sky above the spiritual land had also disappeared. What happened? Saint Lee's cultivation place had been destroyed. Could it be the doing of the demonic stone dragon? If that was the case, did the Tai Sovereign Seal fail to suppress the demonic stone dragon? This was troublesome. Roar. A low roar came from the depths of the area surrounded by demonic energy. They could vaguely see the silhouette of a dragon as large as a mountain in the rolling demonic energy. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian quickly retreated. Chapter 554. The Shin clan seemed to be in big trouble. Even Saint Lee's place of seclusion was destroyed. The spiritual land that was originally filled with spiritual energy was now filled with demonic aura. It had turned into a demonic domain where countless demonic creatures of the dead wandered. In the middle of the spiritual land, above the lake formed by the spiritual spring, a stone dragon head as large as a mountain emerged from the demonic clouds. It opened its mouth wide and continuously swallowed the spiritual energy from the heavenly spring below. The spiritual energy from the heavenly spring of life was being forcibly sucked away. The endless life essence caused the stone dragon head to change. Under the stone scales, there seemed to be blood flowing. The stone body was actually showing signs of turning into flesh and blood. Goofy and Old Tortoise did not notice the changes happening to the demonic stone dragon because they did not dare to go near that domain. If they were discovered by a terrifying existence like the demonic stone dragon, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, Old Tortoise and Goofy did not dare to stay any longer and retreated decisively. What should we do? Goofy and the others stopped after they were thousands of miles away from the demonic domain. Goofy asked Old Tortoise. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. Saintly and the others were no match for the demonic stone dragon, let alone them. No one expected that after the Black Dragon Mountain merged with the dragon's soul essence that rushed out from the Een vein of the earth, such a terrifying demonic stone dragon would emerge from the Black Dragon Mountain. What else can we do? We have to find the Shin clan and figure out the situation before we know what to do. Old Tortoise said in a deep voice. The current situation was out of their control. That's the only way. Goofy nodded helplessly. Little Hay, lead the way. We'll go to the city of divine kings first. Old Tortoise said to Hay Tian. He knew that Hay Tian was very familiar with the situation in the depths of the world of death. After all, Hay Tian had come out from this place. Got it. Hay Tian did not say much. He immediately led Old Tortoise and Goofy to determine the direction and headed to the city of divine kings. In this gloomy world of death, dark clouds and underworld fog covered the sky. There were no stars, no sun, and no moon. It was very difficult to tell the direction while walking in this world. Goofy and Old Tortoise had been in this world for some time, but they still did not know how to identify directions in this world. As far as the eye could see, the world looked the same. The sky was gloomy, the earth was shrouded in Een Chi, and the netherworld fog rose. Fortunately, with Hay Tian as a guide, Goofy and Old Tortoise would not get lost. About 2 hours later, Hay Tian brought Goofy and Old Tortoise to the vicinity of the city of divine kings. How could this be? Goofy and the others stood on a small hill and gazed at the city of divine kings. They were shocked to find that the huge city had been reduced to ruins. The city of divine kings was destroyed. The supreme legend of the divine race had been broken. Someone had destroyed the city of divine kings that was controlled by Saintly. This was a challenge to the divine race. There was no trace of any undead creatures around the city of divine kings. Even Old Tortoise did not sense any soul or energy fluctuations in the ruins in front of them. The ruins in front of them were a place of absolute silence. It seems that the powerful races in the world of death are going to attack the divine race. This situation has only happened once since ancient times. This will be the second time. The soul fire in Hay Tian's skull pulsed violently. He seemed to have thought of something terrible. What's going on? Speak clearly. Goofy could not help but frown. Old Tortoise also looked at Hay Tian at this time. He also wanted to know what earth-shattering things had happened in this world of death. That bastard Buddhist lord actually left behind such a chaotic world. It was outrageous. Old Tortoise cursed in his heart. It was probably impossible for him to refine this world. There was once an undead creature that succeeded in regenerating its flesh and blood. It killed its way into the depths of this world and fought endlessly with the divine race. That battle almost destroyed the origin of this world and almost destroyed it. The divine race paid a heavy price to kill that terrifying existence. It was also at that time that the only surviving ancestor of the divine race began to fall into a deep sleep. Erebus told them about the crisis and turmoil that had taken place in the world of death, which had swept through the entire world. That demonic stone dragon has yet to reach the stage of regenerating its flesh and blood. Goofy said after listening to Old Tortoise. That demonic stone dragon is not far from regenerating its flesh and blood. Its strength is comparable to a terrifying existence that can regenerate its flesh and blood, He Tian said. He seemed to know a lot of secrets. Let's go and take a look at the second giant city controlled by the divine race. Old Tortoise seemed to be a little anxious to find the divine race. He then rose from the short mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian also rose into the sky. He Tian led the way while Gu Fei and Old Tortoise followed behind. Soon, they disappeared into the dusky sky. Supreme City was a giant city that was no smaller than the city of divine kings. However, at this moment, Supreme City was filled with flames and demonic aura. Countless demonic creatures swarmed in from all directions and besieged the giant city. The undead creatures that were loyal to the divine race were fighting against the terrifying demonic creatures that had already rushed into the giant city. There were no cries or roars, only collisions and fluctuations of energy. Boom! A pavilion suddenly exploded, and two figures rushed out from the scattered bricks and tiles. Destroy! A powerful soul force surged out from the skull of an undead creature. The undead creature's eye sockets suddenly emitted two dazzling soul lights that pierced towards its opponent. The soul lights converged into a light of destruction that pierced through the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. The broken bricks and tiles that were swept by the divine light turned into nothingness and disappeared without leaving behind even a speck of dust. Swish! The terrifying demonic creature that was facing the undead creature stretched out its claws and grabbed towards the undead creature. It simply ignored the two divine lights of destruction that pierced through it. This demonic creature was in the shape of a spider. Because it had been demonized, its bones had become jet black and sparkling, just like the bones of a demon. It contained a ruthless demonic power. Its 6 claws were like 6 bone spears that pierced towards the skull of the undead creature. On the bone spears, there was a black light that was condensed from demonic power. Puff! Puff! The divine lights of destruction that were emitted from the undead creature's eye sockets directly pierced through the bones of the terrifying demonic creature, almost shattering half of its body. However, the demonic creature was still extremely fierce. The 6 bone spears were still piercing towards the skull of the undead creature, issuing chi. 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 The undead creature flew back, wanting to dodge. At this time, a huge pitch-black hand with boundless demonic aura descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The undead creature was directly smashed to the ground. After the pitch-black hand dissipated, a huge palm print that was 5 to 6 meters deep appeared on the ground. Some broken bones could be vaguely seen in the palm print. Just like that, a powerful undead creature was annihilated in an instant. In the distant pavilion, there was a figure shrouded in demonic aura. His blood-red eyes pierced through the demonic aura and swept across all directions. Once he discovered a powerful resistance, he would immediately exterminate them. One after another, pitch-black hands continued to condense in the sky above the city, emitting terrifying demonic fluctuations as they bombarded down. Every time a demonic hand fell from the sky, it would kill a powerful resistance. This demonic figure was like a demon god, harvesting the souls of the city's defenders who were loyal to the divine race. The gates of the city had long been opened. Countless demonic creatures rushed into the city like a tide, fiercely fighting against the city's defenders. Undead creatures that were guarding the city were constantly submerged and torn apart by the incoming demonic creatures. These demonic creatures didn't seem to have any intelligence. They only knew how to destroy and destroy. The houses in the city were constantly being destroyed by the demonic creatures, causing dust to fly everywhere. The undead creatures guarding the city were retreating in defeat. They weren't a match for the demonic creatures at all. The divine race didn't appear at all. It seemed that the divine race had already given up on the city. Suddenly, the demonic figure standing on the tallest pavilion in the city seemed to have sensed something. His blood-red eyes pierced through the void and swept towards the sky outside the city. Then, the pavilion under the demonic figure's feet instantly exploded. He soared into the sky, turned into a wisp of demonic aura, and rushed out of the city in an instant. Boom! Endless demonic aura suddenly erupted. A huge black hand quickly condensed from the void and blasted towards the sky. The terrifying demonic hand instantly shrouded the entire world. The terrifying demonic power was vast and mighty. The energy fluctuations that surged from the demonic hand shook the entire sky. Cracks appeared in the void. Swoosh! 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them quickly retreated, while a middle-aged man in a purple robe remained unmoving like a mountain. He also stretched out his palm and pressed forward. Bang! The space in front of the middle-aged man trembled violently. After that, the palm of the middle-aged man emitted a dazzling purple divine light, illuminating the entire space. An endless amount of demonic energy gushed out, welcoming the pitch-black demonic hand. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided with each other. The middle-aged man and the demonic figure were sent flying back at the same time. The vast and mighty force shattered the void, and the remaining power swept down, causing the earth to tremble. You are not a member of the god race. The demonic figure stopped retreating and said in surprise. His blood-red eyes penetrated the demonic aura and swept over the middle-aged man. Old Tortoise, how is it? Can you kill that demon? Gu Fei, who had retreated to the distance, transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. The 3 people who had been hiding in the void but were discovered by the demonic shadow and forced out of the void were Gu Fei and the others. It's a bit tricky. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice. It seems that there is only one expert of the demons nearby. Hei Tian's skull transmitted such a soul fluctuation. Kill. If necessary, I will lend you a hand. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. All right. Old Tortoise pressed forward. The demonic aura on his body soared to the sky. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The void around him was shaken by the mighty power emitted from his body. Water-like spatial ripples appeared. Even if you are not a god race, you must die. The demonic figure also had the intention to kill. A monstrous evil spirit emanated from the illusory figure. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. The 2 experts pressed forward together, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 555. Boom! The Old Tortoise's body suddenly emitted a brilliant purple divine light, illuminating the dark world and dispersing the dark clouds and mist between heaven and earth. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and terrifying energy fluctuations shook the world. Chaotic sun and moon. With a loud shout, the Old Tortoise's hands danced. His right hand seemed to be holding a sun, while his left hand seemed to be holding a bright moon. He pressed them against the demonic figure in front of him. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, emitting a terrifying power that could turn the world upside down. Rumble, it was as if a sun and a bright moon had really descended. The vast and terrifying power crushed the world, dispelled the monstrous demonic aura, and destroyed everything. The Old Tortoise's strength had been restored to a level comparable to that of a mighty figure. His first move was a matchless killing move. He did not want to be entangled with this ferocious demon and wanted to kill it in the shortest time possible. Demonic Dragon Flurry. The demonic figure roared, and a dozen surging demonic auras suddenly emerged from his body. In an instant, they condensed into a dozen black demonic dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They crazily devoured the sun and moon in front of them. Boom! 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 The sun and moon, in the Old Tortoise's hands, collided with the dozen demonic dragons in an instant, causing an earth-shattering noise. The demonic dragons were crushed by the power of the sun and moon, and exploded one after another. However, the bright brilliance of the sun and moon, in the Old Tortoise's hands also dimmed. After the dozen demonic dragons exploded, the sun and moon phenomenon in the Old Tortoise's hands dimmed to the point that it almost disappeared. The 2 extremely powerful forces actually cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. The mighty residual power caused cracks to appear in the void. Their strength seems to be on par. In the distant sky, Gu Fei could not help but feel uneasy when he saw this scene. Under such circumstances, he did not want to be entangled with the other party. Supreme City in the distance had been completely occupied by demonic creatures. Demonic creatures continued to gather towards Supreme City from all directions, filling every corner of the giant city. Sounds of buildings collapsing could be heard coming from the city. Dust and smoke billowed in the air as the monsters wantonly destroyed everything in the city. Gu Fei and Hei Tian watched this scene coldly. They did not make a move. There were simply too many monsters, so many that Gu Fei felt his scalp go numb. Supreme City was finished. It wouldn't be long before the entire city would be completely destroyed by the countless demonic creatures and become a wasteland. Gu Fei finally knew how the city of God Kings was destroyed. Swoosh! The old tortoise soared into the sky and pressed down on the demonic shadow below. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, the demonic figure fell to the ground. Roar! The demonic shadow roared again and again as a monstrous demonic aura surged out from his body. A terrifying demonic aura filled the space between the heavens and earth. Before the demonic shadow landed on the ground, he stopped his descent. Vast waves of power emanated from the demonic shadow. Amidst the surging demonic aura, 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow clearly appeared, as if a great ancient demon had descended. Go to hell! The demon hidden in the demonic aura roared. Then, the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow moved. A fist the size of a small mountain directly smashed toward the old tortoise. Although it was only a demonic shadow, the power of the punch was so great that the old tortoise's expression changed. Wherever the giant fist passed, the void collapsed and the world shook. Endless demonic power surged out from the giant fist and directly shattered the void. Like a primordial demonic mountain, it smashed toward the old tortoise. Humph! The old tortoise sneered. A stone tortoise shell appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He then directly smashed the stone tortoise shell forward. After the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, it rapidly expanded. There was no brilliance, nor did it emit any mighty fluctuations of power. It was completely like an ordinary stone tortoise shell that could change size at will. However, when the stone tortoise shell collided with the fist of the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, the fist that contained unparalleled demonic power actually exploded with a bang. Moreover, the momentum of the stone tortoise shell did not decrease. After smashing the giant fist, it directly smashed into the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow and actually caused it to dissipate. The stone tortoise shell had a great origin. It was the mystic tortoise divine armor. According to legend, the mystic tortoise was the first tortoise born at the beginning of the world. It was the ancestor of all tortoises. Although the mystic tortoise divine armor was simple and unadorned, it was said to be able to smash anything. The 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow was smashed by the mystic tortoise divine armor, and the demon hidden in the surging demonic aura also suffered a great impact. Demonic blood dripped from the demonic clouds. Just as old tortoise was about to retract the mystic tortoise divine armor, a ball of black light that looked like a black sun broke through the layers of demonic aura and flew towards the stone tortoise shell. That ball of demonic light was extremely fast. Bam! It ruthlessly smashed into the stone tortoise shell. The terrifying demonic power shook the stone tortoise shell and caused it to vibrate. It was a devil bead that emitted a faint black light. It contained great demonic power and emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. The stone tortoise shell was almost smashed away. Old tortoise had a stone tortoise shell, and the demon also had a precious demonic treasure. Old tortoise hurriedly waved his hand and the mystic tortoise divine armor immediately flew into his hand. The devil bead, under the control of the demon, emitted a bright demonic light and flew towards old tortoise. It was like a black sun colliding with old tortoise. The terrifying power caused heaven and earth to tremble. Just as the devil bead smashed in front of old tortoise, swoosh! A tall figure directly walked out of the void in front of old tortoise without warning. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and after that person walked out of the void, he swung his rod at the demonic bead that was flying towards him. A terrifying aura that could dominate the world erupted from that figure, and the aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely revealed. Boom! A loud sound was heard and the entire world trembled as if it was about to collapse. The black rod directly swept the devil bead. The extremely domineering power directly smashed it away. The corpse general avatar was an indestructible martial body that contained great martial power. Coupled with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in its hand, it could be said to be invincible. After smashing the demonic bead, the corpse general doppelganger swung its staff at the demonic aura in front of it. The boundless demonic aura instantly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. The figure of the demon appeared in front of everyone, revealing its true appearance. It was a skinny guy who looked like a mummy. His eyes were bloodshot and sunken into his eye sockets. His skin was tightly attached to his bones, and there seemed to be no flesh at all. It was as if he was a skeleton wearing human skin. This was a devil corpse. Two experts that were comparable to Almighties? Seeing that the situation was not good, the devil corpse immediately wanted to retreat. He definitely had no chance of winning against the two of them alone. Moreover, the two of them had great treasures that he was afraid of. Old Tortoise and the corpse general avatar closed in on the devil corpse. This was equivalent to two old tortoises fighting the devil corpse. In a battle of the same level, Old Tortoise could be said to be invincible. The devil corpse recalled the devil bead that was smashed away by the corpse general avatar. After that, he did not attack Old Tortoise or the corpse general avatar. Instead, he immediately turned around and fled. Chapter 556. No one had expected that the terrifying demonic zombie, which was as powerful as an almighty, would actually escape. Everyone was greatly surprised. The demonic zombie turned into a streak of black light and instantly disappeared into the dusky world. It was so fast that even the old tortoise could not stop it in time. The old tortoise did not chase after it. He did not want to be entangled with it in the first place. He opened his inner world and stored the corpse general avatar inside before flying towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Humph. That demonic brat is so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. The old tortoise said disdainfully. Could that guy have gone to look for help? Erebus said, feeling a little uneasy. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Gu Fei said in a low voice as he glanced at the countless demonic creatures that almost filled the entire city below. This was simply an army of demonic creatures. They were like locusts that destroyed everything in their path. The giant city was collapsing. From time to time, the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard, and smoke and dust billowed. With so many demonic creatures gathered together, the entire area was filled with demonic aura. If countless demonic creatures were to swarm them all at once, even those super experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm would be shocked. Black Brat, lead the way. Let's go. The old tortoise knew that the terrifying demonic zombie was definitely not the only powerful demonic creature. If the demonic zombie really found help, it would be difficult for them to escape. He Tian nodded. He did not hesitate. After determining the direction, he led Gu Fei and the old tortoise into the distant sky on a yin-yang escape light that resembled a divine rainbow. Soon, the escape light of Gu Fei and the others disappeared under the dusky sky. As soon as Gu Fei and the others left, a few terrifying and powerful evil auras appeared in the direction that the demon corpse had escaped to. Then, a torrential demonic aura surged towards Sovereign City in an earth-shattering manner. The violent and evil demonic auras spread between heaven and earth. Even the countless demonic creatures that were wreaking havoc in Supreme City were trembling in fear. In just an instant, the surging demonic clouds from afar shrouded the entire area. The area seemed to have instantly turned into a demonic domain. One could not even see their own fingers in front of them. It was completely plunged into darkness. A few rays of blood-colored demonic light flickered in the demonic clouds. Those were the demonic eyes that shot out evil light that swept across the sky and earth. Roar! A demonic howl sounded from within the demonic clouds. The terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth. The supreme demonic aura emanated from the demonic clouds. All the demonic creatures on the ground knelt on the ground in fear, as if they were worshipping a supreme monarch, terrified beyond words. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were already thousands of miles away. Old Tortoise had also erased their auras along the way, so the terrifying demon in the demonic cloud did not discover anything. Under He Tian's lead, they arrived at the third giant city controlled by the celestial race, Shinjiao City. It was a giant city that was shrouded in divine light. The sky above the giant city was not dark because a seven-colored divine pearl was floating above the city. The pearl emitted a dazzling seven-colored divine light. When the divine light shone down, the entire giant city was bathed in the seven-colored divine light, making it look like a dream. It was obvious that someone had used a great divine power to fix a divine pearl high up in the sky, dispelling the endless darkness. It also dispelled the Yin Qi and underworld fog in the giant city. At this time, Shinjiao City was not attacked by demonic creatures. There were still many undead creatures coming in and out of the city. However, the atmosphere in the city was rather tense, as if a storm was brewing. We finally found a city with people. Ah. No, it should be a giant city with undead creatures. He Tian said. The birth of the demonic stone dragon had stirred up the world of death. The power of the demonic path increased greatly and they launched an attack on the celestial race. The entire world of death was in chaos. Shinjiao City was lucky that it had not been attacked by demonic creatures. However, the situation was still unclear and it was hard to predict what would happen in the city. Enter the city. Old Tortoise flew towards the giant city. Gu Fei and He Tian quickly followed. The seven-colored divine pearl floating above the giant city emitted a faint divine light. It was as if there was a seven-colored immortal cloud shrouding the sky above the giant city. The divine light shone like a dream. Shinjiao City was indeed worthy of its name. When they got closer, Gu Fei noticed that the undead creatures that were bathed in the seven-colored divine light did not seem to feel any discomfort. The seven-colored divine light did not cause any harm to the undead creatures. Gu Fei and the others wanted to fly directly into the city. However, when they were close to the giant city, two figures suddenly rushed out of the city. To be precise, they were two skeletal undead creatures. The undead at the front had purple divine bones that were sparkling and translucent. Rays of light flowed on the surface of the divine bones, and a powerful soul force surged within them. The other undead creature had a blood-colored skeleton. It looked like a blood-colored agate. Its skeleton was shrouded in a layer of bloody light like a bloody mist. Halt! The purple undead creature's skull emitted a soul fluctuation and stopped Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. A monarch stage undead creature? Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the two undead creatures. He could sense a powerful energy fluctuation from the skeletal bodies of the two undead creatures. Humph. The old tortoise sneered and suddenly released the powerful aura of a quasi-almighty. In an instant, it was as if an ancient demon venerable had descended. The whole world trembled violently under its terrifying coercion. The emperor of the two undead creatures in front of him was sent flying thousands of meters away as if he had been smashed by a 500-kilogram hammer. Kacha! 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 Cracks appeared on the skeletal bodies of the two emperors of the undead clan. Those were the divine bones of emperors. They were as hard as divine iron. Even divine weapons might not be able to cause any threat to such skeletal bodies. You're not from the divine race. You'd better not intervene in the matters between us and the divine race. The emperor of the undead clan, whose skeletal body was like coral and agate, said in a deep voice. The two undead creatures were, after all, Emperor Realm experts. Although they were shocked by Old Tortoise's strength, they did not back down. Emperor Realm experts were already the strongest existences in the outer regions of the world of death. The Emperor Realm experts in the inner regions of the world of death seemed to have an additional skill compared to the Emperor Realm experts in the outer regions of the world of death. That was the ability to distinguish the aura of outsiders. These Emperor Realm experts who lived in the depths of the world of death had obtained the inheritance of their respective races. They knew many secrets of the world of death and possessed a certain ability to distinguish the unique imprints of this world. What's going on? Isn't this a huge city controlled by the divine race? Old Tortoise said coldly. He stared coldly at the two emperors of the undead clan. A murderous aura spread from his body without any concealment. Xinjiao City has been taken over by our race. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. The emperor with the blood-red skeletal body said sternly. The soul fire in his skull was pulsating violently. The soul fire in the skull of the emperor realm expert of the undead clan was as bright as the sun. It was hard to look at it directly. The intensity of the soul wave was like a vast ocean. However, everyone present was an expert among experts. Although the two Emperor Realm experts of the undead clan were extremely powerful and could move unhindered in the world of death, to Gu Fei and the rest, these two emperors were nothing. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, these two emperors were nothing. Gu Fei had once used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the Azura Emperor of the Blood Fiend Azura clan to death. The Shura sovereign was much stronger than the two sovereigns of the undead clan. Xinjiao City has fallen into the hands of the undead clan? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. It seemed that Xinjiao City was not spared either. It seemed that there would no longer be anyone from the divine race in the city. The words of the two emperors of the undead clan were very rude. Old Tortoise could not help but be angry because he had missed his target again. You're courting death. Old Tortoise said coldly. His murderous aura surged all over his body. He took a step forward like an ancient deity strolling. The entire void shook under his feet. With just one step, Old Tortoise arrived in front of the two emperors of the undead clan in an instant. The two emperors of the undead clan were instantly scared out of their wits. The other party was too powerful. They wanted to retreat, but they were horrified to find that the entire void was imprisoned by a great force. They could not move their skeletal bodies at all. Killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. Old Tortoise said as he slowly raised his right hand. Purple divine light shone from his palm, as if it was carved out of purple gold divine jade. It emitted a mighty destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. The two emperors of the undead clan were in despair. The other party was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. They could not fight back at all and were about to be killed by the other party. Please show mercy. Just as Old Tortoise was about to kill the two emperors of the undead clan, a faintly discernible soul fluctuation suddenly came from the huge city below. At this moment, the movement in the sky outside the city had already been detected by the undead clan in the city. Many powerful undead creatures had gathered outside the city and were watching from afar. Huh! Old Tortoise stopped the moment he sensed the soul fluctuation. The purple divine light in his hand was still flickering. Why did Old Tortoise stop? Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, asked in confusion. He did not sense the soul fluctuation coming from the huge city. Something seemed strange. He Tian transmitted his voice. He seemed to have sensed a trace of a strange fluctuation. It was hard to capture, but it really existed. Foreign guests, can you forgive their rudeness? At this moment, Old Tortoise captured the soul fluctuation again. It was illusory, elusive, and difficult to identify where it came from. Who are you? Old Tortoise was very surprised. He spread his divine consciousness in all directions and instantly enveloped a part of the world. He knew that there were experts of the same level as him in Xinjiao City. Chapter 557. The wisp of soul fluctuation coming from the city was very ethereal, and it was difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Old Tortoise couldn't help but shiver. The other party's cultivation and strength were definitely not below his own. Old Tortoise noticed that Gu Fei and He Tian were looking at him in confusion. What's going on? Don't they know what's going on? Old Tortoise was even more shocked. It seemed that he was the only one who had captured the wisp of soul fluctuation. This was intentional. Outrageous. Old Tortoise cursed inwardly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two undead emperors flying thousands of meters away. He had some misgivings, so he didn't kill them. The two emperors of the undead clan were overjoyed that they had escaped death. The spirit fires in their skulls throbbed violently. Humph, I know you're in the city. I didn't kill them not because I'm afraid of you. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice. He knew that the other party could definitely hear his transmission. "Thank you. Can you come down for a while?" The wisp of soul fluctuation was no longer ethereal or hidden. It came directly from the palace in the center of the city. Old Tortoise immediately captured the location of the soul fluctuation and said to Gu Fei and He Tian, "Wait for me here." With that, Old Tortoise disappeared into the void in an instant. The next moment, he had already rushed into the city and appeared above the palace in the center of the city. It was a palace bathed in rainbow divine light, like the residence of an emperor in the human world. It was dazzlingly illuminated by the rainbow divine light. Old Tortoise stood in the void above the palace, allowing the rainbow divine light to fall on him. At that moment, his entire state of mind became extremely calm, without any ripples. This kind of divine light. Old Tortoise was very surprised. The Lord of Xinjiao City was really generous. He had actually placed a divine bead that could calm a cultivator's mind in the sky above the city. The divine light emitted by this divine bead could actually affect Old Tortoise's state of mind. If he carried this bead with him, his cultivation would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. He wouldn't have to worry about being possessed by the devil. The Old Tortoise looked up at the colorful divine pearl in the sky, then rushed into the hall below. "What's going on?" "That soul fluctuation just now." That soul fluctuation was no longer concealed. Gu Fei had also sensed that soul fluctuation. "There seems to be a big shot in the city," He Tian said calmly. "What?" Gu Fei exclaimed. He immediately realized that the reason why Old Tortoise didn't kill the two emperors of the undead clan just now should be because of that big shot. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the giant city ahead. After Old Tortoise rushed into the city, he did not directly fight with the big shot. "Something's not right," Gu Fei murmured. Celestial Reflection City had been taken over by the undead clan, and it was very likely that the four great undead clans had joined forces to attack the Celestial clan. The Celestial clan seemed to be in big trouble and had no choice but to give up on Celestial Reflection City. One should know that a god race expert who could control a giant city was probably a terrifying existence like Saintly. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the undead clan expert was to be able to force the city lord of Xinjiao City to leave. The current situation was very unfavorable for Gu Fei and He Tian. The powerful undead creatures in the city were converging towards them. More than a dozen realm undead kings rushed out of the giant city one after another. These undead kings vaguely formed an encirclement around Gu Fei and He Tian. The emperors of the undead clan with purple and red bone bodies were also glaring covetously at Gu Fei and He Tian from afar. They were very unfriendly. Swish! A white skeleton suddenly rushed out of Xinjiao City and stood opposite Gu Fei and He Tian. The soul fire in its eye sockets directly emitted two rays of cold light, sweeping towards Gu Fei and He Tian. This was a very ordinary skeleton. The soul fluctuation in the skull was not strong, and there seemed to be no power flowing on the skeleton. Unlike the purple and blood-colored skeletons, this white skeleton's bone body seemed to be an ordinary bone body. There was nothing special about it. It was like the skeleton left behind by a dead person. However, it was such a skeleton that made Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. An ordinary skeleton made Gu Fei feel a trace of uneasiness. Although this white skeleton was ordinary, its strength was comparable to the Azura Emperor of the blood-evil Azura clan that he refined with the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei quickly made a judgment about the strength of the white skeleton in front of him. To be able to refine the Azura Emperor to death, Gu Fei could be said to have hit the jackpot. If he were to do it again, the Azura Emperor would definitely not let him be easily absorbed into the mountain and river cauldron. How unexpected, how unbelievable. The white skeleton seemed to be very interested in Gu Fei. Without any disguise, it directly probed Gu Fei with its soul power. This white skeleton did not emit any killing intent. It did not seem to have any evil intentions. It was only very curious about Gu Fei, and completely ignored He Tian who was standing beside Gu Fei. "You really came from the outside world?" The white skeleton thought for a long time before asking Gu Fei. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown, then said, "Is this very strange?" He did not know why the white skeleton would ask such a question. Not strange, but very strange. The white skeleton said. Why do you say that? Gu Fei asked. Because in this world, there has never been an outsider like you, the white skeleton said. The white skeleton said. It seemed to be very excited. The soul fire in its skull was constantly throbbing. If there is no outsider, then how do you know about the existence of another world? Gu Fei asked. He was very curious. It seemed that the powerful creatures of death in the depths of the hell realm knew that this world was like a cage of heaven and earth, and that countless creatures of death were trapped in this side of the world. The white skeleton said, I said that there has never been an outsider like you, but I did not say that there are no outsiders. A long, long time ago, there were many souls that constantly entered this world from the outside. After hearing this, Gu Fei immediately understood. The hell realm was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it was the place where the souls of those who died and died returned to. The outsiders of this world were the souls of all living beings. However, according to the white skeleton, for some unknown reason, the souls of those who died and died no longer entered this world of death a long, long time ago. However, because of the passage of time, the various things about the outside world had become unverifiable legends. Chapter 558. The Buddhist Lord had refined the Naraka Tao so that after death, the souls would have a home to return to, so that they could be reincarnated and grow endlessly. However, the Naraka Tao was just a finished product. Even calling it a finished product was a bit of a stretch. As a result, not only could the various undead creatures that entered the Naraka Tao not reincarnate, but they also did not have any restrictions. This had led to the current extremely chaotic situation. Moreover, there seemed to be all kinds of unknown secrets in the Naraka Tao. The appearance of the true Devil's Bone and the so-called Devil's Sealing Land could only be described with one word, and that was, chaotic. The super creatures that stood at the peak of the Naraka Tao knew that this world of death was just a cage. There was no so-called reincarnation in this world. Heaven and earth were used as a cage to trap countless undead creatures in this world of death. Perhaps even the ancient Buddhist Lord had not thought that the Naraka Tao that he had refined would be like this. Countless years had passed. There was once a Supreme Almighty who had been reborn from flesh and blood. He had led countless undead creatures to attack the source of this world. As a result, that Supreme Almighty had fallen. He had not found a way to break this cage of heaven and earth, so he could not lead the undead creatures of this world to kill their way out of this world. Although the divine race regarded themselves as the controller and manager of this death reign and walked in the death reign with a supreme attitude, in fact, the divine race was the same as countless undead creatures. They were all trapped in this side of the world. During the conversation with the white skeleton, Gu Fei learned a lot. The death reign was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The powerful creatures that stood at the peak of this world were not as ignorant as the ordinary undead creatures. They were not willing to be trapped in this death reign. Old Black, I didn't expect you to succeed. Congratulations. Suddenly, the white skeleton said to He Tian, who had been left to the side. Gu Fei looked at He Tian suspiciously, and then said to the white skeleton, Do you know each other? Not only do we know each other, we used to be the black and white double evils of the undead clan, but it seems that this name is no longer suitable. The white skeleton sized up He Tian from head to toe as the soul fire in its eye sockets throbbed. Right now, half of He Tian's bone was as black as a black divine jade, sparkling and translucent, while the other half was as white as a sheep-fat white jade, shrouded in a faint multicolored light. Yin and Yang Qi were circulating around the entire bone, instead of the death Qi. Humph. I thought you didn't recognize me? Old Tortoise was very unhappy. Hee hee. Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize you. The white skeleton said, How have you been lately? That sounds pretty good. The experts of the undead clan pursued to purify their souls and wash away the endless aura of death on their bones. The next step was the legendary rebirth of flesh and blood. The undead creature that succeeded in the rebirth of flesh and blood and metamorphosed to the most powerful state was from the undead clan. You're doing pretty well yourself. The aura of death in your soul and bones has almost been refined by you. You're not far from completely purifying your soul and bones. He Tian nodded. He could already tell that the white skeleton was also on the path of perfect transformation. Just as He Tian and the white skeleton were conversing, a figure suddenly rushed out of the palace in the giant city. In an instant, the figure came to Gu Fei's side. Let's go. The person glanced at the white skeleton and said to Gu Fei and He Tian. He was the old tortoise who had entered Xinjiao City. What happened? Where are we going? Gu Fei asked. He was very curious about who the old tortoise had met in the city and why he was in such a hurry to leave. Let's talk on the way. The old tortoise said and immediately flew into the sky. We'll meet again someday. Gu Fei cupped his hands at the white skeleton and used the 8 desolation steps to chase after the old tortoise. Oh, bye, I'm leaving too. He Tian stepped forward and patted the white skeleton's shoulder. He then turned around and chased after Gu Fei. The white skeleton did not stop He Tian from leaving. Instead, it transmitted its voice to He Tian and said, "You and I have just met. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? That kid is my boss. I have to go." He Tian's transmission came from afar and was caught by the white skeleton. At that moment, He Tian's figure had already disappeared under the dusky sky. What? After receiving He Tian's transmission, the white skeleton was taken aback. The soul fire in its skull jumped violently. That young man has subdued He Tian? How is that possible? That guy is a devil incarnate. Far away from Xinjiao City, the old tortoise landed on a mountain peak. Gu Fei and He Tian also landed on the mountain peak. What happened? After catching up, Gu Fei immediately asked. There's a powerful old man in the city. The old tortoise did not intend to hide it. He directly told them what happened after entering the city. It turned out that there was a terrifying expert from the undead clan in Xinjiao City. According to the old tortoise, the expert from the undead clan was probably more powerful than him. The old tortoise and the expert from the undead clan reached some kind of agreement and handed over something that the old tortoise desperately needed. After speaking, the old tortoise took out the item. It was a jade slip that was more than 10 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide. The old tortoise handed the jade slip to Gu Fei. After receiving the jade slip, Gu Fei actually sensed the fluctuation of Tao law. In the world of death, only the people from the divine clan could cultivate the immortal Tao divine technique. Gu Fei did not say much. The flame brand between his eyebrows immediately appeared. A mighty divine sense spread out and probed the jade slip in his hand. After the divine sense entered the jade slip, Gu Fei's expression changed quickly. His face gradually revealed an expression of disbelief. However, the old tortoise stood calmly beside Gu Fei. After a full hour, the mountain peak was very quiet. No one spoke. He Tian stood obediently behind Gu Fei. He did not use his soul power to peek at the jade slip in Gu Fei's hand. The mountain wind whistled and the dark clouds surged. After a long time, Gu Fei closed his eyes and the flame-shaped soul brand between his eyebrows gradually disappeared under his skin. Then, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold lightning like divine light shot out from his eyes and swept across the old tortoise beside him. This is outrageous. Did you already know that this Naraka realm can only be entered but not exited? There is no other way out except to refine this world. Gu Fei tried hard to control his anger and said to the old tortoise in a deep voice. The information in the jade slip was too shocking. It was definitely the biggest secret in the Naraka realm. If it was leaked, the entire Naraka realm would be in complete chaos. I didn't think that refining this world of death would be so difficult. After coming in, I realized that the Naraka realm is thousands of times more complicated than I thought, the old tortoise said helplessly. He never thought that there would be a celestial race in the Naraka realm. There would be terrifying creatures of death that were as powerful as almighties. The situation in the Naraka realm was too complicated. After listening to the old tortoise's words, Gu Fei was speechless for a long time. He had a feeling that he had been schemed against. This feeling made him very unhappy and uncomfortable. However, the old tortoise did not want things to develop to this point. Everything that happened in the Naraka realm was no longer under the old tortoise's control. He Tian stood behind Gu Fei. The soul fire in his skull was constantly beating, but there were no soul fluctuations. He obviously did not want the old tortoise and Gu Fei to know what he was thinking. What should we do now? Gu Fei said angrily to the old tortoise. This old tortoise was too unkind. Gu Fei was really doomed this time. If he knew that one could only enter the Naraka realm but not leave, Gu Fei would never have entered this world of death. From the jade slip, Gu Fei learned that there was only one way to get out of this world. That was to enter the source of this world, refine this world of death, completely control this world of death, and become the master of this world. Countless years had passed, but the celestial race could not do it. Even the almighty of the undead race who was reborn and transformed into the strongest realm could not do it. At this time, Gu Fei felt a little hopeless. So many experts stronger than them could not do it. Could they do it? Gu Fei had no confidence. The old tortoise took the jade slip that Gu Fei handed over and said slowly, "Only by using this method can we truly open the seal and approach the source of heaven and earth. We should go to the sacred place of the celestial race first. That's the only way." Gu Fei nodded. After that, the old tortoise led Gu Fei and He Tian to identify the direction and went to the sacred place of the celestial race. The information in the jade slip was very rich, so the old tortoise did not have to worry about getting lost. The sacred place of the celestial race was outside the source of the world of death. According to the description in the jade slip, the source of the source was not big, only a few miles in radius. However, the periphery of the source was very vast. The sacred place of the celestial race was the periphery of the source of the source. The sacred place surrounded the source of this world, and the source of this world was in the central area of the sacred place of the celestial race. The old tortoise, Gu Fei, and He Tian flew toward the depths of the world of death. When they flew over a huge ruin, the old tortoise suddenly sensed something and stopped in the air. Then, the old tortoise directly rushed down to the ruins below. When Gu Fei saw this, although he was a little surprised, he immediately landed from the sky with He Tian. At this time, the old tortoise had already flown out of the ruins with a skull in his hand. This is. After seeing the skull in the old tortoise's hand, Gu Fei was very surprised. This was a skull that was almost half broken. There was a big hole in the top of the skull, and the bones were full of cracks. In the skull, there was a weak soul fire that was only the size of half a finger. It flickered like a ghost fire as if it could be extinguished at any time. It's the Bone Emperor. The soul fire in He Tian's skull suddenly jumped violently, emitting waves of strong soul fluctuations. Chapter 559. Bone Emperor? Gu Fei was taken aback. No wonder he sensed a familiar soul fluctuation from this broken skull. It turned out that this skull belonged to the Bone Emperor. This large stretch of ruins seemed to be a city that had just been destroyed. Beneath the broken walls, eerie white bones could be seen everywhere. Under careful observation, Gu Fei could still sense an evil, terrifying, and gloomy aura lingering above the ruins with his keen sense of touch. Devil aura. Gu Fei murmured. Was this city destroyed by demonic creatures? The Bone Emperor is finished. His soul fire is about to be extinguished. An emperor of a generation has actually ended up like this. He Tian couldn't help but sigh. Let me see what exactly happened. The old turtle's expression was extremely solemn. After all, the Bone Emperor was the first slave he took in after escaping from the virtual sky world. Now that his soul was about to be extinguished, the old turtle couldn't help but feel a little angry. The old turtle activated his demonic power. His hands that were holding the skull emitted bursts of divine splendor that enveloped the skull. A powerful wave of demonic power surged out of the old turtle's body. Wisps of demonic power penetrated into the Bone Emperor's broken skull like silk. Then, the soul fire in the skull that was about to be extinguished suddenly lit up. The soul fire that was almost extinguished seemed to have regained its vitality and emitted waves of soul fluctuations. However, both Gu Fei and He Tian knew that the Bone Emperor was really finished. This was just the final radiance of the setting sun before his soul was completely extinguished. As long as the old turtle withdrew his demonic power, the Bone Emperor's soul fire would be extinguished like a lamp that had run out of oil. Then, the old turtle cast some kind of divine ability, and a ball of misty brilliance began to spread from the Bone Emperor's skull. In the haze, a blurry image seemed to be flashing in the ball of brilliance. As the brilliance on the skull grew brighter, the image and the brilliance became clearer and clearer. Finally, like a lantern, it lingered around the Bone Emperor's skull and kept disappearing. This. Gu Fei was very astonished. Old Turtle was actually using an unfathomable divine ability to reproduce the scene the Bone Arch had seen. Old Turtle was reading the Bone Thearcha's memories. Among the countless images that lingered around the skull, Gu Fei saw a humanoid monster suddenly appear in a city and start a massacre. This monster was terrifying to the extreme. Its entire body was shrouded in pitch-black devil chi. With just a few attacks, it destroyed 1/3 of the city. The devil chi filled the air, turning the entire city into a slaughterhouse. The undead creatures in the city were either demonized or killed. In the intermittent scenes around the skull, there seemed to be a few powerful undead creatures attacking the monster. However, they were all killed by the monster in an instant. The Bone Arch wanted to escape, but he was targeted by the demonic creature. The demonic creature shot out a beam of demonic light that penetrated the Bone Thearcha's skull, almost causing the Bone Thearcha's soul to dissipate on the spot. The intermittent scene that appeared around the skull ended here. It's the work of those demon bastards again. Old Turtle scolded. He withdrew the demonic power that shrouded the skull, and the small ball of soul fire in the Bone Thearcha's skull immediately dimmed. Then, it silently extinguished in the skull. The Bone Arch was dead, and his soul fire was completely extinguished. To an undead creature, it could be said that his soul had dissipated and completely disappeared from this world. The city that was destroyed by the demonic creature should be the ruins below. Although this city was not comparable to the giant city controlled by the divine race, it was not small. The ruins had a radius of 7 or 8 miles. In the world of death, this city could be considered a medium-sized city. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the hands of that terrifying demonic creature. Those demonic creatures seemed to be moving around everywhere, destroying everything. The undead creatures were either demonized or killed. There were only 2 outcomes. Since ancient times, the demonic city has been the archenemy of all living creatures. Old Turtle scanned the surroundings. There was not a trace of soul aura in the vast land. The undead creatures that could be seen everywhere in the world of death seemed to have disappeared. Let's go. Old Turtle casually threw away the broken skull in his hand and was about to continue flying into the depths of the world of death. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the horizon. A violent and tragic aura immediately came from afar, and the dark clouds floating in the sky showed signs of dispersing. In an instant, Gu Fei felt that a terrible momentum had enveloped him. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying demon. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he could not help but shiver. It's the guy who destroyed this city and killed the Bone Arch. He Tian exclaimed. Soul fluctuations of horror and panic were emitted from the skull. He Tian was only a quasi-emperor. Even an emperor like the Bone Arch was instantly killed by that demonic creature. How could he remain calm in the face of such a terrifying guy? Gu Fei was also shocked. He sensed great danger from that demonic figure in the distance. Kill, pure killing intent, a vicious killing intent. That terrifying monster seemed to have only one goal, and that was to tear apart and exterminate all living things it saw. This pure killing intent made one's heart palpitate. Humph. Just in time. Old Turtle said coldly. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and the appearance of this demonic creature was too timely. This allowed him to vent his anger. Swoosh. Old Turtle disappeared into the void. Almost at the same time, the demonic creature on the horizon also disappeared. Time seemed to stop in an instant. Gu Fei felt a sense of suffocation, as if a mountain was pressing on his chest. There was an indescribable sense of oppression. Hei Tian did not feel good either. His soul fire dimmed under the invisible pressure, and he retreated into the distance. Boom! A loud noise suddenly rang out without any warning. The entire space in front of them immediately shook violently like water ripples. Then, the space collapsed, and endless demonic light and demonic aura rushed out from the shattered space. Old Turtle and that terrifying demonic creature were like peerless demons. They directly broke through the void and attacked. The terrifying power spread out and shook heaven and earth. The residual power that leaked out formed a terrifying energy wave that swept out in all directions. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. It was unstoppable and terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei turned pale with fright. He quickly used the 8 desolate steps and retreated as if he had teleported. A battle of this level was incomparably terrifying. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations radiating from the two experts caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the remnant power that erupted was enough to threaten Gu Fei, forcing him to retreat. Old Turtle continuously bombarded the demonic creature with rays of divine light. However, the demonic creature directly waved its arms, crushing the terrifying divine light that was like a heavenly sword and attacking Old Turtle. This was a demonic creature with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. Its true appearance could not be seen, and its entire body was surging with a terrifying demonic aura. Behind the disheveled hair on its face, a blood-red ferocious glint constantly flashed. Old Turtle continued to clash head-on with the demonic creature, but he secretly released the mystic tortoise shell and smashed it hard on the demonic creature's head, smashing it down from the sky. Then, Old Turtle opened up his inner world. The corpse general doppelganger rushed out with a black rod and smashed it directly at the demonic creature that had just climbed up from the ground. That demonic creature did not seem to know fear at all. It did not even dodge. It directly waved its hands to block the black rod. Monstrous demonic aura soared into the sky, and a pair of demonic claws emitted a deep demonic light. The void was torn apart. Boom! With a bang, the black rod smashed down like a primordial divine mountain, directly smashing the demonic creature into the ground. The area around it collapsed and dust rose high into the sky. The earth shook and the ground undulated violently like waves. A large pit with a diameter of 300 to 400 meters appeared on the ground. The power of the rod was like a divine mountain pressing down. The demonic creature could not resist at all. Rumble! The earth trembled and cracked. Endless demonic aura rushed out from the large pit that was smashed by the corpse general doppelganger. The surging demonic aura quickly shrouded the sky and earth, as if a peerless demon was about to rush out from the ground. Roar! An angry roar sounded from the ground. The dull roar echoed between heaven and earth. Then, boom! With a bang, the ground suddenly collapsed. A demonic figure shot up into the sky, exuding boundless ferocious might. It rushed towards the corpse general doppelganger that was standing in the void. The demonic creature directly struck out with its claws. The surging demonic aura immediately rushed forward. The extremely powerful demonic power rushed towards the corpse general doppelganger, causing the entire void to violently tremble. The corpse general doppelganger's body emitted a domineering and terrifying aura. It was like a supreme warrior had descended. Facing such a powerful attack, its battle intent was like a rainbow, and its black hair danced wildly. Roar! The corpse general doppelganger roared and swung the black rod in its hand. It directly swept towards the charging demonic creature. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook under the corpse general doppelganger's rod. It was not a divine ability, nor was it a Tao technique. It directly shook the heaven and earth with strength. This was the terror of a warrior. As long as one's strength was great enough, 1,000 divine abilities, 10,000 spells, would be broken with a single punch. There was no destructive light, only monstrous power. Under the black rod, the void shattered, the earth trembled, and everything turned into nothingness. Bang! The black stick fiercely collided with the demonic claw. The demonic claw was shattered, and the black stick was like a hot knife through butter. It directly smashed the demonic claw's arm, and fiercely swept the demonic claw's chest, causing it to cave in. The strength of this rod was extremely strong. The demonic creature was sent flying for more than 10 miles. It smashed into a small hill and was buried under the rubble. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San can add readers 112699273 and 76376881. Chapter 560. Boom! The invincible corpse general was like a god of war descending upon the world. The terrifying power from its indestructible body directly shook the entire world, causing the earth below to tremble. Its domineering momentum was frightening. The corpse general's avatar was incomparably powerful. Although it was only an avatar, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than the old tortoise. Above the indestructible martial body, the martial artist's yuan qi surged violently, and there seemed to be lightning flashing outside its body. Roar! An angry roar came from the rubble below. Then, with a boom, countless stones suddenly flew up and smashed towards the corpse general that was descending from the sky. A black shadow, hiding among the countless stones, silently pounced towards the corpse general. Humph! The old tortoise in the distance sneered when he saw this scene. He then waved his hand, and an object flew out from his hand, also silently smashing towards the black shadow hiding among the rubble. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow was instantly hit by the object thrown by the old tortoise. The black shadow let out a roar, as if it had been hit by a huge mountain, and was instantly sent flying. The corpse general and the old tortoise's minds were connected, as if they were one. Naturally, the corpse general knew everything that had happened. The corpse general was already ready. Almost at the moment when the black shadow hiding among the countless flying stones was smashed out by the old tortoise, the corpse general moved. The invincible corpse general held the black rod in its hand, and its long hair fluttered in the wind. With just one step, it instantly crossed the void and directly arrived in front of the black shadow. Its domineering momentum was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Hoo! The corpse general directly smashed the black shadow's head with its rod. The ferocious demon was smashed by the old tortoise, and it could not distinguish between directions. It could not avoid the corpse general's rod at all. Bang! The corpse general immediately smashed the ferocious demon's head like a watermelon, and it turned into a dark mist of blood. Pung! The corpse general's staff smashed onto the headless body of the ferocious devil, shattering it into pieces. Boundless devil chi erupted from the shattered body, sweeping through the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire world. At that moment, an item flew back into old tortoise's hand. It was a stone tortoise shell the size of a fist. Brat, it's your turn now. Old tortoise shouted at Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar. At this time, the corpse general avatar had already rushed out of the billowing demonic aura. Holding a black stick, it stood beside the old tortoise like a divine general. Gu Fei and He Tian flew over from afar. Gu Fei asked old tortoise in confusion, "You've already killed that ferocious demon. Why do I need to do it? An attack of this level won't be able to kill this ferocious demon," the old tortoise said indifferently as he looked at the surging demonic clouds in the sky. What? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He clearly saw old tortoise's corpse general avatar smash the demon's body into pieces. How could it not die after that? See for yourself. Old tortoise said solemnly. Gu Fei hurriedly looked at the surging demonic clouds in front of him. Sure enough, he found that the demonic clouds in front of him, which shrouded the world and emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura, showed no signs of dissipating. A terrifying demonic aura was rapidly condensing. The ferocious demon that had been smashed to pieces really did not seem to have been killed. Roar! Suddenly, a low, beast-like roar rang out from the demonic clouds. Then, the endless demonic aura began to recede like a tide. This. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that this level of ferocious demon was immortal? This was too unbelievable. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and knowledge, it was still difficult for him to see how terrifying existences like Old Tortoise and the ferocious demon were. It was difficult to kill them with simple attacks. Only special means could be used to kill such existences. Soon, the monstrous demonic aura all receded and merged into a terrifying demonic shadow. Its hair was disheveled, its arms were hanging down, and its body was covered in ragged black clothes. Under its hair, a blood-red ferocious light was constantly flashing, sweeping towards Old Tortoise, Goofy, and the others. The terrifying ferocious demon that had been smashed to pieces by the corpse general avatar quickly reassembled its body, as if it had not been injured at all. What kind of monster is this? Goofy was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. Could this ferocious demon have also cultivated an immortal body? I'll smash this demon into pieces again. Get ready to take out the mountain and river cauldron and put the body of this demon into it. Then, use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to refine it. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Goofy. Goofy nodded subconsciously. This demon could be said to have an immortal body. It indeed needed a treasure like the mountain and river cauldron to completely refine and destroy it. Kill! Old Tortoise let out a low roar. His body erupted with a towering demonic aura, and he rushed towards the ferocious demon. At the same time, the ferocious demon also released a monstrous demonic aura to meet Old Tortoise. Boom! The two super experts collided with each other in an instant. The terrifying power directly shattered the void, and Old Tortoise and the ferocious demon flew back at the same time. As the Old Tortoise flew backward, a bright moon-like brilliance emerged from his hand. A vast amount of demonic power instantly surged into the ball of brilliance. Then, the ball of brilliance flew out from the Old Tortoise's hand like a meteor, instantly piercing through the void and catching up with the ferocious demon who was flying backward. Roar! The ferocious nature of the ferocious demon was completely aroused. It roared wildly and stretched out its claws to grab the bright ball of light that was emitting endless waves of demonic power. Poof! At the moment when the ferocious demon's claws grabbed the ball of light, there was only a soft sound. Then, the ball of light spread out from the claws of the ferocious demon like water ripples. In the next moment, the ferocious demon was trapped in the ball of light. Although the ferocious demon was powerful, it seemed to only know how to kill. It did not have much wisdom and seemed to only know how to destroy. Explode! Old Tortoise stopped retreating in the void, and then he let out a low roar. The ball of light that was like a big bubble wrapped around the ferocious demon immediately emitted a strong light. With a loud bang, the whole world was illuminated by the strong light. The ball of light that was wrapped around the ferocious demon exploded. The terrifying destructive energy destroyed everything, including the ferocious demon that was wrapped in the ball of light. Endless divine light even pierced through the void, causing countless spatial holes to appear in the void. This time, the body of the ferocious demon was completely torn to pieces by the destructive power of the explosion and turned into a mass of dark residue. However, the residue, which was almost impossible to see the bones and flesh, did not scatter in all directions. Instead, it was suspended in the void, as if there was an unfathomable force that gathered the flesh and blood residue together. The mass of flesh and blood residue still exuded the terrifying demonic nature that belonged to the ferocious demon. What are you waiting for? Old Tortoise shouted at Goofy. Although the body of the ferocious demon was broken up, its demonic soul was not destroyed and could still reassemble its body. After hearing Old Tortoise's shout, Goofy quickly activated the mountain and river cauldron in his dantian. A divine light immediately rushed out from Goofy's abdomen. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared in the void and gently vibrated. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive world immediately spread between heaven and earth. The ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist. The body of the cauldron was covered with a layer of misty, inconspicuous brilliance. As soon as the ancient cauldron appeared, the void that was still shaking immediately calmed down. Goofy flew forward and held the ancient cauldron in his hand. Then, he sent a powerful wave of pneuma into the ancient cauldron. Under the infusion of Goofy's pneuma, the mountain and river cauldron immediately emitted an extremely powerful force that froze the world. Withdraw! As Goofy shouted, the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron immediately produced a heaven-devouring force. It continuously absorbed the endless demonic aura around it and the mass of flesh and blood residue into the mountain and river cauldron. The mass of flesh and blood residue emitted endless demonic energy, trying to resist the suction produced by the mountain and river cauldron. However, the suction produced by the mountain and river cauldron was too strong. It was so strong that it seemed to be able to swallow the world. After the flesh and blood residue of the ferocious demon was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron began to shake violently. The ferocious demon violently crashed into the mountain and river cauldron, trying to rush out. The mountain and river cauldron continuously absorbed Gu Fei's pneuma. The entire mountain and river cauldron began to expand, and strands of primordial chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. Under the suppression of the primordial chaos chi, the ferocious demon that was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron could not break out of the primordial chaos chi for a while. Bang! Clang! Boom! The mountain and river cauldron repeatedly shook, emitting muffled sounds of impact. Very quickly, the mountain and river cauldron had become as large as a small mountain. It was extremely strenuous for Gu Fei to carry the mountain and river cauldron. A layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. "Stinky brat, get out of the way. I'll refine this ferocious demon," shouted the old turtle as it flew over from the distance. It then directly descended onto the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei hastily withdrew his right hand from the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron and rushed out. Bang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out from under the cauldron of mountain and river, the old tortoise stepped on the mouth of the cauldron of mountain and river. The entire cauldron of mountain and river trembled and sank hundreds of meters, as if a giant mountain was pressing on the cauldron of mountain and river. The old turtle didn't hesitate and directly used its supreme demonic energy to refine the ferocious demon within the cauldron. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the ferocious demon shook the heavens. The mountain and river cauldron, which could suppress mountains and rivers, was violently shaking. The countless images of ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come to life. Endless soul energy surged into the cauldron, participating in the refinement of the ferocious demon. Roars of despair and miserable shrieks rang out from within the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare approach the mountain and river cauldron. They retreated to a distance and watched. At this time, the old turtle's body emitted a brilliant divine light. It was like a purple divine flame, dyeing half the sky purple. Chapter 561. With the old tortoise refining the fiendish demon, even if the demon was more powerful, it could not escape. The entire mountain and river cauldron was enveloped by the old tortoise's demonic power. The fiendish demon in the cauldron roared and attacked the cauldron with all its might, wanting to break the seal and rush out of the cauldron. However, no matter how much the fiendish demon struggled, it could not escape. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron shook, and so did the entire world. The primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron, and there seemed to be demonic light flashing inside the cauldron, attacking the primordial chaos chi that sealed the mouth of the cauldron. All the fiendish demon's actions were futile and had no effect. The mountain and river cauldron was rammed by the fiendish demon, and divine splendor flowed on the body of the cauldron. At this moment, the corpse general avatar of the old tortoise also rushed over and shot rays of divine light at the mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise and the corpse general avatar worked together, wanting to refine and kill the fiendish demon in a short time. With the corpse general's help, the fiendish demon's screams in the cauldron immediately weakened. Divine splendor flowed on the mountain and river cauldron, and an ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive world spread between heaven and earth. The primordial chaos chi was activated, and like the divine fire of chaos, it enveloped the mountain and river cauldron. A great power surged out from the mountain and river cauldron, shaking the space around it, causing transparent ripples to appear around the ancient cauldron like water. After about 6 hours, no more sounds came from the mountain and river cauldron. The fiendish demon seemed to have been completely refined into ashes. It should be known that Gu Fei had used this ancient cauldron to refine the Shura sovereign, the emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan. Although the fiendish demon was much stronger than the Shura sovereign, it could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the old tortoise. In the end, the old tortoise stopped, and the energy fluctuations on the mountain and river cauldron gradually calmed down. The corpse general avatar also retreated. There was no more sound from the mountain and river cauldron. The fiendish demon seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the mountain and river cauldron and was completely refined. The old turtle jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron hovering in the air flew back. The mountain and river cauldron, which was the size of a small mountain, shrank rapidly. When it landed in Gu Fei's hand, it had already become the size of a fist. Gu Fei released his divine sense to communicate with the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. From there, he learned what had happened. The fiendish devil was dead. It had been refined to death. Gu Fei turned the mountain and river cauldron upside down. Nothing fell out from the mountain and river cauldron, not even a speck of dust. That ferocious devil had actually been refined so thoroughly that not even a speck of bone ash was left behind. Mountain River Cauldron. He Tian stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand as his eyes lit up. One could see that he was extremely jealous. However, that ancient cauldron was not something that he could covet. Let's continue our journey. After killing the fiendish demon, the old turtle urged Gu Fei and He Tian to continue their journey. Encountering this fiendish demon was just a small interlude. Gu Fei put the mountain and river cauldron into his dantian. Day and night, he used his own essence to refine this ancient cauldron. He hoped that one day, it would truly be able to unleash the power of a supreme treasure. The three of them continued their journey. Their destination, the divine race's holy land. Not long after, Gu Fei and the others saw a light coming from far in the sky. The sudden appearance of a light in this dusky world made Gu Fei and the others very excited. They sped up and flew in the direction of the light. 3 rays of light were like divine rainbows that streaked across the pitch-black world without any concealment. It looked very close from a distance, but it took Gu Fei and the others a lot of time to reach the place where the light was coming from. When they got closer, Gu Fei and the others found that the place where the light was coming from was actually a green world full of vitality. There were green trees, spiritual birds singing on the branches, and flowers were blooming like brocade. Bees were flying around the flowers. A fresh breath full of vitality hit them in the face, making them feel refreshed. The world full of vitality could be said to be completely different from the world of death outside. The green world suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. There seemed to be some great power that separated the area full of vitality in front of them from the area full of the aura of death. The boundary between life and death was completely different. It was definitely 2 opposite extremes. At the boundary between the area full of the aura of death and the area full of the aura of life stood a dark stone pillar. The stone pillar was square in shape and towered into the sky. When Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of the stone pillar, they immediately caught a breath of infinitely ancient aura. The stone pillar seemed to have stood there for countless years. The stone pillar was not very big, but it was very tall. Looking up, even with the eyesight of Gu Fei and the others, they seemed to be unable to see the end. On the surface of the stone pillar, Gu Fei and the others found countless mysterious runes. They seemed to be divine marks of the immortal path, but they seemed to be even more ancient than the divine marks of the immortal path displayed by Saintly and the others. I feel the breath of Tao on it. This pillar is not simple. The old tortoise stared at the black stone pillar. Divine light flickered in his eyes, seemingly very surprised. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was even more shocked than the old tortoise. This was because the mark of the great path that was branded in his heart was trembling. The dharma of an extreme grade warrior was actually showing signs of appearing. The mark of the great path of martial arts that had reached the extreme was actually condensing and manifesting on his body. What's going on? Gu Fei found that the mark of the great path in his heart seemed to be resonating with something. Could it be the black stone pillar in front of him? As if to confirm Gu Fei's guess, the black stone pillar in front of him actually trembled slightly. The mysterious runes on the black stone pillar seemed to have come to life, emitting a misty divine light. Every rune had Tao rhymes circulating, and the breath of the great path surged from the stone pillar. Without a sound, the Dharma of the extreme grade warrior of the past appeared in front of Gu Fei. This. The old tortoise was dizzy. How could this be? The old tortoise's eyes bulged out, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The mark of the great path, the mark of the great path. Could it be that the black stone pillar also contained the mark of the great path? Thinking of this, the old tortoise was ecstatic. He looked at the black stone pillar with blazing eyes, as if he wanted to swallow the black stone pillar in one bite. The mark of the great path, to a certain extent, was the inheritance of a supreme extreme path powerhouse. Obtaining the mark of the great path was like obtaining the mantle of an extreme path powerhouse, and it was very likely that another extreme path powerhouse would be created. The phantom in front of Gu Fei emitted the great path divine charm to the extreme. An extreme grade warrior seemed to have been reborn, and the great path was hidden within it, everlasting and indestructible. There was clearly no fluctuation of power, nor the existence of a drop of divine sense, but this invisible great path could not be stopped. It appeared in front of Gu Fei, facing the black stone pillar in front of him that also emitted a mysterious great path divine charm. This book. Even if it was just one of your comments, it would become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to cheer the author on. Chapter 562. No one had expected to see a towering black stone pillar at the border between the sacred land and the death zone before they even entered the sacred land of the gods. This was not an ordinary black stone pillar, but a divine item that contained a Tao brand. The ancient Tao patterns on the pillar completely emitted a dazzling divine light. The entire black stone pillar seemed to have been deified, illuminating the entire world. The endless deathly aura and fog of the underworld were dispelled. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling down faint starlight. The mark of the great path in Gu Fei's heart completely materialized in front of him. An illusory figure stood between the heavens and the earth, as if it had merged with the heavens and the earth. There was an endless flow of the great path circulating above the illusory figure, exuding a profound aura of the great path. Although the pillar in front of him also exuded the aura of the Tao, it did not display a complete Tao brand. Gu Fei discovered that there seemed to be a very weak Tao brand left on the pillar. Moreover, this Tao brand was incomplete. Brat, you already have the inheritance of the martial ancestor. That brand belongs to me now. The old tortoise was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He stared at the pillar with sparkling eyes. As he spoke, he had already rushed forward and reached out to press on the pillar. However, just as the old tortoise's palm touched the pillar, he heard the old tortoise cry out in surprise. His entire body was sent flying. Bam! With a thud, he smashed into the ground several hundred meters away. His head was on the ground, and his feet were on the ground. He fell into a very inelegant position. Roar! What's going on? The old tortoise crawled up from the ground and ran back while cursing. Divine items belong to the fated. I can only say that you're not fated with the divine item. Upon seeing this, He Tian said seriously and walked forward. Humph. Black brat, are your bones itching? Do you want me to help you loosen them? The old tortoise glared at He Tian and said fiercely. The old tortoise was depressed. Just now, when his palm touched the black stone pillar that was emitting a devastating divine light, he was sent flying by a great force. Even someone as thick-skinned as the old tortoise was a bit ashamed. He was an unrivaled expert comparable to a supreme existence, yet he was blasted away by a stone pillar. It was truly a bit embarrassing. This divine object seems to be fated with me. Alas! I'll reluctantly accept this divine item. Mahakala strode forward with large strides, as if he was a highly virtuous monk who was meeting the Lord Buddha. Pfft! Fated with you, my ass. Keep pretending. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Old Tortoise said disdainfully. He Tian slowly stretched out a skeletal hand. Yin and Yang Qi circulated in his hand. His entire skeletal hand was crystal clear like a divine jade. The soul fire in his skull was violently beating. He looked extremely calm, but in fact, he was extremely nervous. This was a chance to come into contact with the Grand Tao, an opportunity to come into direct contact with the Grand Tao. If he was able to successfully communicate with that trace of incomplete Tao brand on the divine pillar, then he would obtain enormous benefits. Erebus didn't want to miss this opportunity. Bang! With a muffled sound, He Tian suddenly flew up without warning. Just as his skeletal hand touched the divine pillar, he was instantly blasted away by the power that erupted from the divine pillar. Boom! The ground trembled. He Tian was even worse off than the old tortoise. He was directly blasted several miles away and smashed hard on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. When the dust settled, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. How could such a divine object be fated with a guy who is neither yin nor yang? Old Tortoise laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He Tian crawled out of the human-shaped pit in an extremely embarrassing manner. He then shook his skeletal body, causing a cloud of dust to immediately explode from his skeletal body. This is too strange, He Tian said. He walked back from afar with his face covered in dust. The skeletal hand that touched the divine pillar had cracks on it, which shocked He Tian to the extreme. It should be known that He Tian's cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming an emperor. His skeletal body was tempered day and night by the power of yin and yang. In terms of hardness, it was definitely comparable to divine iron. However, just by touching the black stone pillar that was shrouded in divine light and constantly emitting ancient Tao patterns, the bones in his hand had been shaken to the point of cracking. He Tian could not help but feel a chill and horror in his heart. Only the old tortoise, who was comparable to a mighty figure, did not suffer any damage other than being blasted away after touching the divine pillar. This thing is fated with me. At this moment, Gu Fei, who had been staring at the divine pillar in a daze, suddenly said such words. Then, the phantom in front of him with endless Tao rhymes silently rushed into his body. Gu Fei came back to his senses and strode forward. Then, like the old tortoise and He Tian, he reached out his right hand and touched the divine pillar that was shrouded in divine light and ancient Tao patterns. The old tortoise and He Tian looked at Gu Fei nervously. They saw that Gu Fei's outstretched right hand was shrouded in a hazy brilliance and there seemed to be Tao rhymes flowing in his hand. Under the shocked gazes of the old tortoise and He Tian, Gu Fei's right hand successfully pressed on the divine pillar. Gu Fei was not blasted away. He Tian was very puzzled. Why was it that he could not touch the divine pillar and was blasted away the moment he touched it, but Gu Fei was unharmed? He could not figure it out. This divine item is really fated with him. The old tortoise sighed. Only he could vaguely guess why Gu Fei was not blasted away by the divine pillar. This was definitely related to the seal of the great path in his body. Just as Gu Fei's right hand pressed on the divine pillar, all the ancient Tao patterns on the divine pillar seemed to come to life. They rushed out from the divine pillar and continuously entered Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei closed his eyes and used his heart to comprehend the countless ancient Tao patterns that contained the seal of the great path. Although it was a broken and incomplete seal of the great path, it was still extremely precious and its value was definitely not below that of a supreme treasure. This brat's luck is too good. He is simply a freak who is blessed by the heavens. Although the old tortoise was extremely envious and jealous, he could only stare helplessly. Divine items belong to those who were fated. This sentence was simply a famous saying. Boss, his luck is really good, He Tian murmured. Gu Fei's cultivation was not high, at least not in He Tian's opinion. However, he had treasures that were enough to make people go crazy. Now that he had obtained a trace of the seal of the great path, all of this could only be analyzed by luck. Countless ancient Tao patterns continued to enter Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's mind gradually immersed in a mysterious realm. It was as if the celestial voice of the great path was ringing in his heart. It was as if a supreme almighty was discussing the Tao. The heavenly voice was directly imprinted in Gu Fei's heart, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. Gu Fei knew that this was the Supreme Almighty who left a trace of the seal of the great path on the divine pillar passing on the Tao to him. Countless ancient Tao patterns intertwined with each other and all rushed into Gu Fei's body. The divine light that bloomed on the divine pillar gradually dimmed. The trace of the great path aura on the divine pillar disappeared. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian were surprised to find that the countless ancient Tao patterns on the divine pillar had disappeared. Did they really rush into Gu Fei's body? At this moment, countless Tao patterns swirled and danced in Gu Fei's sea of consciousness, combining into countless runes. Those were the divine characters of ancient times. Gu Fei did not understand these divine characters. However, although he did not know what they meant, he was very magically and naturally understood the meaning that they wanted to express. This trace of the seal of the Great Path was actually a kind of secret technique. This secret technique was called Ascension. The Ascension secret technique was very magical and mysterious. Cultivators who mastered this secret technique could instantly increase the strength of the cultivator when they were fighting with others. The reason why this secret technique was so magical was that the extent to which the cultivator who mastered this secret technique could increase the strength of the cultivator seemed to be unlimited. 3 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. As long as the cultivator's body could withstand the huge power brought about by the secret technique, the cultivator could increase his strength infinitely. Given the strength of Gu Fei's body, he could increase his strength by at least 5 times after using the Ascension secret technique. What did that mean? If Gu Fei used the Ascension secret technique to increase his strength by 5 times, he might even be able to fight against immortals. There was an insurmountable gap between immortals and mortals. However, the Ascension secret technique could also allow mortals to possess the terrifying strength to kill immortals. Gu Fei was very shocked. After mastering this secret technique, coupled with the mountain and river cauldron, he could easily deal with opponents in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, the Ascension secret technique had a time limit. The cultivator who used the Ascension secret technique could only maintain it for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if the cultivator did not stop using the Ascension secret technique, he would have to burn his life force to continue using the Ascension secret technique. Once his life force was exhausted, the person would truly ascend to heaven. Although 3 minutes was a short time, it was enough for experts. If they could instantly increase their strength by 5 times or 10 times, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to kill opponents of the same level? After mastering the Ascension secret technique, they would truly be invincible among those of the same level. Time passed by, and Gu Fei maintained the same posture for 3 days. He did not move at all. He used his heart to comprehend the trace of the Great Path seal and the Ascension secret technique. Boom! Suddenly, Gu Fei's body trembled. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, and countless ancient divine runes appeared on his body. Then, they flew up and imprinted themselves on the divine pillar. The dim divine pillar once again emitted a dazzling divine light. The aura of the Great Path reappeared on the divine pillar, and the entire divine pillar became extraordinary once again. Rhymes of the Great Path circulated on its surface. When the divine patterns that rushed out from Gu Fei's body were all imprinted on the divine pillar, the divine light on the divine pillar began to fade away. There was silence between heaven and earth, and it was filled with a peaceful aura. Gu Fei, who had one hand on the divine pillar, opened his eyes and withdrew his right hand. Chapter 563. Congratulations, you little brat. The old tortoise came forward and said to Gu Fei with envy and jealousy. The old tortoise could not help but feel jealous. Gu Fei was too lucky. The brand of the Grand Tao and the extreme divine weapon were precious treasures that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Any one of these treasures was sufficient to make all cultivators go mad, and it was even to the extent of causing a great battle and storm. Yet they'd been obtained by him alone, so how could the eyes of others not go red with envy? However, although the old tortoise was an old ruffian who would not die for 10,000 years, he would not have any ideas about Gu Fei. After all, their friendship was not ordinary. The old tortoise felt that Gu Fei would be a variable. The world would probably change because of him. Damn! Could this little brat be a hidden pawn of those old farts? As old tortoise looked at Gu Fei, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind that even shocked him. The divine item is indeed fated with boss. Congratulations. He Tian also came over at this time and congratulated Gu Fei. Although he did not know what benefits Gu Fei had obtained, Gu Fei's temperament seemed to have changed a little. There seemed to be Dao rhymes circulating in his body, revealing the aura of the Great Path. Both the old tortoise and He Tian had noticed that something seemed to have changed in Gu Fei's body, but they did not know what the change was. Little brat, what inheritance did you obtain? The old tortoise was very curious. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said indifferently, the trace of the mark of the Dao is still there. You can reach out and press on the stone pillar to feel it. Won't you know? You're deliberately making me angry, aren't you? You know that I'm not fated with the divine pillar. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself again? The old tortoise was very unhappy. If he could touch the divine pillar, would he still watch Gu Fei comprehend the mark of the Great Path on the divine pillar? Gu Fei did not obtain the trace of Dao brand on the divine pillar, but he obtained the inheritance contained within it. The Heaven Ascension secret technique was definitely a heaven-defying divine technique. Within 3 minutes, it could instantly increase a cultivator's strength by 3 to 5 times, or even 10 to 100 times. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more potential they would be able to stimulate when they used the Heaven Ascension mystic technique, and the higher their strength would be. Boss, I also want to know what kind of inheritance it is, said He Tian. He was also very interested in the inheritance contained in the trace of Dao brand on the divine pillar. Those who were able to leave their Dao seals were all extreme Dao experts, on par with the ancient Buddhist Lord, the invincible martial progenitor, and the martial progenitor. The inheritance of such a person was no small matter. What was left behind must be a supreme cultivation method or divine art that was enough to make everyone in the cultivation world go crazy. It was even possible to create another extreme grade expert. It's just a divine art. Gu Fei said indifferently. He did not mention the Heaven Ascension secret technique because he wanted to use it as a trump card. He did not want anyone to know that he had this trump card, as it might be able to save his life when necessary. What divine art? The old tortoise asked excitedly with his eyes glowing. He seemed to be even more nervous than Gu Fei, as if he was the one who obtained the divine art. An immortal divine art. I've already obtained a martial art inheritance. This kind of divine art is useless to me, said Gu Fei. It was not that he did not trust the old tortoise, but the fewer people who knew about the Heaven Ascension secret technique, the better it would be for him. Immortal divine art? Could it be the legendary inheritance of the Dao ancestor? The old tortoise exclaimed. It seemed that only the Dao ancestor, could leave an immortal divine art inheritance in the form of a Dao brand. How would I know? Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said, let's think of a way to enter the sacred land of the god race first. Gu Fei did not want to say more. In fact, although the Heaven Ascension secret technique was mysterious and unpredictable, its essence was actually a divine art that could instantly stimulate a cultivator's potential. Although Gu Fei cultivated a martial art inheritance, he could also practice such a technique. There were many techniques that could instantly enhance one's strength in the cultivation world. The famous sky demon disintegration of the demon path was the demon path. However, these techniques had a fatal weakness, which was that they would overdraft the cultivator's vitality and life force after being used. The sky demon disintegration was a desperate technique that would perish together with the opponent. The reason why the Heaven Ascension secret technique was so heaven-defying was that it had a 3-minute safety period. As long as one stopped using the Heaven Ascension secret technique within these 3 minutes, the cultivator who used the technique would not be harmed. Yes. Our top priority now is to enter the sacred land of the god race, He Tian said. This guy was very cunning. He could tell that Gu Fei did not want to talk too much about the inheritance from the god's pillar. The old tortoise wanted to ask more questions, but when he looked at Gu Fei and saw that Gu Fei was a little impatient, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Behind the god's pillar was a world full of vitality. It seemed that as long as one walked past the god's pillar, they would be able to enter the bright world. However, Gu Fei and the others did not think that it would be so easy for them to enter the paradise-like world in front of them. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and then pointed a finger. Swoosh! A bright divine light immediately shot out from his finger. Bang! The divine light was blocked. Without any warning, it exploded in the void. The void trembled. There was originally nothing in the void. Then, complicated patterns appeared out of nowhere. There really is a restriction. Although the old tortoise and Hei Tian had already expected that it would not be so smooth, they were also a little surprised. The restriction in the void in front of them seemed to be extremely powerful, comparable to the restriction that the Buddha Lord had set outside the earth path. The mysterious runes that appeared in the void immediately disappeared again, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei could already see that the runes that emerged from the impact of his finger seemed to be related to the towering god's pillar. He could sense the connection between the two. A restriction that was set up with the imprint of the Great Path, it was really. Just thinking about it made Gu Fei tremble from the bottom of his heart. We're in big trouble. The old tortoise's expression did not look good either. The person who had imprinted the Great Path on the god's pillar and set up such a powerful restriction was really generous. This restriction could almost be said to be unbreakable. As long as the Great Path was not destroyed, it would be difficult to break this restriction unless a ruthless person of the same level wiped out the imprint of the Great Path on the god's pillar. What should we do? Gu Fei asked the old tortoise. The old tortoise was a powerful figure of the demon clan in ancient times. If he could not do anything, then they could only retreat or look for the people of the god clan. There is definitely more than one such god's pillar. It seems that someone has used a supreme divine technique to protect the god clan's sacred land. Unless someone like the Buddha Lord comes in person, otherwise. The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. What secrets were hidden in the god clan's sacred land? Someone had used such a heaven-defying divine technique to completely isolate the god clan's sacred land from the outside world. Could it be for the origin of the earth path? It was possible. The god clan's sacred land was right in front of them. It seemed that they could enter the world in front of them with just one step. However, Gu Fei and the others found that the world was actually very far away from them. A seemingly insurmountable chasm lay in front of them. Just when Gu Fei and the others were at their wits' end, there was suddenly a rumbling sound that sounded like 10,000 horses galloping outside the continent of death. A black line appeared on the distant horizon. That's, Gu Fei and the others were taken aback. With their eyesight, they could clearly see what that black line was. It was devil chi, endless devil chi. The terrifying devil chi formed a black wave of devil chi that emitted endless evil and terrifying aura. It surged from afar, causing the earth to shake. The huge wave formed by the devil chi had no end in sight. As it swept across the Death Continent, the few towering mountains on the ground immediately collapsed and turned into a monstrous amount of dust. Then, they were swallowed by the surging devil chi. This, Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and Hei Tian were all moved. Endless devil chi swept from afar, causing the world to shake. Even the god's pillar began to emit rays of divine light and mysterious Taoist rhymes. In the void, countless runes were faintly discernible. It's over, it's over. Hei Tian paced around anxiously. The soul flame in his skull flickered fiercely, emitting a panic-stricken soul fluctuation. Are those demonic creatures going to attack the holy land of the god clan? Gu Fei said in surprise. He was not that anxious or flustered. They still had a way out. At the very least, they could hide in the inner world to temporarily avoid the limelight. Rumble, the earth trembled. Soon, the monstrous devil chi formed a huge wave of energy that quickly surged close. Indistinctly, one could see countless demonic shadows looming in the devil chi. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded from within the demonic chi, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and earth, causing Gu Fei's body to sway and his vision to blur. The terrifying demonic voice shook his soul, causing Gu Fei's face to instantly turn pale. An extremely powerful demonic energy burst out from the demonic cloud, spreading across the sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. Hei Tian also seemed to be affected. The soul fire in his skull dimmed a little. The old tortoise could not help but be moved when he heard the roar. Needless to say, a ferocious demon with such power was definitely the terrifying demonic stone dragon that had fused with the dragon's soul essence. Could it be that the demonic stone dragon had successfully transformed its body into stone and reborn its flesh and blood? There was no way forward. Behind them, the demonic stone dragon was surging with endless devil chi and charging at them with countless demonic creatures. Gu Fei and the others were immediately caught in a dangerous situation. If the demonic stone dragon had successfully reborn its flesh and blood, they would not be able to escape even if they hid in their inner world. Ben Iso. Chapter 564. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the demonic aura formed a monstrous wave that swept across the sky. The dark clouds and fog in the sky were dispersed, and a starry sky was miraculously revealed. Think of something quickly. Otherwise, we'll hide in the inner world. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the surroundings and sealed the heavens and earth. Gu Fei felt that it was difficult to escape. The old tortoise stared at the demonic aura that was sweeping towards them with an extremely ugly expression. Run! Run! Hei Tian's skull emitted a horrified soul fluctuation. In the face of this demonic power, he felt as weak as an ant, and Hei Tian felt the threat of death. It was difficult to resist, impossible to resist. Moreover, there was an abnormally formidable seal obstructing their path ahead. At this moment, they could be said to have no way out, and they had nowhere to run to, nor were they able to escape. It's useless. It's useless even if we hide in the inner world. An existence of this level can also tear the void and enter the inner world, the old tortoise said helplessly. He knew very well that at the realm of the demonic stone dragon, if the Lord Buddha had not established the law of heaven and earth in the hell path, the demonic stone dragon would have shattered the void a long time ago and led countless demonic creatures out of the hell path. It was not a lie to say that one could enter the hell path but not leave. When the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord refined the hell path, it was to prevent the creatures of death that entered the hell path from escaping. Thus, he used a great divine ability to establish the laws of heaven and earth that one could enter but not leave. It was not difficult for an existence like the Buddhist Lord to split the heavens and earth and establish the law of heaven and earth. If they were in the outside world, the demonic dragon would definitely be able to dominate the three realms with its terrifying strength. Even in the legendary heavenly realm, not many people could be its opponent. The old tortoise suddenly had an idea and hurriedly said, "Quick, activate the great Tao brand in your body and see if you can break the seal and enter the sacred land of the Shin clan." What? Gu Fei was perplexed upon hearing those words. With the power of the great Tao brand, we might be able to break the seal. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Old Tortoise said anxiously. At this time, the monstrous devil Chi was less than 500 miles away from them. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and the whole world was quickly engulfed by the devil Chi. The extremely powerful demonic energy that was seeping out from the demonic energy had already made Gu Fei and Hei Tian feel uncomfortable. Gu Fei felt extremely irritated. He had the urge to kill someone, to go berserk. Demonification. This kind of demonic energy could demonify all living creatures, turning them into ferocious and terrifying monsters that only knew how to kill. Gu Fei was so anxious that he was drenched in sweat. He wanted to activate the brand of the great Tao that had been branded into his heart, but he noticed that under the influence of the vast demonic energy, it was actually difficult for him to calm down and enter that mysterious state of mind. No. Arg, damn it. Gu Fei tried a few times, but it was simply impossible to activate the brand of the great Tao in his heart. In the end, he could not help but roar in irritation, and his face became extremely ferocious. Seeing that there was no other way, Old Tortoise could not just sit and wait for death. He was about to open his inner world when a few extremely powerful auras suddenly came from the depths of the Shin clan's sacred land. Then, a few white figures quickly approached Gu Fei and the others. On the other side of the seal formed by the endless divine inscriptions, several Shin clan experts appeared. Gu Fei and the others were immediately overjoyed. Among the three, Old Tortoise had the highest cultivation. Through the interwoven divine inscriptions, he saw an acquaintance. It's him. Old Tortoise was surprised and delighted. Soon, those figures came close. The person in the lead directly made a series of mysterious hand seals, and the unpredictable power of the great Tao flowed between his hands. Rumble, the entire seal formed by the interwoven divine inscriptions immediately shook. A few strong lights flashed, and a door immediately appeared on the light screen in front of them. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian were immediately overjoyed. They hurriedly flew up and rushed through the door. They passed through the light screen formed by the endless divine inscriptions and entered the Shin clan's sacred land. The moment they entered the world full of life behind the light screen, Gu Fei only felt a breath of life hit him in the face, and his entire body was refreshed. This was a region completely different from the world of death. It was a world full of light and vitality. There was no breath of death here, and there were no dead creatures. In an instant, Gu Fei felt as if he had returned to the Tenglong continent. Brotherly, thank you for saving us. Haha. Gu Fei bowed to a white-robed youth who led the way and opened the seal. The person who let Gu Fei and the others into the Shin clan's sacred land was the Shin clan expert, Saintly. We'll talk later. Saintly said, but his hands did not stop. He repeatedly made mysterious hand seals and shot out streams of divine power. The door on the light screen in front of them began to gradually disappear, and the passage that connected to the outside world was about to be closed by Saintly. Behind Saintly stood an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a youth who looked somewhat similar to Saintly. Gu Fei recognized both of them. When Saintly invited the Shin clan experts to attack the Black Dragon Mountain, these two were among the Shin clan experts that Saintly had invited. Only the middle-aged Daoist was missing. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion and the youth who looked somewhat similar to Saintly looked at Saintly nervously. They actually had the urge to attack. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the rolling demonic aura. The terrifying roar shook the entire world. At that moment, the terrifying existence in the demonic aura had already discovered Saintly and the others. Rumble, the void was shattering, and a pitch-black dragon claw covered in black scales stretched out from the shattered void, grabbing at the gate on the light screen that was about to disappear. An endless amount of devil chi surged out from the dragon claw, and traces of devil chi actually seeped into the light screen from the top of the gate. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked, especially Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. They were shocked to discover that the demonic dragon claw that broke the void and reached out from the void was no longer made of stone, but real scales and flesh. That demonic stone dragon has really regenerated its flesh and blood? Gu Fei and Old Tortoise looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. He Tian, on the other hand, was the fastest to escape. The moment the demonic claw reached out from the void, he had already fled with a whoosh. Boom! There was a loud noise as the demonic claw that was as huge as a mountain ruthlessly slammed into the light screen that was formed by countless interweaving divine inscriptions. The entire light screen flickered and shook violently from the impact. Behind the light screen, Saintly, who was closing the door on the light screen, felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He was sent flying by the terrifying power that surged out from the door that was not completely closed yet. A powerful demonic aura emanated from the door, and a great amount of demonic aura surged out from the demonic claw in an attempt to forcefully open the almost closed door on the light screen. The demonic aura that had seeped in from the door converged and surged, and the shadow of a demonic dragon emerged from the demonic aura. The old man and the young man immediately turned pale with fright. The young man immediately took out the blazing divine cauldron and urged the monstrous divine flames to burn the demonic aura of the dragon. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man with a youthful complexion flew forward and immediately conjured a Taoist seal, shooting rays of divine light at the door on the light screen. Finally, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the door. Rumble, the moment the old man's blood sprayed onto the light screen, the towering divine pillar that towered between heaven and earth began to vibrate. The old turtle divine inscription on the divine pillar emitted a dazzling divine light, just like how Gu Fei had comprehended the great path imprint on the divine pillar. All the divine inscriptions rushed out from the divine pillar and then merged into the light screen. The Supreme Immortal Way's Taoist rhyme was vast and mighty. The light screen that was formed by the interweaving divine inscriptions was reinforced by the Taoist rhyme and immediately emitted a brilliant divine light. The endless demonic aura that surged over dissipated under the illumination of the divine light. Roar. An angry roar came from within the demonic aura. The demonic dragon's claw that had pressed against the light screen quickly retracted. The mountain-like claw of the dragon was burning with divine flames. The door on the divine light screen disappeared, and the old man's mouthful of blood also completely merged into the light screen, activating the great power of the restriction. At that moment, the young man with the divine cauldron was engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic dragon's shadow. The terrifying divine flames that could incinerate everything were actually unable to melt the dragon's shadow. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Everyone could already tell that the demonic dragon's shadow was only a trace of the demonic dragon's will that had seeped in. This trace of will was actually able to fight against a celestial powerhouse. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Humph! Saintly rushed back and sneered as he attacked. Palm of mountains and rivers. He growled and pressed his right hand down on the demonic dragon in the sea of flames below. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, a huge golden palm descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying might that could shake the heavens and earth. It blocked out the sky and grabbed at the dragon's shadow. This huge golden hand seemed to be able to grab the mountains and rivers in its hand as it enveloped the entire world. Without any suspense, the dragon's silhouette shrouded in demonic aura let out an unwilling roar as it was blasted into the boundless sea of flames. Rumble! The monstrous divine flames rolled back and absorbed all the demonic aura that had exploded into the divine cauldron in the young man's hand. The divine flames in the divine cauldron completely refined it. Under the combined efforts of the two celestial powerhouses, this trace of the demonic dragon's will was finally obliterated. At that moment, the monstrous demonic aura had already surged nearby. However, it was blocked by the vast divine light coming from the light tomb, unable to approach the divine light seal. Terrifying demonic howls came from within the demonic aura. Terrifying demonic creatures shrouded in the demonic aura began to walk out. N. Chapter 565. All the restrictions protecting the god race's holy land were activated. A light screen made of endless divine patterns appeared in the void. It towered into the boundless sky and completely separated the god race's holy land from the death domain. The monstrous devil aura that surged from the death domain was blocked by the light screen that appeared in the void. It was difficult to get close. Terrifying devil howls came from the surging devil aura. It was as if thousands of demons and ghosts were howling. It made people's scalps go numb. The god race experts who successfully closed the door on the light screen were still in shock. They saw demonic creatures with strong devil aura walking out of the devil aura. Shrouded by the devil chi, one could see that some of these monsters had demonic bones without flesh and skin. Above their pitch-black bones, there was an evil black devil light flowing. Some of them had been demonized. Their skin and flesh were stuck to their bones, as if they were dried corpses covered with a layer of human skin. However, among the increasing number of demonic creatures, there weren't many humanoid demonic creatures. Most of the demonic creatures were different kinds of demonic creatures that had never been seen before in the death domain. These demonic creatures were incomparably ferocious, but they all had one thing in common. They seemed to have no intelligence. They were just a group of controlled puppets. Their movements were stiff as they walked out of the devil aura step by step. Although the death domain was a place where Een aura and death aura gathered, it wasn't the world of demonic creatures. Needless to say, these countless demonic creatures were definitely undead creatures that had been demonized by the terrifying devil dragon's devil power. The devil power was vast and mighty. This devil power seemed to be controlling these demonic creatures without intelligence to attack the seal of the god race's holy land. Roar! The demonic corpse that was walking at the front suddenly let out a roar. Then, it suddenly flew towards the light screen made of endless divine patterns. Bang! The demonic corpse slammed into the light screen. Then, it was sent flying by the power of the light screen. It fell into the group of demonic creatures behind it and smashed over a dozen of them. Roar! 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 Gradually, more and more shrill roars were heard. Countless demonic creatures rushed out of the dark devil aura and attacked the light screen. The sound of collisions was endless. The divine patterns on the light screen floated and emitted waves of divine power. All the demonic creatures that collided with it were sent flying away. The seal of the god race's holy land was strengthened by a ruthless person who didn't hesitate to brand an immortal Tao mark under the divine pillar. Even an extreme expert of the same level might not be able to break it in a short time. The tide of monsters continued to rush forward. Not long later, the light screen was densely packed with countless ferocious monsters. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly, and their roars were earth-shattering. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. The devil dragon that had successfully reborn seemed to really want to attack the god race. If so many demonic creatures rushed into this area full of vitality, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was enough to destroy this paradise countless of time. At this time, He Tian, who had fled faster than anyone else, came back from a distance. How can these demonic creatures break in? The young man who looked similar to Saintly said disdainfully. He was very confident in the protection of the god race's holy land seal. Only the strongest experts of the god race could open the seal with a secret method and enter the god race's holy land and the death zone outside freely. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the surging devil aura outside. Then, a dragon head the size of a mountain poked out from the devil aura. The dragon's head was extremely ferocious. The two blood-red dragon horns were like corals. They were strangely red, and there seemed to be a blood-red demonic light circulating on them. The dragon's eyes were like bottomless black holes. Black demonic mist seeped out from them. There were no pupils in the eye sockets. They were just pitch black. Black light flickered on the black scales, and the huge dragon body emitted an incomparably powerful demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Rebirth of flesh and blood, it's really unimaginable. I'm afraid we have to awaken our sleeping ancestor. The prophecy seems to be coming true. When Saint Li and the others saw this scene, their expressions became incomparably solemn. They muttered to themselves. There seemed to be many secrets hidden in their words. Ancestor, prophecy. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard what Saint Li and the others said. Just what secrets did the god race have? Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. This world of death was really too complicated. Boom! At this time, the devil dragon fiercely spewed out a burst of heaven-burning demon fire towards the light screen. Once the heaven-burning demon fire appeared, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. This kind of demonic fire was filled with a demonic nature and was extremely cold. Any cultivator that was touched by this demonic fire would be instantly burned to ashes by the demonic fire. Even their souls wouldn't be able to escape. Their souls would scatter and scatter. The light screen that was blocking the countless demonic creatures was burned by the demon fire. Divine light flickered, and transparent ripples appeared on the light screen. Countless divine runes appeared faintly, and the heavenly pillars trembled. Tao rhymes circulated on the light screen, blocking the heaven-burning demon fire. Even though the devil flames could burn space to pieces and burn everything that was tangible and intangible, it was still unable to break through the light barrier and restrictions. The devil dragon spewed out the heaven-burning demon fire again and again. The demonic fire soared to the sky and burned the void. The void was collapsing, cracking, and being annihilated. Such a terrifying demon fire could only burn the light screen until it flickered. Bang! A pitch-black dragon claw emitted endless demonic chi. It reached out from the demonic clouds and bombarded the light screen. That terrifying claw could tear the void and shatter the heaven and earth, but it still couldn't shake the seal. The demon dragon was frantically attacking the seal, but no matter how much the terrifying demon dragon burned with demon fire, bombarded with dragon claws, and even used all kinds of terrifying divine abilities, it was unable to shake the seal in the slightest. This seal. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Even the reborn devil dragon couldn't break the seal. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this formation that protected the god race's sacred land was. The god race was really generous. They had actually set up a huge sealing formation that could cover the entire god race's holy land. Seeing that the devil dragon couldn't break the seal, Saintly and the other god race experts heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Saintly said to Gu Fei and the others, "Please follow me." As he spoke, Saintly, the white-haired old man, and the youth led the way. They brought Gu Fei and the others into the depths of the sacred land. Chapter 566. The Holy Land of the Divine Race could definitely be called a land of immortals. The sealing formation gathered all the spiritual chi in the Holy Land and trapped it within a radius of 10,000 miles. Not only was the breath of life in the Holy Land exuberant, the concentration of spiritual chi was definitely not inferior to those caves in the soaring dragon continent. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian followed behind Saintly and flew into the depths of the Holy Land of the Divine Race. Along the way, they saw lush greenery and no signs of life. Gu Fei noticed that the deeper they went into the Holy Land of the Divine Race, the denser the spiritual chi became. Moreover, the scenery below became more and more beautiful. He noticed that on the ground below, there was a spirit spring every 10 miles and a lake every 50 miles. Other than trees, there was only water. Gu Fei even saw a huge river flowing through the endless mountain ridges like a white chain winding through the mountains. In the Holy Land of the Divine Race, there were boundless forests and steep mountains. From time to time, waterfalls and spiritual lakes could be seen dotted among them. This was simply a paradise. After entering the Holy Land of the Divine Race, Gu Fei felt as if he had left the world of death. The roar of the demonic dragon behind him gradually faded away. Along the way, Gu Fei sensed at least 4 or 5 places where spiritual chi gathered. That was the breath of the heavenly spring of life. It was really hard to imagine that there was such a scene in the depths of the continent of death. Gu Fei found that there was a sun emitting brilliant sunlight in the sky. How did they do it? Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that it was not a real sun, but it seemed to be a real solar star. Gu Fei felt the heat of the sunlight. After flying for nearly 1,000 miles, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. They did not stop but flew directly towards the black dot. After a while, they came closer. Not only Gu Fei, but even the Old Tortoise and He Tian were shocked. How was this a black dot? It was actually a mountain that was floating high in the sky. The mountain was thousands of feet high and had a radius of 100 miles. It blocked the sunlight in the sky and cast a huge shadow. Below the mountain was a huge lake. Could it be that this mountain was actually moved from the ground to the sky by someone? Gu Fei discovered that the lake below the mountain seemed to be about the same size as the mountain. It was as if a mountain had risen from the ground to form a lake. Good move. The Old Tortoise was moved. On top of the mountain, there was a huge palace. Around the palace were pavilions, halls, and pavilions. Saintly and the others stopped. Saintly said to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, "This is the sacred mountain of our god race. The huge palace at the peak of the mountain is called the Purple Immortal Palace. That is my clan's forbidden ground. You'd best not trespass," warned the white-haired elder gravely. Gu Fei nodded, but Old Tortoise was staring at the palace at the top of the mountain. His eyes were shining, but his face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Afterwards, Saintly and the others brought Gu Fei and the others to the floating mountain in front of them. They landed halfway up the mountain. Here, there were ancient vines, old trees, strange flowers, and strange grasses everywhere. The elder and the youth bid farewell and left. Saintly brought Gu Fei and the others to one of his palaces. "Young master, you've returned." A youth came out of the palace to greet them. Who else could it be but Saintly's lackey? Saintly nodded. Just as he was about to enter the palace, he suddenly stopped and said to the little attendant, "Who's inside? Didn't I say that when I'm not here, no one is allowed to enter?" Saintly's lackey was called Li Ran, and he was Saintly's only disciple. Li Ran's origins were a bit mysterious, and he was different from the ordinary god race. But at this time, Li Ran showed a panicked expression. "Senior Li, why are you making things difficult for my little martial nephew? I was the one who forced my way in." A cold voice suddenly came from the palace. "Li Zun, it's you?" When Saint Li heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. A trace of disdain and helplessness flashed across his face. Saint Li already knew who the person inside was and hurriedly walked into the palace. The youth, Li Ran, hurriedly followed behind Saint Li. He didn't even look at Gu Fei and the old tortoise. The old tortoise and Gu Fei looked at each other and then followed. He Tian could only follow behind Gu Fei and the old tortoise into the palace. The magnificent palace was decorated with carved beams and painted pillars. The ground seemed to be surging with mist, as if they had entered a heavenly palace. A young man in a purple robe sat inside. Behind him stood two beautiful women in white, like fairies descending from the heavens. The young man's eyes were incomparably sharp. His face was pale, but he had a head of white hair. His smile was as dazzling as the sun. He was very handsome. "Li Zun, what are you doing here? We don't welcome you here," Saint Li said in a low voice as he swept his gaze over the young man. When Gu Fei came in, he saw that Saint Li's fists were clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing his anger. Even so, Gu Fei could still feel a trace of cold murderous intent from Saint Li. He actually wants to kill the white-haired youth? Is there a grudge between them? Gu Fei thought to himself. It seemed that the Shin clan was not that united. The white-haired youth stood up and glanced at Saint Li, who was glaring at him. Then his gaze fell on Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian. I heard that the person in the prophecy has appeared, so I came to take a look. It seems that this trip was not in vain. The white-haired youth, Li Zun, said with a smile, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "I've made a fool of myself," Saint Li said to Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He Tian was directly ignored. "Please excuse us for a moment. Li Ran, take the guest to the guest room to rest." The youth, Li Ran, immediately walked over and said, "Please." He then led the way in front. That's right. It's better for outsiders to know as little about the internal affairs of our Shin clan as possible. Saint Li sneered. His gaze constantly swept over Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's hearts trembled. This Li Zun was very powerful, and he seemed to have bad intentions towards them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not help but be wary of Li Zun. "Li Zun, what exactly do you want?" Saint Li's angry voice came from the hall. "I don't want anything." Li Zun's voice suddenly disappeared. It seemed that someone had cut off the connection between the hall and the outside world. His voice and aura could not be heard. Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not want to know what grudges there were between Saint Li and Li Zun. What they wanted to know the most was why the Shin clan wanted to cooperate with them. "Old tortoise, do you know the prophecy that Li Zun spoke of?" "What is it?" Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He did not want Li Ran to hear his conversation with the old tortoise. As Gu Fei transmitted his voice, he paid close attention to the reaction of Li Ran, who was leading the way. When he saw that Li Ran did not have any unusual reaction, he knew that Li Ran should not have noticed his transmission. Although Li Ran was Saint Li's disciple and follower, and looked young, his cultivation and strength were extremely profound and powerful. He was definitely a young emperor. However, it was difficult to determine the strength of an existence like the Shin clan from their appearance. It should be known that the emperor, realm experts of the death world were existences like immortals in the Tinglong continent. An expert that surpassed the emperor realm was equivalent to an existence that surpassed the immortals realm. Gu Fei was only a demigod. If he did not have an extreme Dao treasure, even if he was a cultivator, it would be difficult for him to kill an emperor realm expert. The old tortoise shook his head at Gu Fei. He did not immediately transmit his voice to Gu Fei. Instead, he silently followed behind Li Ran, walking forward as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gu Fei did not transmit his voice to the old tortoise. At the same time, his heart trembled. Could it be that a peerless expert was secretly spying on them? Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous. But on the surface, he did not show it. Gu Fei and the others followed behind Li Ran. They passed through several corridors and arrived at a courtyard. After Li Ran brought them here, he hurriedly left. The courtyard was very large. There were pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. Gu Fei and the others walked into a pavilion next to a pond and sat down. This is also my first time entering the death world. How would I know about any prophecies, said the old tortoise. Li Ran had already left, but he was still worried and continued to transmit his voice to Gu Fei. Hey Tian, what prophecies are circulating in this death world? Gu Fei turned to ask Hey Tian. Ever since he had entered the divine race's holy land, he seemed to have become much quieter. Hey brat, tell me what you know. The old tortoise also transmitted his voice to Hey Tian. He also wanted to know what kind of prophecy it was. Even an idiot would know that Li Zun's prophecy was definitely related to them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to know what kind of prophecy it was. Hey Tian was silent. The spiritual fire in his skull was violently throbbing, but it didn't emit any spiritual fluctuations. He seemed to be struggling. After a while, Hey Tian said, "This isn't a prophecy from the death world, but an internal prophecy of the divine race. It's a secret of the divine race. It won't do you any good if you know. Let's not talk about benefits first. I want to know the contents of the prophecy," said Gu Fei solemnly to Hey Tian. "Since it's a prophecy that's circulated within the divine race and a secret of the divine race, how do you know about it?" The old tortoise looked deeply at Hey Tian. A prophecy that only the divine race knew about. Could it be a prophecy left behind by their ancestors? That seemed very likely. How did Hey Tian know about it? Could there be some secret between him and the divine race? Among the divine techniques of the immortal path, there was a divine technique called the amethyst dipper divination. When cultivated to a high level, it seemed to be able to peek into the past and future. It was incomparably marvelous and could be called a heaven-defying divine technique. The divine race had obviously obtained the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. Could it be that among the ancestors of the divine race, there was someone who cultivated this heaven-defying divine technique? The more the old tortoise thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If there really was someone who could predict what would happen today countless years ago, then it was really too terrifying. AI. Hey Tian let out a long sigh. He seemed to recall some past events. He slowly said, "I wasn't born an undead creature. I seem to be from the divine race. After I fell, my soul didn't extinguish and became an undead creature." Hey Tian's words shocked both Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Chapter 567. Although Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had already guessed that this Hey Tian definitely had a great background, no one thought that this ruffian skeleton was once a figure of the god race. Gods could also fall. However, what shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise was not the fall of a god, but that they had guessed the purpose of Hey Tian's current appearance. The god race fell, and then cultivated into an undead creature, entered the undead race, and then wanted to regrow flesh and bones, and be reborn against heaven's will. What this Hey Tian had done could be said to be unprecedented. In the history of the continent of death, only the undead creatures born on the continent of death had successfully reborn their flesh and blood. Both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise believed that this legend should be true. However, the undead creatures that were reborn their flesh and blood were only the manifestation of the transformation of the undead creatures to the supreme realm. Just like the terrible demonic dragon that led countless demonic creatures to attack the holy land of the god race, even if it succeeded in reborn its flesh and blood, it still could not be regarded as a true life form of flesh and blood in the true sense. Even if the terrible demonic dragon had succeeded in reborn its flesh and blood, it still had a monstrous demonic aura and boundless death aura. It had not truly reversed life and death, nor had it truly broken the rules of life and death. Both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had already thought that the path taken by this Hey Tian was probably the same as that of the supreme expert who came out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Washing away the endless death aura, truly reversing life and death, and regrowing flesh and bones, this was a heaven-defying act that broke the rules of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to becoming an enemy of heaven and earth. He Tian had successfully washed away the death aura on his soul and bones. The next step of transformation was probably the true rebirth of flesh and blood, reversing life and death. Since you were once a god, then what is the prophecy that Li Zun mentioned? After knowing the origin of He Tian, Gu Fei couldn't wait to ask He Tian. I've only awakened a part of my memories from before I was alive. It's not so clear. He Tian thought for a while and said such words. No. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He had thought that this fellow knew the secrets of the divine race, but it seemed his knowledge was limited. Old Tortoise, do you have a way to make him remember everything that happened in the past? Gu Fei turned to Old Tortoise and asked. Perhaps only an antique like Old Tortoise could make He Tian remember everything. Old Tortoise did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while before saying, it's not difficult to completely awaken his soul, but... Old Tortoise looked troubled. But what? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. He didn't want to be led by the nose. He wanted to know about the divine race's prophecy. Only then would he be able to react accordingly. He didn't want to be bought by someone and still be counting money for them. Old Tortoise helplessly transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Have you forgotten where you are? As long as we make the slightest movement here, they will immediately sense it. If we want to completely awaken Little Black's soul memory, we will have to use a secret technique. What should we do? Asked Gu Fei. Once they used a secret technique, they would definitely not be able to escape the divine race experts on the sacred mountain. When we entered this sacred mountain, I sensed at least 4 or 5 incomparably powerful auras. The divine race is not simple. They have an astounding foundation. It's impossible for us to contend against them. Old Tortoise's expression was a bit ugly. He never thought that there would be the divine race in the hell realm. Such a powerful race existed. If he knew about the existence of the divine race, he probably wouldn't have entered the hell realm. We're already under their surveillance? Gu Fei was shocked. When he entered the sacred mountain, he didn't sense any powerful auras at all. This made his heart palpitate. The other party's cultivation and strength were too much higher than his own. Only someone at the level of Old Tortoise could sense their existence. That prophecy is actually not only related to you, but also to the devil. I vaguely remember that the prophecy seems to say that humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and devils will appear in the world of death at the same time. Heaven and earth will be reopened. He Tian's words once again caused Old Tortoise and Gu Fei's thoughts to come to a halt. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were speechless for a long time. This prophecy seemed to be related to them. No one would have thought that they would use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to break the Lord Buddha's seal and enter the hell realm. Could it be that countless years ago, someone had used a supreme divine technique to divine that they had entered the hell realm? F***ck, who the F***ck left this prophecy? Old Tortoise said angrily. Human, God, demon, Buddha, devil. He was a demon. Although Gu Fei was a demigod, he was still a human. God might be referring to the divine race. Buddha, could it be referring to the evil little monk and the skinny, mummy, old monk who had entered the hell realm with them? Impossible. Although the little monk and the mummy, old monk were powerful and had great magical powers, how could they be mentioned in the same breath as the Buddha? There was also that demon dragon. Even if the demon dragon had successfully regenerated its flesh and blood and condensed its demon dragon true form, strictly speaking, it was not a devil, but an incomparably terrifying magical beast. No, this prophecy really did not hold water. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. The conditions for this prophecy to hold water were too harsh. It did not seem possible at all. How could the Buddha appear in the world of death? Could it be that the legendary Buddhist Almighty who swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty really existed in this world? As for the devil, it was said that there was a place where the devil was sealed, where the bone of a true devil was sealed. Could it be that this devil, who had been dead for countless years and whose corpse had been sealed for countless years, could really be resurrected like the ancient demon dragon? Only when human, God, demon, Buddha, and devil appeared at the same time could the prophecy be true. Humans existed, gods existed, and so did Buddha. However, if Buddha and devil did not appear, the prophecy would not hold water. However, if the prophecy did not hold water, then why did the divine race attach so much importance to them? Why did they even cooperate with them on equal footing? Moreover, the heaven and earth mentioned in this rebirth should refer to the hell realm. The question was, where would the heaven and earth be reopened? In whose hands would it be reopened? Was it human, God, demon, Buddha, or devil? Gu Fei and the old tortoise were a little uneasy. The memory of this He Tian's soul had not been fully awakened, so what he knew was very limited. There was definitely a great secret that they did not know. Which bastard left this prophecy? Asked the old tortoise angrily. He had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Perhaps something earth-shattering would really happen in this world of death. It seems to be an approval written by a great person for this world. As for who it is, I don't know either. He Tian did not hide anything. It shouldn't be the legendary Tao ancestor, thought the old tortoise. If it was really the prophecy left by the Tao ancestor, then it would be really bad. Who cares? When the car arrives at the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat arrives at the bridgehead, there will be a way. No matter what comes, we will just take it, said Gu Fei, shaking his head in annoyance. Just as they were discussing the prophecy of the divine race in St. Li's palace, two divine rainbow-like escape lights rushed out from the mountainside of the divine mountain and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, in the mountains thousands of miles away, there were powerful energy fluctuations. There were people from the divine race making a move. Swish. 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 Above the divine mountain, several divine rainbows that were not inferior to the previous two escape lights rushed out. They flew towards the direction of the energy fluctuations like shooting stars streaking across the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Rumble, under the illumination of the endless golden light, a mountain range collapsed. Rubble pierced through the air, and dust surged, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying divine power shook the heavens and shook the earth, intimidating all directions. A figure that was like a golden deity descended from the sky, directly pressing down on a water-blue figure below. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was moving. That golden figure was as destructive as the golden sun, and an extremely powerful pressure descended, pressing down on the ground until it was sinking. Humph, saintly, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. You and I were once from the same sect, and I know exactly how strong you are. Li Zun's voice rang out from below. Endless water elemental power was vast and mighty. Li Zun seemed to be standing in a vast ocean, and the power he emitted was not any weaker than saintly at all. Li Zun, die. Saintly was like a golden deity. With a wave of his hand, a golden mountain immediately appeared above Li Zun's head, pressing down on him. Endless killing intent was released from Saint Li's body. One could see that he really wanted to kill Li Zun, and he did not hide it at all. I have also tolerated you for a long time. Today, let us fight. Li Zun roared, his white hair dancing wildly, and the water elemental power surged violently. Devour the heavens. With a loud shout, Li Zun's hands danced, and Tao rhymes circulated between his palms and fingers. Endless water elemental power quickly circulated in front of him, forming a huge whirlpool, swallowing the golden mountain that was pressing down. The metal elemental power was extremely hard, extremely fierce, while the water elemental power was extremely soft. Li Zun actually wanted to use softness to break the hardness, using water to restrain the metal elemental power. Rumble, the golden mountain pressed down, colliding with the huge whirlpool that was going against the heavens. The whirlpool formed by the endless water elemental power had the power to swallow the heavens. The golden mountain shook continuously, and golden light flashed chaotically. However, the golden mountain was Saint Li's life divine weapon, and it was incomparably powerful, but it still managed to resist the great suction of the whirlpool, and was not swallowed by it. The two terrifying powers collided, and they were wearing each other down. The vast and mighty power shattered the void, and shattered the earth. Even the sun in the sky seemed to be affected, and it became dim. Saintly, Li Zun, do you want to destroy my clan's sacred ground? Just as Saintly and Li Zun were in a stalemate, an old voice came from the direction of the sacred mountain. Chapter 568. The aged voice was filled with majesty. When Saintly and Li Zun heard this voice, they immediately withdrew their hands and retreated. The two vast energies that shook the heavens and the earth quickly calmed down after the two of them stopped fighting. However, Saintly and Li Zun's bodies still flickered with rays of divine light, as if they could fight again at any time. They were both very fearful of the owner of that voice. Swish! 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 3 rays of divine light flew over from the direction of the Saint Mountain. They were very fast, and as soon as they appeared on the horizon, they flashed for a moment and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The divine light dissipated, and 3 people appeared in the light. The one in the lead was an old man with a ruddy face and white hair. He wore a purple and gold Taoist crown on his head and was dressed in a Taoist robe. As for the 2 experts of the divine race standing behind him, one was a middle-aged man dressed in green with a refined appearance, and the other was a youth dressed in white with a cold expression. Saintly, Li Zun, you two are really daring to fight in the Saint Lands. Don't you know that it's forbidden to fight in the Saint Lands? The old man glanced at Saintly and Li Zun and said angrily. Greetings, elder. Saintly and Li Zun respectfully bowed to the old man. This old man was definitely an important figure in the divine race. Saintly and Li Zun didn't dare to slight him and bowed to him. What exactly happened? The old man asked in a low voice. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the two of them. Replying to elder, Saintly was the one who attacked first. I was just defending myself. Li Zun glanced at Saintly and said indifferently. He wasn't the one who attacked first. Humph. So what if I was the one who attacked first? Saintly glared at Li Zun and said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that the elder was present, he would have already attacked Li Zun. Sigh. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? The old man shook his head. The 2 experts behind him also looked at each other helplessly. You two are from the same sect. Why must you, elder, please don't waste your breath on this matter. There's nothing to say between me and Li Zun. Saintly cut off the elder's words, his attitude resolute. The old man thought about it for a moment, and then he said, no matter what, you shouldn't have fought in the Holy Land. You must be punished. Humph, Li Zun couldn't help but feel somewhat dissatisfied. The one who had attacked first was Saintly, and from the elder's tone, it seemed that he was going to side with Saintly. What was so good about Saintly? Why did everyone want to protect him? The elders are like this, and so is the patriarch. Honorably, I punish you by grounding you for 100 days. Go back and reflect on your past. As for Sagely, since he invited 2 distinguished guests, his merits and demerits offset each other. Quickly go back and entertain the guests. Humph, goodbye. Li Zun cupped his hands towards the elder, then turned and left. The elder's favoritism towards Saintly made him extremely unhappy. The old man and the other 2 divine race experts couldn't help but shake their heads. They seemed to know about the grudge between Li Sheng and Li Zun, and felt somewhat helpless. Only after Li Zun left did the old man say to Saintly, Saintly, if you can endure it, endure it. There are some things that if you shed all pretense of cordiality, it will bring extremely terrifying consequences to our race. The gains do not make up for the losses. I will solemnly follow elders' teachings, said Saintly, you better listen to my words. The old man glanced at Saintly, then turned and left with the 2 divine race experts behind him. Those 2 divine race experts didn't make a sound from start to finish. Li Zun. After the old man left, Saintly looked in the direction that Li Zun had left. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes red, and killing intent surged from his body. There seemed to be an unresolvable grudge between him and Li Zun. But if Saint Li really killed Li Zun, it would most likely cause a huge storm. As long as he was in this world, he couldn't fight against Li Zun. Saint Li sighed helplessly, then soared into the air and flew in the direction of the holy mountain. Just as Saint Li was nearing the sacred mountain, a buzzing sound of a sword suddenly came from the palace at the peak of the sacred mountain without warning. What's going on? Saint Li was taken aback. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword chi shot out from the palace at the peak of the mountain, charging straight at him. Under this sword chi, even the heavens and earth lost their color. Saint Li cultivated the way of the immortal sword. After sensing this sword chi, the sword energy in his body immediately trembled, as if it had been summoned. It wanted to rush out of his body and fly towards the peak of the holy mountain. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the courtyard of Saint Li's palace, suddenly froze. Then, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, How is this possible? The palace at the peak of the holy mountain was the Violet Immortal Palace, a forbidden area of the divine race. Even the divine race could not enter the immortal palace without an imperial edict. I sensed the aura of the violet gold divine sword. After a moment of shock, Gu Fei was immediately overjoyed. The violet gold divine sword. That was an extreme divine weapon that everyone coveted. What? The old tortoise was shocked and hurriedly said, Quickly try and see if you can retrieve the divine sword. Yes. Gu Fei was about to use his Xian Qi to retrieve the violet gold divine sword, but at this moment, the trace of connection between him and the sword suddenly disappeared, as if it had been cut off by some power. Oh no, an expert has cut off my connection with the divine sword. Gu Fei's joy was for naught. It's not easy to cut off the connection between an extreme treasure and its owner. It seems that the person who did this is at least a terrifying existence on par with the Almighty. The old tortoise said solemnly. The sword chi came from the peak of the holy mountain. Gu Fei suddenly stood up. He suddenly realized that the violet gold divine sword had actually fallen into the hands of the divine race. Don't act rashly. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to him. The divine race's foundation was too shocking. The few of them were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. If they really fought, forget about winning, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Gu Fei's thoughts raced, and then he slowly sat down unwillingly. He had to retrieve the violet gold divine sword, but it wouldn't be that easy. The sudden burst of sword chi from the peak of the holy mountain had alarmed many experts of the divine race. On the holy mountain, many older experts who were cultivating in seclusion also came out. In the distant sky, Li Xing quickly came back to his senses and then flew towards the holy mountain. What kind of place is the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the mountain? In the garden, in a pavilion, Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. He Tian was a member of the divine race when he was alive. Although his soul's memories hadn't been completely awakened, he would more or less know some things about the divine race. I advise you not to have any ideas about the Violet Immortal Palace. He Tian muttered to himself for a while before seriously transmitting his voice to Gu Fei. I've already made up my mind. Just tell me everything you know, said Gu Fei. The violet gold divine sword was his, and it was an extreme sacred weapon. He had to retrieve it no matter what. Alas, that's an ancient palace left behind by a distant ancestor of my race. The only remaining ancestor of my race is in a deep slumber in the Violet Immortal Palace. Although He Tian hadn't successfully reversed life and death, he had already unconsciously regarded himself as a member of the divine race. No. Gu Fei was shocked. The divine race actually still had an ancient ancestor who had survived. It was truly unbelievable. Just how long had that ancestor lived? Could it even be traced back to when the Hell Dao was formed? The era of the divine race's ancestor was probably even earlier than the old tortoise. Why are you so shocked? Once you reach the immortal god realm, your lifespan is practically endless. If there are no accidents, even an ordinary immortal god can live forever, let alone the divine race, said He Tian. That's true. Gu Fei thought that if he could find a secret place to hide, as long as there wasn't any major upheaval, he would probably be able to live until the end of time. How is this possible? Could the person who took my divine sword be that ancestor of the divine race? When Gu Fei thought of that, he couldn't help feeling his body heat up and his throat become a bit dry. If the violet gold divine sword had been taken by that ancestor of the divine race, then it really would be impossible to get it back. That ancient ancestor of the divine race who had lived for countless years had probably long since reached the realm of the Buddhist Lord, martial ancestor, and demon ancestor. Gu Fei was just about to continue asking when a divine rainbow descended from the sky and landed outside the pavilion. When the light faded, Saint Li's figure appeared. With Saint Li's arrival, Gu Fei naturally couldn't continue asking. Brother Gu, Brother Gui, please forgive me for my negligence, said Saint Li as he walked into the pavilion. Where's that brat Li Ran? Saint Li couldn't help being a bit displeased that Li Ran wasn't here to accompany the guests. Where had he gone? Brother Li. Gu Fei and the others hastily stood up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone sat back down. Brother Li wants to cooperate with us. What kind of cooperation is it? Gu Fei went straight to the point and asked what he wanted to know. It's still too early to say, said Saint Li. Although Gu Fei and the old tortoise appeared very calm, they were actually a bit dissatisfied with Saint Li's refusal. At the same time, they felt a trace of unease. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to ask more, but Saint Li cleverly changed the topic several times. Seeing him like this, Gu Fei and the old tortoise couldn't continue asking. However, from his conversation with Saint Li, Gu Fei learned about the current situation of the divine race. The divine race was incomparably powerful, but their population wasn't large. Even after countless years of reproduction, their population hadn't grown very obviously. There were only a few hundred of them. Furthermore, these several hundred divine races were divided into 3 factions, each of them inheriting the inheritance left behind by their ancestors. Chapter 569. Saint Li and Gu Fei chatted for an hour before leaving. Only Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian were left in the courtyard of the palace. Gu Fei and the old turtle felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the sacred land of the god race. From time to time, light would fly out from the sacred mountain and disappear into the horizon. Divine rainbows would also shoot towards the sacred mountain from time to time. Saint Li had left in a hurry. It was likely that the god race would make a big move. There seems to be a lot of contradictions within the god race, said Gu Fei. During the conversation with Saint Li, Gu Fei learned about the situation of the god race. It turned out that the god race had 3 distant ancestors who had passed down 3 great inheritances. The current god race was the descendants of those 3 ancestors. The descendants of those 3 ancestors formed the 3 great bloodlines of the god race. Li Sheng and Li Zun were originally from the same sect, but they were not descendants of the same distant ancestor. This kind of bloodline inheritance would become the disciple of an expert of another bloodline inheritance, and learn the divine arts of the other bloodline. This was very common in the divine race. However, this also gave rise to many other problems and contradictions. When one's own bloodline's interests were threatened, the same clan members would also become opponents or even enemies. There was only one god race lord. In order to fight for the position, the 3 great bloodlines of the god race had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. They all wanted their own people to take the position. The ancestor of Li Zun's bloodline was still alive. Therefore, for a long period of time, Li Zun's bloodline held the absolute upper hand. The position of the god race lord was almost always held by Li Zun's bloodline. The people of the other bloodlines were naturally unhappy and unwilling. Although they were very dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. Who asked Li Zun's distant ancestor to still be alive? Their contradictions have nothing to do with us. What we need to do now is find a way to get out of this world of death, said the old turtle. He no longer held any hope of refining the hell realm. The god race was so powerful, but they were still trapped in the hell realm for countless years. If they could refine the hell realm, would the god race still have to wait until now? How do we get out? Unless the god race's prophecy comes true and heaven and earth reopens, or we refine this world, we'll be trapped here forever, unable to leave, said Gu Fei. Initially, he thought that Old Tortoise had a way to get out of the Naraka realm, which was why he was willing to enter the world of death. If he had known that Old Tortoise had no way to get out of the world of death, he would not have entered this world even if he was beaten to death. The outside world was so good. For the world of death, the outside world was the Holy Land and the heavenly realm. Gu Fei wished he could leave this place immediately and return to the Tenglong continent. The prophecy of the Protoss might come true. Old Tortoise muttered. I don't care if the god race's prophecy comes true or not. What I want to do the most right now is to retrieve my violet gold divine sword, said Gu Fei. The violet gold divine sword was in the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. Obviously, the violet gold divine sword had been obtained by an expert of the Protoss and sealed in the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. They wanted to refine it. The violet gold divine sword was an extreme sacred weapon. Even an extreme expert would be envious of it. If the Protoss could refine the violet gold divine sword, there would be nothing that could threaten them in this world of death. Even if the true demon in the land of sealed demons was reborn and controlled an extreme sacred weapon, the Protoss would not be afraid. However, Gu Fei knew very well that unless an extreme expert took action and used the power of the Great Tao to refine it day and night, no one would be able to refine an extreme sacred weapon. That day, if it wasn't for the help of the Great Tao brand in his body, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to reassemble the soul of a divine weapon and refine an extreme sacred weapon. He would not be able to control a treasure like the violet gold divine sword. Boss, don't even think about it. There are divine imprints of the immortal Tao there. As long as we get close to the Violet Immortal Palace, we will be discovered immediately. He Tian advised. At this time, the sky above the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain suddenly emitted waves of energy. Rays of spiritual light gathered from all directions and interweaved into countless divine imprints of the immortal Tao. It was as if an inescapable net had been laid down, enveloping the entire world. The fluctuations in the sky above the Violet Immortal Palace immediately alarmed all the Protoss cultivators on the sacred mountain, as well as Gu Fei and the old turtle. What's going on? Gu Fei and the old turtle did not know what was going on. They walked out of the pavilion and soared into the sky. They looked at the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the mountain that was emitting divine light. Someone has activated the seal of the Violet Immortal Palace. In He Tian's skull, the soul fire was beating violently. At this time, the entire Violet Immortal Palace was blooming with divine light. Multicolored light lingered around it, as if an immortal palace from the heavens had fallen to the mortal world. It was completely the atmosphere of an immortal. Humph, how imposing. The old turtle looked at this scene coldly with a disapproving expression on his face. This guy was experienced and knowledgeable, but he did not put the scene in front of him in his eyes. Gu Fei noticed that there were Protoss cultivators standing in the void above the various palaces on the sacred mountain, looking at the peak of the sacred mountain. Moreover, the closer the Protoss were to the peak of the sacred mountain, the stronger the aura they emitted. St. Li's palace was only halfway up the mountain, and there were many palaces on the sacred mountain that were closer to the peak than St. Li's palace. Didn't this mean that there were many people stronger than St. Li? Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. He counted carefully. There were actually at least dozens of people with auras more terrifying and powerful than St. Li. Although the Protoss did not have many people, it was clear that this race was too powerful. It was definitely enough to be called the strongest race in the world of death. Something strange happened in the Violet Immortal Palace. Countless immortal Tao divine runes emerged from the Violet Immortal Palace, completely enveloping it. The divine runes were faintly discernible in the void, interweaving into countless mysterious runes. Every divine rune had Tao rhymes circulating above it. The divine runes communicated with heaven and earth, forming a formation diagram that gathered endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth, triggering a great power of heaven and earth, completely sealing off the entire mountain where the Violet Immortal Palace was located. Divine light flickered, illuminating heaven and earth, flowing with brilliant and vibrant colors. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly emerged from the Violet Immortal Palace. Thousands of sword chi shot out from the Violet Immortal Palace like a divine rainbow. The chilling sword chi pierced through the void and tore apart the heavens and earth, causing the temperature of the surroundings to plummet. However, when the sword chi collided with the countless divine inscriptions, it was completely blocked. It's the Violet Gold God's word. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He could sense the existence of the Violet Gold God's word. The Violet Gold God's word was in the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the mountain. Someone wanted to forcibly refine the Violet Gold God's word. That person in the Violet Immortal Palace had laid out an inescapable net, afraid that the Violet Gold God's word would fly away. Preposterous. Gu Fei couldn't help cursing inside. If they wanted to steal something from him, then they would have to pay a price. He directly flew down from the sky, once again walking into the pavilion. What's wrong? Boss, the old tortoise and Hei Tian couldn't help but be startled when they saw Gu Fei suddenly fly down from the sky. Then, without thinking too much, they also flew down from the sky. When the old tortoise and Hei Tian walked into the pavilion, they saw that Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body faintly shrouded in multicolored light. A purple flame mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It emitted a vast amount of inner world energy that enveloped him. Although they were standing in front of Gu Fei, neither the old tortoise nor Hei Tian could sense any aura from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's inner world energy had isolated all of his aura. What is boss doing? Hei Tian asked the old tortoise in confusion. If my guess is correct, this brat wants to take back the Violet Gold God's word. The old tortoise looked at Gu Fei, a profound smile on his face. There's a show to watch. The old tortoise said and smiled. He then walked out of the pavilion and flew into the sky again, looking towards the peak of the sacred mountain. At this time, many experts of the god race had gathered outside the restriction of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. They looked inside nervously. The old tortoise saw Saint Li and Li Zun among the crowd. Swish. 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 Rays of light constantly flew over from all parts of the god race's sacred land. The unusual movements in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain had alarmed everyone in the god race. Has the patriarch finally made up his mind to refine that sacred weapon? The primordial demon dragon has been reborn. Is the patriarch refining the sacred weapon at this time to deal with the demon dragon? Our god race might have a sacred weapon. Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Some were extremely excited, some looked solemn, and some even showed a trace of worry. But no matter what, everyone's eyes were attracted by the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. No one noticed that in Saint Li's temporary imperial residence, Gu Fei was circulating his mystic art, wanting to take back the Violet Gold God's word. In the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, there was an old man dressed in white. His hair was sparse, and he was almost bald. A Violet Gold God's word was floating in front of him, emitting a chilling sword light. The old man's skin was wrinkled, like a dried orange peel sticking to his bones. All his teeth had fallen off. It was unknown how long this old man had lived, but he gave off an ancient and vicissitude aura. He was like an ancient antique that had existed for countless years, a living fossil. The old man sat cross-legged on a yellow praying mat. A pair of withered arms extended forward. 10 rays of Violet Gold God's word were emitted from his fingers that were like chicken claws, firmly binding the Violet Gold God's word in front of him. Buzz! The Violet Gold God's word vibrated repeatedly, like a Violet Gold God's word struggling violently. The sword constantly emitted sharp sword aura, trying to break free from the bindings. However, the divine light emitted from the old man's 10 fingers was like a dragon binding divine rope, firmly binding the God's word. No matter how the Violet Gold God's word struggled, it was unable to break free from the old man's 10 fingers. It turned into a rainbow and flew back to Gu Fei's side. Chapter 570. The purple gold divine sword was Gu Fei's divine weapon, and there was a mysterious connection between it and Gu Fei's spirit. As long as this connection was not blocked by others, Gu Fei would be able to sense the existence of the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the pavilion and isolated his aura with the power of heaven and earth. He communicated with the purple gold divine sword and wanted to take it back. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens and lingered in the sky for a long time. Roar! Everyone seemed to hear an angry roar. Afterward, endless purple sword light shot out from the purple immortal palace on the peak of the sacred mountain. In the sky above the purple immortal palace, there was a faint purple dragon shadow that was spiraling around. Sword Chi Dragon. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The endless sword Chi had actually turned into a faint and illusory purple dragon shadow. This was the phenomenon of the sword Chi Dragon. A supreme saint artifact is indeed extraordinary. After the shock, the divine race did not dare to exclaim again and again. They pointed at the faint purple dragon shadow above the purple immortal palace and began to discuss it. This sword has already produced a sword soul. Wanting to refine it is undoubtedly wishful thinking. When the old turtle saw this scene, the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a disdainful smile. Hei Tian stood behind the old turtle, and the soul flame in his skull was constantly flickering. He also seemed to be very nervous. In the purple immortal palace, the old man opened his eyes. The divine radiance emitted from his 10 fingers became even more resplendent and almost materialized. It was like 10 divine rainbows that wrapped around the purple gold divine sword. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword seemed to be affected by something in the unseen world. It trembled again and again, and the cold sword chi was like a wave that spread out in all directions. Swish, 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 the void where the divine sword was torn apart with unparalleled sharpness. Spatial cracks appeared, and there was a sound like cloth being cut apart. What's going on? Why is this sacred sword having such an intense reaction today? The old man activated the divine power in his body. His 10 fingers seemed to have been deified, becoming crystal clear. His palms seemed to have become transparent, and his bones could be seen under his wrinkled skin. Divine power surged between his palms and fingers. A mysterious aura of the great path surged out from the elder's hands. Purple divine light shone from his fingers and firmly suppressed the trembling purple gold divine sword. Clang! Unparalleled sword chi rushed out from the sword like an unsheathed divine weapon, colliding violently with the light beams emitted from the old man's 10 fingers, and actually emitted the sound of metal colliding. Although the old man had an unfathomable cultivation, it was still difficult for him to completely block the terrifying sword chi that surged out from the purple gold divine sword. The sword light that was like a heavenly sword shot out from time to time, dancing in the purple mansion immortal palace. The floor, walls, and even all the artifacts within the Violet Manor immortal palace were covered in numerous immortal Tao divine markings, and they flickered chaotically from the violet gold sword lights that shot out. This old man was too powerful. He actually set up countless immortal Tao divine markings in the Violet Manor immortal palace, protecting everything within the Violet Manor immortal palace. I don't believe that I can't refine you. The old man muttered to himself. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then, the old man's forehead began to flicker with strong light. The skin and flesh in the middle of his forehead twitched, as if a divine eye that had been closed was about to open. The power of the divine spirit emanated from the old man's forehead, and it spread throughout the Violet Manor immortal palace. The old man's entire body surged with divine light, and endless divine power began to gather at his forehead. With a swoosh, a divine eye actually split open on the old man's forehead. The resplendent divine light was like a sun that was fixed on the old man's forehead. An extremely powerful divine spirit surged out from the divine eye that appeared on the old man's forehead, and it enveloped the purple gold divine sword that was floating in front of him. The purple gold divine sword seemed to be somewhat panicked. It shook continuously, and it let out waves of sword cries. On the divine sword, there was actually a trace of frightening soul power. This extreme divine weapon was afraid. Then, under the illumination of the endless divine light, a faint and illusory figure that was surrounded by divine light and emitted a monstrous soul power surged out from the divine eye on the old man's forehead. The illusory figure was only the size of a thumb, and its appearance was no different from the old man's. It was simply another shrunken old man. This small figure was surrounded by divine light, and it was as if a divine king had descended. It emitted a supreme might that looked down on the world. The purple gold divine sword became even more uneasy, but it was unable to break through the restraints of the divine light that was emitted from the old man's 10 fingers. Swoosh! The faint and illusory figure that had rushed out from the divine eye on the old man's forehead immediately pounced onto the purple gold divine sword, and it quickly fused into the body of the purple gold divine sword. In the instant that the figure entered the divine sword, the old man's life and power seemed to be instantly sucked away. His hands drooped down, and the divine light on his 10 fingers instantly dissipated into the void. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword suddenly vibrated violently, and 2 soul power surged out from the divine sword. The sword soul had been completely activated, and the power of the sword soul surged out, causing the entire purple mansion immortal palace to shake. The sword chi rushed straight up, and the purple dragon above the purple mansion immortal palace became extremely clear at this moment. It roared at the sky, and its voice shook the sky. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even the grand formation formed from the divine runes of the immortal Tao could not completely seal the boundless sword chi. The shocking sword chi surged between heaven and earth. All the experts of the Shin clan felt a chill run down their spines, as if a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. All the god race martial artists changed expressions. This old man had used all means of retreat. He wanted to use his own soul power to replace the purple gold divine sword soul, and refine the divine sword into his own sacred sword. In the instant that the old man's divine soul left his body and entered the purple gold divine sword, Gu Fei, who was circulating his mystic arts in St. Li's palace to communicate with the divine sword soul, was shocked. The connection that he had just established with the divine sword soul almost disappeared. Boom! Endless soul power suddenly burst out from the purple gold divine sword. In the divine light, one could vaguely see an old man and a sword shadow moving quickly. The old man's body quickly floated backwards. Above the divine sword, there were many phantom images. The 2 soul power were fighting for eternity. If not for the immortal Tao divine patterns laid down in advance, the entire purple mansion immortal palace might have collapsed. The old man's emaciated body seemed to have lost all his vitality. He sat cross-legged in the corner of the wall, and there were no signs of life. It was as if he was already dead. When the divine soul left his body was like a withered tree. When the divine soul left his body, it took away all his vitality essence. If the old man's divine soul could not suppress the sword soul and was destroyed by the sword soul, the old man's soul would scatter, and only his body would be left. Chapter 571. This was definitely a battle of life and death, a battle of souls. The old man's soul was so powerful that it actually suppressed the purple gold sword soul. Buzz, 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 the purple gold divine sword vibrated continuously. Endless sword chi shot out from the sword like a tide, piercing through the void and splitting the heaven and earth. The entire purple mansion immortal palace was shaking. Endless divine marks of the immortal Tao flickered and disappeared. Above every divine mark, there was a mysterious Tao that connected the heaven and earth, forming the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of the divine marks of the immortal Tao. Even though the purple gold divine sword was a divine weapon, it could not break through the power of the divine marks of the immortal Tao in a short time. This was borrowing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. If the purple gold divine sword was in the hands of an expert of the extreme Tao, it would certainly be able to break through the power of heaven and earth and ignore all obstacles. However, the purple gold divine sword was not in the hands of an expert of the extreme Tao. Instead, it was passively defending itself. In order to not be destroyed by the old man's soul, it fought endlessly. Phantoms constantly emerged from the purple gold divine sword in the void. In the world of the soul, the old man displayed his divine might and used supreme divine techniques to suppress the purple gold divine sword soul. It must be said that the old man's soul was too powerful. Even the purple gold divine sword soul could not resist it. The old man was fighting with all his might, and so was the purple gold divine sword soul. In the purple mansion immortal palace, sword chi surged and soul power surged. Even the divine marks of the immortal Tao showed signs of breaking. Some of the divine marks were completely erased by the surging soul power. Bang! One of the pillars in the purple mansion divine palace that was shrouded in immortal chi collapsed the moment the immortal rune was erased. It turned into countless fragments and exploded. Then, the fragments were turned into dust by another wave of soul power that swept over and drifted into the void. At this time, the phenomenon in the sky above the purple mansion immortal palace was also changing. Next to the purple dragon that was formed by the sword chi, a huge figure appeared. The figure's head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. As soon as he appeared, he pressed the purple dragon's head down. Then, he waved his fist and violently bombarded the dragon's head. The purple dragon roared again and struggled violently. All the experts of the celestial race who witnessed this scene were incomparably nervous. The people of Li Zun's bloodline were pleasantly surprised because they knew that their distant ancestor had already suppressed that holy artifact. However, the people from the other two branches of the God clan revealed worried expressions. If the ancestor of the Violet Manor Divine Palace successfully refined the Saint weapon, their two branches would be firmly suppressed, and it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. The power of the Sword Soul is still too weak. The time for the Sword Soul to reassemble is too short. It hasn't fully recovered yet. If that old fellow faced the Cauldron Soul of the Mountain and River Cauldron, he would have been devoured by the Cauldron Soul. Waves of soul power passed through the profound array diagram formed by the interweaving divine marks of the immortal Tao. The old turtle knew that the divine race expert in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace was currently refining the divine sword with soul power. That person must be the only remaining old ancestor of the divine race. He actually wanted to use the soul refining technique to subdue the sword soul. Was he that confident? Wasn't he afraid of being devoured by the sword soul? Gu Fei, Gu Fei. He's really risking his life. The old turtle thought to himself. Then he couldn't help but glance at the hall below where Gu Fei was. Good fellow. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, could clearly feel all kinds of soul fluctuations coming from the sword soul. The sword soul was afraid, and its soul power was gradually being suppressed. In this battle of souls, the sword soul was at a disadvantage. There was a faint connection between Gu Fei and the sword soul. He was very clear about the state of the sword soul. His opponent's soul was truly too powerful to be able to suppress the sword soul. Living for so long is also a kind of capital. Gu Fei sighed in his heart. At this time, if he didn't use a secret art, the violet gold divine sword might really be in danger of being refined. How preposterous. You dare to steal my things? I'll give you a life and death struggle. Martial spirit defies the heavens, myriad incarnations. Gu Fei closed his eyes and shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a powerful soul and divine sense fluctuation came from between his eyebrows. The purple flame brand between Gu Fei's eyebrows flickered with a powerful light, as if a divine eye was flashing. An extremely powerful soul power was quickly gathering. Roar! Soul fission! Gu Fei roared, and the purple flame brand between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a brilliant divine light. Like a purple star, it was fixed in place. A purple divine splendor spread from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, enveloping his entire body. A vast soul power surged, and a turbulent yuan qi surged. In that instant, Gu Fei felt as if a part of his soul had been separated. Swoosh! A purple figure rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Although the illusory figure was blurry, it was surrounded by a resplendent purple divine light. It was like a god wearing purple armor, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. If not for the power of the heavens and earth isolating all auras, Gu Fei would definitely not have been able to escape the senses of those terrifying experts on the sacred mountain. That purple figure was only the size of a thumb, but it was condensed with powerful soul power. That was a clone that Gu Fei had split from his martial spirit. Compared to the manifestation of divine sense, the external body technique was even more unfathomable. The little person that emitted a purple divine splendor pointed with a finger, shattering the void, and then directly rushed into the void. Following the faint sense, it teleported towards the location of the sword soul. This was the horror of soul fission. Even if it was not an immortal spirit, but with the soul power of the demigod realm, the clone that Gu Fei had split off could use some magical powers that only an immortal spirit could use. Martial artists did not only cultivate the physical body. When cultivating the physical martial body, they were also tempering the soul and condensing the martial spirit. The martial spirit was indestructible and could exist for eternity. Once the martial spirit died, even if it was a martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body, his soul would also scatter, leaving behind an indestructible body without a soul. Longevity, even for the strongest existences in the world like the extreme Tao experts, was not absolute. Extreme Tao experts could also die. Gu Fei's soul fission technique was not like that of the old man in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, in which all the essence qi contained in the body was instantly sucked out, and the body lost its vitality, turning into a lifeless body. Gu Fei's spirit had not completely left his body. He had only separated a part of it. Even so, that part of his spirit had taken away almost all of Gu Fei's strength. The moment the clone rushed out of the Mud Pill Palace, Gu Fei almost collapsed. He felt as if his body had been sucked out in an instant, and his face turned pale. The 5-colored divine light in his dantian and the 5-colored divine light in the void of his 356 acupoints also dimmed instantly. The incomparably exuberant essence, qi, and spirit in Gu Fei's body seemed to have been consumed in an instant. He hurriedly opened his inner world and plucked an immortal divine fruit beside the divine spring of life. He put the immortal divine fruit in his mouth, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it slowly. There seemed to be endless black and white divine light shining in his mouth, and the powerful yin and yang essence qi overflowed, as if there was a divine object in his mouth. After eating the immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei drank a few mouthfuls of the divine spring of life. The yin and yang essence qi and the life essence qi surged in his body, and his lost essence, qi, and spirit were almost restored. The dim 5-colored divine light in his dantian and acupoints gradually brightened again. At this time, Gu Fei's divine clone had already teleported into the purple gold divine sword. The old man immediately sensed something strange, and his soul power condensed into rays of divine light, piercing the void, and piercing the divine clone hidden in the sword's soul. Hey, who's coveting my weapon? Gu Fei's divine clone appeared directly from the sword's soul, and became one with the sword's soul. He waved his hands, sprinkling out endless sword will, directly shattering the terrible penetrating divine light. Then, Gu Fei's eyes burst out with divine light like the edge of a sword, and he glanced at the old man. Although he was only in the state of divine soul, Gu Fei also displayed a disdainful aura of an expert who looked down on the world. You are. The old man was shocked, and he faintly felt uneasy. The master of the divine sword had actually left a soul brand on the divine sword. This was troublesome. The old man thought that he had activated the soul brand hidden in the depths of the divine sword's soul, and quickly retreated. You actually want to refine my weapon, you deserve to die. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He directly strode forward and attacked the old man. With a wave of his hand, a shocking strand of sword qi immediately shot out from his hand and slashed towards the old man. Swish! Everywhere the sword qi passed, the void was annihilated, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. After becoming one with the sword soul, Gu Fei was the sword soul, and the sword soul was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had complete control over the sword soul's power. Humph! The old man sneered. His hands danced, and boundless soul force surged out from them. Divine runes appeared, and they instantly interwove into a profound rune. Boom! Gu Fei's sword qi instantly collided with the rune. The rune crumbled and disappeared in the void, but the sword qi was also blocked by the rune. The old man took advantage of the opportunity to soar into the sky, dodging the sword qi's slash. After that, 10 rays of divine light shot out from his 10 fingers, and they were like 10 divine chains that coiled around Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei raised his head. Two rays of destructive light shot out from his eyes and directly swept towards the divine light, entangling him. Clang! The 2 rays of destructive divine light collided with the 10 rays of light from the fingers. So what if you're the master of the holy sword? This holy sword is mine. The old man coldly shouted. Soul energy surged from the old man's body, and in the next instant, 3 rays of divine light shot out from the old man's body. Those 3 rays of light transformed into 3 figures that appeared beside the old man. Those 3 figures were faint and illusory, as if they weren't condensed from soul force. It was extremely strange. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. These 3 figures gave Gu Fei a profound feeling. There seemed to be the aura of the Grand Tao curling around them. Gu Fei's heart was shaken, and he almost lost control of his divine light. He hastily retreated, withdrawing the destructive light in his eyes. Sword chi revolved around him to block the old man's attack. Swish! 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 With a flash, the 3 illusory figures surrounded Gu Fei in an instant. They were like 3 undying divine kings, pressing toward Gu Fei step by step. Chapter 572. Gu Fei successfully performed the secret technique of Ascension, and his soul power instantly increased 5-fold. With a slash of the sword, he directly broke through the power of the Great Path, destroyed the 3 phantoms, and broke the old man's 3 pure ones technique. At this moment, he felt that he could even destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. This was a battle in the state of the soul. After the shocking sword light destroyed the 3 phantoms, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash forward, and the endless immortal Tao divine inscriptions collapsed under the sword light. Swoosh! Under the sword light, half of the purple immortal palace disappeared. The purple immortal palace, which was built with incomparably precious and rare divine materials and had stood on the peak of the sacred mountain for countless years, was cut in half. The sword chi surged out from the purple divine palace and transformed into a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It directly broke through the great matrix outside the purple divine palace and shot straight up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void space shattered and turned into nothingness. Even the sun, fixed in the sky, was impacted and shook violently, as if it was about to fall from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, and their minds went blank. How is this possible? The purple immortal palace. What the hell happened? The purple immortal palace was the sacred land of the Shin clan. Except for a limited number of people who could enter and exit, others could not enter the purple immortal palace unless they were summoned. It was a sacred and solemn place. According to the records of the Shin clan, the purple immortal palace was one of the palaces of the supreme Tao ancestor. But now, half of the purple immortal palace was destroyed. How could the people of the Shin clan not be shocked? How could they not be in disbelief? This is too wasteful. The old turtle and Hei Tian stood in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, the old turtle could not help but feel sorry. The purple tiles were purple divine jade. As for the white pillar, it was refined from Tai pure gold from the west. And those bricks, damn, they were not bricks, but chaos gems that were born in the chaos. What a waste. As the old turtle was grieving over the fact that countless divine materials had been destroyed by Gu Fei, the battle in the purple divine palace had come to an end. Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword and slashed out a second time. The old man wanted to escape back into his body, but the old tortoise's sword had broken his supreme technique of turning 3 pures into 1 breath into 1 pures. His vitality was injured, and his divine soul had become extremely weak. Without any suspense, Gu Fei split the old man's soul into 2 with a single slash. After that, he opened his mouth and swallowed the old man's dispersed soul into his stomach. Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension secret technique could only last for 3 minutes. It took him less than a minute to execute the Heaven Ascension secret technique to kill the old man's divine soul. 2 minutes was enough for him to refine the old man's soul power that had entered his body. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the purple divine palace. His figure was hazy, and his appearance could not be seen at all. He was not afraid that the Shin Clan experts outside would see him through the broken purple divine palace. The purple gold divine sword floated in front of him. Endless soul power condensed into rays of divine light that lingered around Gu Fei's body. The divine sword trembled gently, and the sword's soul emitted a joyful soul fluctuation, like a child who had seen his parents, overjoyed. On that day, Gu Fei merged his body with the way and temporarily merged with the mark of the Great Path that was imprinted in his heart. He communicated with the power of the Great Path, recast the divine sword, and reassembled the sword's soul. The sword's soul of the purple gold divine sword was like a newborn. If the purple gold divine sword was still the extreme path sacred weapon that had followed the extreme path powerhouses to conquer the three realms and slay demons and gods, even if the old man's divine soul was extremely powerful, he would definitely not be able to suppress the supreme killing weapon that had conquered everywhere. The soul power of the sword's soul had been increased by 5 times, and was almost infinitely close to the soul power of an extreme path powerhouse. To refine the old man's soul power, it did not need 2 minutes at all. However, Gu Fei did not simply refine the soul power. Gu Fei also needed to temporarily increase his incomparably powerful soul power to read the old man's soul memory. The soul memory of this super antique that had lived for countless years was simply a priceless treasure trove. This treasure trove, Gu Fei did not intend to take it all. He only chose some important things to absorb into his soul memory, such as various immortal Tao divine techniques, various cultivation experiences, and so on. Sword chi surged in the purple divine palace. All the Shin Clan people could vaguely see a faint and illusory figure shrouded in purple divine light. The Shin Clan experts that had retreated began to gather in the purple divine palace. The people of Li Zun's bloodline were even more anxious. They really wanted to know the situation inside and whether their old ancestor had refined that sacred item. If the old ancestor had successfully refined that sacred item, their bloodline's position in the Shin Clan would no longer be shaken, and they would become the masters of the Shin Clan. The powerful soul power was vast and mighty in the purple divine palace. This soul power was so powerful that everyone couldn't help but have the impulse to prostrate themselves in worship of the figure inside the purple divine palace. However, this powerful soul power only lasted for a very short time before it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what had happened in the purple divine palace. Without the summoning of the distant ancestor, no one dared to easily enter the purple divine palace. As time passed, the sun, that was fixed in the sky by the Shin Clan's indescribable power brightened and dimmed 3 times, indicating that 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the celestial race that had gone out had also returned to the sacred mountain. All the celestial race members gathered at the peak of the sacred mountain. There were hundreds of them, including white-haired old men and 7- or 8-year-old children. Among the Shin Clan, most of them were handsome young men and women. At the level of the Shin Clan, maintaining one's appearance, maintaining one's youth, and even regaining one's youth was just a matter of a thought. The old tortoise had been watching from a distance. He found that the Shin Clan's foundation was truly terrifying, and could even be described as terrifying. Just think about it, a 7- or 8-year-old child already had the cultivation of an immortal god. From this, one could see how powerful the Shin Clan was. Yes, no one in the Shin Clan was weak. Perhaps they were too powerful, or perhaps they really were gods, with the bloodline of ancient immortals flowing in their veins. The more he found out about the Shin Clan's strength, the more uneasy the old tortoise became. If others were strong and he was weak, then the weak side had no power to speak of. The strong dominated the weak. This was an unchanging law between heaven and earth. During these 3 days, Gu Fei's true body sat motionlessly in a pavilion in the courtyard of St. Li's palace, sealing his breath with the power of the world. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's avatar was constantly reading the memories of the old man's soul. There was a subtle connection between Gu Fei's avatar and his true body. The memories of the soul that the avatar read were also transmitted back to his true body's sea of consciousness. Gu Fei was surprised to find that he had actually killed a grand disciple of the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. After learning this news, he was almost dumbfounded. Chapter 573. 3 blurry figures rushed out from the old man's body. They were like the incarnations of the great Tao. Their Tao rhymes circulated and attracted the power of the great Tao. They sealed the surroundings and sealed Gu Fei's avatar. As long as I erase your imprint, this divine sword will be mine. Ha! The old man laughed as he walked forward. The wrinkled skin on his face was like an old tree bark that was being pulled. What kind of magical power is this? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He glanced at the three approaching figures and couldn't feel any soul power fluctuation. He couldn't help but be shocked. These three phantoms actually seemed to be slightly similar to the phantom that was formed from the Grand Tao brand that was branded within his heart. Could it be that this old fellow has actually comprehended the Grand Tao and condensed a Grand Tao brand? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart sank. Condensing the Great Tao was a supreme realm that only the legendary Buddhist lord and demon ancestor could reach. This old man's cultivation had actually reached the level of the Buddhist lord and demon ancestor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, these three phantoms. Gu Fei had no confidence in his heart. The pressure that these three phantoms gave him was too great. I'll let you die knowing. I'm using the supreme divine technique passed down from the supreme Tao ancestor, the three pure ones. The old man was very happy. He had displayed the three pure ones and displayed the supreme Tao rhymes. By borrowing the power of the great Tao, he was already in an invincible position. As long as he erased a trace of the soul imprint on the sword's soul, it would be a piece of cake. He still thought that Gu Fei was a trace of the soul imprint left in the sword by the previous owner of the violet gold divine sword. Three pure ones? I've never heard of it. Gu Fei said coldly. At this time, he didn't accept his fate. Because the old man had the three pure ones supreme divine technique, he also had the Heaven Ascension secret technique. The Heaven Ascension secret technique could be said to be a heaven-defying divine technique. Even in the state of his avatar, he could still use it. This is the supreme divine technique passed down by the Taoist ancestor. Some little cats and dogs don't even have the qualifications to know about it. The old man said complacently, knowing that victory was in his grasp. The three phantoms sealed off an area and stopped when they were about 10 feet away from Gu Fei. A mysterious aura of the Tao circulated around the illusory figures. There were no fluctuations of soul power, and no powerful aura. However, this made it even more terrifying. Gu Fei knew that as long as these three phantoms attacked, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. He needed time to activate the Ascension secret technique. You're too happy. It's still unknown who will eat who. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Then, devastating sword light suddenly erupted from his right hand. A divine sword materialized in his hand. It was the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei was one with the sword soul. The sword was him, and he was the sword. His entire body could condense sword chi. There's no benefit in struggling. I advise you to let me kill you so you don't have to suffer the pain of refining your soul. The old man looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile and let him do whatever he wanted. You shouldn't have given me time to breathe. As he spoke, Gu Fei held the divine sword in his hand and roared fiercely at the sky. The terrifying sound waves directly shook the heaven and earth. Rumble, the entire purple mansion immortal palace was shaking and swaying. Countless smoke and dust drifted down, and the tiles made of purple divine jade at the top of the palace rippled like water. The white jade pillars were shaking violently. The entire purple divine palace seemed like it was about to collapse. Endless divine marks of the immortal path lingered and endless divine light flashed. The divine marks condensed the power of heaven and earth and gathered spiritual chi from all directions to firmly protect the purple divine palace. This immortal palace that had existed for countless years did not collapse. A soul power so strong that it made the world lose its color surged out from the purple mansion immortal palace. Several god race experts standing high in the sky, closely watching the purple mansion immortal palace, suddenly clutched their heads and screamed, falling from the sky. The terrifying soul power that surged out from the purple mansion immortal palace directly affected everyone's divine souls, causing everyone's divine souls to instantly suffer a great impact. What's going on? Has the old ancestor refined the sword soul? It's too scary. Everyone, run. Shouts resounded everywhere. Beams of divine light rushed out of the holy mountain and fled into the distance. The experts of the god race who were standing in the sky also turned around and fled in horror. All the divine race experts gathered at the peak of the sacred mountain retreated in all directions in panic. A few unlucky people who were closest to the purple divine palace were directly shaken down from the sky by the great soul power that surged out of the purple divine palace. Although some people escaped in time, they still suffered from the impact. Traces of blood seeped out of their 7 apertures. They looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Boom! At the peak of the sacred mountain, divine light radiated in all directions. The entire mountain turned into a ball of dazzling divine splendor. It was as if there was a sun fixed there. Divine power surged into the sky and swept in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Roar! The huge purple dragon on the mountain peak looked as if it was going to be reborn. It roared at the sky and sent the huge figure riding on the dragon flying. Then, it spat out a dragon pearl and directly dispersed the figure. It rushed down and the huge dragon's shadow disappeared into the purple divine palace. The strange phenomenon that had appeared on the mountain peak had disappeared. This strange phenomenon was the result of the collision between the violet gold divine sword and the old man in the purple mansion divine palace. Ascend! Gu Fei shouted. His whole body bloomed with endless sword light. In an instant, not only the soul power of his avatar increased by 5 times, but the soul power of his sword soul also increased by 5 times. Gu Fei's avatar and the sword soul became one. Under the effect of the Ascend secret technique, the soul power of the sword soul was increased to an unimaginable level. So what if you have the 3 pure ones in one breath? I will still kill you. Gu Fei was like an extreme powerhouse descending. At this moment, even if it was the Buddha Lord or the demon ancestor, he would still dare to wave his sword at them. This. The old man was shocked. It seemed that he had really made a fatal mistake. The soul power that was emitted from Gu Fei made his heart palpitate. He knew that things were not going well. In the next moment, 3 phantoms rushed at Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path surged out from the phantoms and attacked Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path was unstoppable. The void turned into nothingness under the power of the Great Path. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly waved the purple gold divine sword in his hand. The sword light was like a giant purple dragon. In an instant, it rushed up tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying sword light destroyed everything. Even the Great Path was destroyed. The power of the Great Path was broken. Where the sword light passed, the 3 phantoms that were like the embodiment of the Great Path disappeared in the void. Chapter 574. After reading the old man's memories, Gu Fei learned that the old man was the legendary Supreme Tao Ancestor's grand disciple. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was the ancestor of the immortal Tao, the one who created the cultivation system of Tao enlightenment. He was an extreme expert of the same generation as the Buddhist Lord and the demon ancestor. Yet, Gu Fei killed his grand disciple. Even Gu Fei himself would never have guessed that the old man named Li Xuandao had such a powerful background. Li Xuandao's divine arts had been cultivated to the peak of perfection, forming the 3 pure ones Taoist form. Unfortunately, he hadn't truly broken through to the supreme realm of extreme experts. The 3 pure ones Taoist form hadn't been cultivated to perfection. Although he could transform the 3 pure ones into one breath, Li Xuandao was forced to use this divine art. Although he borrowed the power of the great Tao, it was very weak. If Li Xuandao had truly cultivated the 3 pure ones into one breath to perfection, even if Gu Fei used the secret art of Ascension to increase his soul power by 5 times, he still wouldn't be a match for Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao had 2 other senior and junior brothers who were also the Tao ancestors' grand disciples. However, they had fallen in the great turmoil that occurred in the world of death countless years ago. Countless years ago, a terrifying existence appeared in the world of death. That terrifying existence successfully regenerated flesh and blood, transforming into a perfect state. It was a realm infinitely close to the extreme realm of extreme experts. That expert led countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death, and Li Xuandao's two unlucky senior and junior brothers were killed by that terrifying expert. That great battle was earth-shattering and almost destroyed this side of the world. In the end, although the quasi-extreme powerhouse who charged into the depths of the death world died in the end, it also greatly damaged the vitality of the divine race. Li Xuandao was also gravely injured and had no choice but to sleep. It could be said that Li Xuandao's death was a bit undeserved. His cultivation hadn't recovered to its former peak state, or else Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to so easily break the three pure ones into one breath. In these 3 days, Gu Fei read all of Li Xuandao's soul memories and erased some insignificant ones. After sorting out Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei had also completely refined the soul power that had been devoured into his body. Gu Fei's avatar's soul power had become even stronger. Gu Fei stood up. His entire body was indistinct, and there was a purple divine light enveloping his soul body. No one could recognize his true appearance. This was a soul body, which was different from a physical body. A soul body could transform into anything. Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful divine wills probing in from outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, carefully sensing everything inside. Gu Fei's soul had refined Li Xuandao's soul energy, and his soul aura had changed quite a bit. No one knew that their ancestor had been killed by Gu Fei, and his soul had dissipated. He looked around and saw that the Immortal Palace, which was built with countless divine materials, was full of cracks. Half of the top of the palace was gone. Sunlight shone through the broken top of the palace. Li Xuandao's body collapsed at the foot of the wall. There was no sign of life. It was a body without a soul. Gu Fei looked at Li Xuandao's body and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, his soul turned into a purple divine light and rushed into the space between Li Xuandao's eyebrows, directly entering the Mudpill Palace. Just like how the old turtle refined the indestructible martial body into an outer body incarnation in the dead city in the virtual sky world, the split spirit entered the body's Mudpill Palace and took control of the body. After Gu Fei's spirit entered Li Xuandao's Mudpill Palace with his own life essence, it immediately released a mighty soul power and life essence, revitalizing the body. A purple divine light flashed in the middle of Li Xuandao's eyebrows. The moment Li Xuandao's body was completely revitalized, Li Xuandao, who had fallen at the foot of the wall, sat up abruptly and opened his eyes. Two terrifying rays of light suddenly tore through the void and shot out like divine lightning. Gu Fei took complete control of the body. He stood up and stretched out his hand. The purple gold divine sword flew into his hand. This body is not bad. Gu Fei sensed the feedback from the body and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Although the body looked old, as if it was on the verge of death, he had to admit that it was a peerless immortal body. The skinny body condensed unimaginable divine power. The immortal body shook slightly, and the void immediately shook. He felt that he could crush everything in his way with his bare hands. This peerless immortal body was absolutely not inferior to the indestructible martial body. It was also extremely powerful. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. A cultivator with such a powerful body was something he could never imagine. After reading and integrating part of Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei had no problem pretending to be Li Xuandao. Whether it was his aura, demeanor, or behavior, they were all impeccable. Absolutely no one would have thought that Li Xuandao's body already had a different soul. Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei's spirit, walked out of the Violet Palace with the divine sword in his hand. He stood at the peak of the mountain and glanced around. No one dared to look him in the eye. Congratulations, ancestor. The hundreds of people around the mountain saw Li Xuandao walking out of the Violet Palace with a simple and unadorned purple gold divine sword in his hand. They hurriedly bowed to Li Xuandao. No one could tell that something had happened to the ancestor of the divine race. Not only had his soul dispersed, but his peerless immortal body had also been taken over by someone else, becoming an existence akin to a clone. Everyone, disperse. Li Xuandao's old voice rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain, reaching everyone's ears. Yes. The hundreds of people from the divine race immediately dispersed. Li Xuandao's words carried an unquestionable majesty because he was the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Li Xuandao had lived for far too long, so long that even he himself did not know how long he had lived. In the divine race, his status was supreme. It was precisely because of his existence that the inheritance of his lineage had completely suppressed the inheritance of the other two lineages, making it difficult for the other two lineages to raise their heads. The people of Li Xuandao's lineage were overjoyed. With the purple gold divine sword, an extreme holy weapon, their lineage's foundation was even more solid. Gu Fei's spirit controlled Li Xuandao's physical body and used immortal arts to store the purple gold divine sword into his body. He then turned around and walked into the violet divine palace. Although half of the palace had been destroyed, the other side was still intact. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to familiarize himself with this physical body as soon as possible, so that his spirit and this body could be completely integrated. He wanted to cultivate this body into his second incarnation. By the time Saintly returned to the palace, Gu Fei's original body had already completely recovered the part of the essence that was taken away by the split avatar. The power of his martial body had also been restored to its peak state. Saintly did not stay in the palace for long. After talking with Gu Fei and the old turtle for a while, he left the palace again. Even his little disciple, Li Ran, was nowhere to be seen. In the pavilion in the courtyard of the palace, Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking. At the same time, the old turtle and Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth to isolate a part of the void. It was as if the void in the pavilion had been separated from the world. Unless one was an extreme powerhouse, no one could sense the existence of Gu Fei and the old turtle. He Tian was chased out of the pavilion by Gu Fei. Gu Fei asked him to stand guard outside the pavilion because what Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking about was too important. If the people of the Shen clan knew about it, they would probably die without a burial place. What did you say? The old thing in the violet divine palace is your avatar? The old turtle's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. He almost jumped up in shock from Gu Fei's words. Why would I lie to you? It doesn't benefit me to lie to you. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said proudly. He could be proud of himself for destroying a terrifying existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse. If not for the fact that Gu Fei was in his soul form, even if he had an extreme holy weapon, Li Xuandao could kill Gu Fei 1,000,000 times with just one finger. This kind of existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse could destroy a large number of immortals and break a part of the world with a raise of a hand. It was almost the embodiment of Tao. How can you say that, kid? Are you going to lie to me because there's something in it for you? The old turtle said unhappily. Hee hee. Gu Fei chuckled and said, if there's something in it for me, I'd be happy to buy an old turtle like you, let alone lie to you. Brat, are you itching for a beating? The old turtle fiercely waved his fist at Gu Fei. Alright, let's get down to business. Gu Fei stopped smiling and said with a solemn expression. At this time, they had to think about their next step. From Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei learned that the origin of this world was in the sacred land of the celestial race. Moreover, there were extremely powerful seals and prohibitions there. Even an existence like Li Xuandao, who was close to an extreme powerhouse, would find it difficult to get close, let alone refine the origin of the world. Gu Fei also found the answer to the prophecy of the celestial race in Li Xuandao's soul memory. Human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon, appearing at the same time and reopening the world. In fact, it meant that the road to the origin of the world must be opened by gathering the 4 extreme holy weapons of human, demon, deity, and Buddha. The supreme Buddhist weapon left by the Buddhist Lord was used to protect the true demon's bone in the Naraka realm to prevent the rebirth of the true demon and chaos in the world. To take away the supreme Buddhist weapon in the sealed land of the demons was a great risk. Moreover, demonic chi gathered there, and terrifying demonic souls wandered from time to time. If the supreme Buddhist weapon was taken away, it was possible that the scattered demonic souls would have a chance to reunite. Once the demonic souls were reunited, the true demon might be resurrected. Therefore, the prophecy of human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon appearing at the same time in the Naraka realm was not impossible. Moreover, the person who made this prophecy was the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. Chapter 575. In the depths of the world of death, there was an extremely terrifying and strange place. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura at all times. There was a faint demonic aura lingering between the heavens and the earth, but it could cause all the undead creatures that entered the area to be demonized. Over the countless years, this area had become a demonic domain. There was only one type of creature in the demonic domain, and that was the sinister and terrifying demonic creatures. The land of sealed demons was a taboo in the world of death. Apart from demons, no other creatures would be interested in the land of sealed demons. There was only one outcome for undead creatures that mistakenly entered the land of sealed demons, and that was to be demonized into a terrifying demonic creature that only knew how to kill. This was the demonic origin of the world of death. All the demonic creatures in the world of death originated from the land of sealed demons. Many powerful demons had once walked out of the land of sealed demons. This was a paradise for demonic creatures, but it was also hell for all living creatures. In the middle of the land of sealed demons, there was a towering mountain that pierced the ground, reaching the endless darkness of the sky. A peaceful aura dispersed the demonic aura in the vicinity. At this time, two figures appeared outside the land of sealed demons. The one in front was a young monk dressed in a white moon robe. He looked like a statue carved from jade. Behind the young monk was a thin old monk with sunken eyes. These two bald people were the little monk that walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha, and the old monk on the black mountain outside the hell path. One old and one young fella stood outside the land of sealed demons, looking at the mountain in the depths of the land of sealed demons, as if they were observing the towering mountain in the demonic clouds. Mighty Fan Shio, do you really want to do this? The old monk behind the little monk suddenly said. Even though they were very far away, the old monk could feel the trace of Buddhist aura that originated from the mountain peak. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp has already been snatched by that damned old demon. This is the only way we can do it. Although the little monk Fan Shio looked young, he was more mature than most adults. Fan Shio's gaze was incomparably firm, and he directly strode into the land of sealed demons. Sigh. The old monk behind little monk Fan Shio let out a long sigh helplessly. His face was miserable, as if someone owed him something. He shook his head and followed them. In the central region of the land of sealed demons, there was actually a mountain peak that exuded a peaceful Buddhist aura. It was truly unbelievable. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, this mountain peak was like an incomparably large saber that had been inserted into the earth. The little monk Fan Shio and the old monk walked toward the mountain peak of the land of sealed devils one after the other. However, their journey towards the mountain didn't go very smoothly. Not even 10 miles into the land of sealed devils, they encountered a demonic creature. Without any suspense, a battle broke out. The little monk Fan Shio's body shone with endless Buddhist light. He was like a Buddha descending to the world as he charged toward the demonic creature that was blocking his way. Roar! The demonic creature roared and propped its 4 limbs on the ground. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light, stirring up a strong demonic wind as he flew toward little monk Fan Shio. Buddha is merciful. Little monk Fan Shio chanted the name of Buddha and threw the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl quickly grew in size and emitted a dazzling Buddhist light. It produced a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the demonic creature into the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl vibrated continuously. There was a swastika circling the alms bowl, and the Buddhist light inside it flickered wildly. The shrill cries of the demonic creature could be faintly heard. Soon, the alms bowl regained its calm. The little monk casually destroyed a ferocious and terrifying demonic creature and continued forward. The old monk silently followed behind little monk Fan Shio. Soon, another incomparably powerful demonic creature jumped out, and the battle began again, just as little monk Fan Shio and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and fought against the demonic creatures. Gu Fei and the old tortoise also slipped out of the divine clan's sacred mountain on a dark and windy night. At this time, all the experts of the divine clan came out. It seemed that they were going to exterminate the primordial demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc outside the divine clan's sacred mountain. The Purple Mansion Immortal Palace on the sacred mountain had been repaired by the experts of the divine clan. Li Xuandao, whose peerless immortal body was occupied by Gu Fei's avatar, stood aside and watched the experts of the divine clan repair the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. He did not help. With Li Xuandao's supreme status in the divine clan, he did not need to do anything at all. There would be others who would take care of things properly. Li Xuandao could not leave the sacred mountain at will, but Gu Fei and the old tortoise could. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had obtained everything they wanted to know from Li Xuandao. Even He Tian was left in St. Li's palace by Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He was not allowed to follow them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had to be careful. This was the divine clan's sacred mountain. Once the divine clan knew of their plot, they would die without a burial place. In the tens of thousands of miles of the divine clan's sacred mountain, there was a strange mountain range. This was the forbidden area of the divine clan, a place that the divine clan had guarded for generations. Even the divine clan did not dare to set foot here. Although it was a place guarded by the divine clan for generations, there were no divine clan experts guarding it. This was because this was a place of great danger. Even the unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan would be in danger of dying if they entered the depths of this mountain range. For countless years, many unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan had entered the depths of this mountain range in order to break a certain seal in the mountain range. In the end, not only could the seal not be broken, but many divine kings had also fallen inside. From Li Xuandao, Gu Fei learned of a secret of the world of death. In the past, the dead creature that was reborn from flesh and blood was lured into this mountain range by the divine clan and never came out again. Taking advantage of the night, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise converged their light and silently appeared outside the mountain range. They stood high in the sky. Although it was dark, the endless mountain range in front of them was presented in front of them. My goodness, it's actually the terrain of 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. After seeing the mountain range in front of them, Old Tortoise could not help but exclaim. On the land in front of them, there were 9 huge mountain ranges winding out from the middle of the mountain. It was like 9 dragons lying on the ground with the dragon's head on the inside and the dragon's tail on the outside. The heads of the 9 giant dragons formed a huge circle around the city. It was a place that was sunk deep into the ground, like a bottomless devil's cave. 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? When Gu Fei saw the 9 mountain ranges in front of him, he could not help but frown. The terrain in front of him really looked like 9 dragons fighting for a dragon pearl. I didn't expect to see the legendary terrain. Old Tortoise muttered to himself as if he was really shocked by the terrain in front of him. He had a look of disbelief. What's so special about this terrain? Is it a terrain created by the heavens? Gu Fei asked. He could not help but ask when he saw that Old Tortoise was actually very afraid of the so-called 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. Chapter 576. The divine race's holy land was very vast, spanning thousands of miles. The area where the falling Saint Mountain was located was only a part of the Holy Land. The origin of the Hell Dao was located in an extremely ominous place. When Gu Fei and the old turtle arrived outside that ominous place, they were immediately stunned by the terrain. The old turtle recognized that this terrain was actually the legendary peerless ominous place, the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. Even almighties would have a headache in such an ominous place. The 9 dragons competing for a pearl was the origin of the world, the realm pearl. It was a sphere, like a primal chaos embryo magnified countless times. It was the foundation of the world's existence. Controlling the realm pearl meant controlling a world. But in the area where the realm pearl was located, there was an ominous place like the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. The 9 dragons were 9 earth dragon veins. The essence energy of the entire death world came from these 9 earth dragon veins. They were the earth ancestral roots nurtured by the world. This ominous place was almost indestructible. It was no wonder that the divine race had been unable to refine the realm pearl for millions of years and completely control this death world. What should we do? Gu Fei was dumbfounded after learning the origin of the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. If the divine race couldn't break this ominous place, how could the two of them? The old turtle rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go in and take a look, but don't go too deep. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting us, we shouldn't be completely defenseless." "Are you sure? Are we really going in?" Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a bit scared. This 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain was so powerful. If they jumped in, they wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Gu Fei didn't want to take the risk of entering such an ominous place. "With the mountain and river cauldron, what are you afraid of?" The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said disapprovingly, "Let me tell you, the mountain and river cauldron is the nemesis of this 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain. Otherwise, do you think I'm tired of living?" The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was the nemesis of the earth dragon veins. Gu Fei's expression changed several times. Finally, he glanced at the old turtle and sighed, "In that case, let's go in." "Hee hee, I won't hurt you." Old turtle patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed to be up to no good. Gu Fei looked at the evil smile on Old Tortoise's face and felt a chill in his heart. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise landed on the ground. "Why don't you just fly in?" Gu Fei asked. This was the first time he had heard of a terrain like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. He knew nothing about it. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said expressionlessly, "If you want to die faster, you can fly in directly." "What?" Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly looked towards the sky above the 9 dragons vying for the pearl terrain. There were no energy fluctuations, no dangerous aura. The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. Sometimes what the eyes see isn't reality. Old Tortoise saw Gu Fei's bewildered expression and then explained to Gu Fei. With that, Old Tortoise grabbed a boulder and threw it into the sky above the 9 dragons competing for the pearl terrain. The moment the boulder entered the sky above the terrain, it disappeared without a sound, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The rock seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What was going on? What had happened in that instant? There were no energy fluctuations. That was what shocked Gu Fei the most. This kind of attack was unpredictable and sudden. It was impossible to guard against it. That's an invisible killing light condensed from a peerless danger zone. You absolutely can't fly into a killing situation like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died, said Old Tortoise. The 9 dragons vying for the pearl was a killing ground in both the sky and the ground. The sky above seemed calm without the slightest murderous aura, but it was actually the most dangerous. That was because of the invisible killing light. Gu Fei's experience had been broadened. The invisible killing light was invisible and traceless. It was enough to make anyone who rashly entered suffer a grievance. This peerless danger zone was actually so dangerous. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling anxious. If the mountain and river cauldron couldn't suppress these 9 dragons, wouldn't that be terrible? Under Old Tortoise's guidance, the mountain and river cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and floated above the two of them. Strands of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and Old Tortoise below. Then Gu Fei and Old Tortoise carefully walked into this peerless danger zone. It had to be said that the divine race truly did have the ability to change the world. During the day, the sun, fixed in the sky, had now turned into a moon, sprinkling down hazy moonlight. The moonlight was like water, and the land was empty and quiet. This kind of silence was extremely oppressive, because apart from silence, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could no longer sense anything strange. The black and red soil under their feet seemed to be soaked in blood. There were plants in some places, and bare stones in other places. The entire danger zone was covered by the thin, smoke-like moonlight. The shadows of the trees in the distance danced, as if there were evil spirits hiding in the dark, peeping at them. Walking on the black and red sand, although they were protected by the primordial chaos chi of the mountain and river cauldron, they still did not dare to let their guard down. Very soon, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. How could this be? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong? Goofy was startled by Old Tortoise. He was already very nervous, and almost jumped up from the ground. His heart contracted. We seem to be walking in place. Old Tortoise looked ahead, and then turned to look behind him. His expression became very ugly. Goofy was shocked. He hurriedly used his divine vision to look around. Sure enough, they were less than 30 miles away from the entrance of the 9 dragons fighting for Pearl's terrain, and the black and red sand was also under their feet. This. Goofy was completely dumbfounded. With their leg strength, even if they were walking on the ground, they could cross dozens of miles in an instant, but they seemed to really be trapped. This result made Goofy's hair stand on end. At this time, they realized that they were actually standing on a huge pattern of a skull. Although the black and red sand seemed to be scattered messily on the ground, if one looked down from the sky, they would form a huge pattern of a skull. How unlucky. It's obvious that a great figure has fallen here. His power